conquering America, starting as a boxing champion. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201. Emma Roberts. After sending Catherine and Emma Stone away, Link continued to train in the boxing ring. Soon, another Emma Roberts, came. During the last filming, Emma Roberts said she wanted to learn boxing from him and was going to watch the training video and upload it to YouTube for a prize draw, and asked him if it was okay. Link thought she was joking and did not refuse. At noon, Emma Roberts really came. She was wearing a Nike boxing suit for training, pink boxing gloves, very delicate workmanship, a white bra, a white and slender belly, and a pair of close-fitting sports shorts, omitting her slender comic legs. Although Emma is petite, with no breasts or buttocks, she looks very delicate, with fair skin and a full sense of girlishness. Under his guidance, Emma practiced on the sandbag for half an hour, panting with exhaustion. Her hair stuck to her sweaty face, and she looked very fragile. Link, isn't it boring to keep fighting like this? Emma sat on the sofa, holding a water bottle in her hand, watching him hit the sandbag non-stop. It's a little boring, but if you don't fight like this, you can't win the game at all, Link said while beating the sandbag. Emma nodded, her eyes resting on his powerful sandbag arm. That arm was like an iron hammer, and when he punched the bag, the sandbag would make a heavy muffled sound, and it felt like it would explode immediately. Emma walked over, stood next to him and asked, "Then how long do you train every day?" "More than 4 hours. So long? I was very tired after practicing for 10 minutes just now." Emma stuck out her tongue and said, "You are a beginner. 10 minutes is already amazing." Emma smiled slightly, smoothed the hair on her face, put on her boxing gloves again, came to the white sandbag next to Link, and hit the sandbag again and again according to his instructions. Her arms were very slender, and her fists didn't have much strength, and she could hardly cause any damage to the sandbag. "Link, here I come." "Hey, why is there a little girl?" Morales walked in from outside wearing a training vest. Morales is from Northern California. He used to train in Los Angeles. He is more familiar with Los Angeles than Link. He also introduced this demolished beach boxing gym. Morales participated in the Golden Gloves Boxing Championship in June and defeated his old rival Anders Edge in the end, successfully winning the Super Middleweight Championship. After the Golden Gloves, Morales signed with De La Hoya's Golden Boy Boxing Promotion Company and prepared to switch to the professional boxing arena within the year. According to his current strength, he has the opportunity to become an international boxing champion. He needs to work harder to become an intercontinental boxing champion. In the sparring, Link mainly attacked, and his fists kept attacking Morales' head. Morales mainly defended, with a sponge armor on his head, and kept dodging. What Link did was to break his defense and hit his fist on his head. Morales needed to do his best to defend and find a way to resolve his attack. As long as he can do it, in professional competitions, almost no one can break his defense. It's just that Link's boxing speed is too fast, and his combination punching technique is very superb, so it's hard to defend. After more than an hour of sparring, Morales hit more than 20 punches on his head, but Link managed to use up some of his strength. "Link, I had a fight with De La Hoya yesterday." Morales sat by the boxing ring, wiping the sweat off his head and said, "How was the result?" "He was very fast and very flexible. I was knocked down by him twice in 12 rounds, but I didn't get KO'd, and I persisted in fighting the 12 rounds. It sounds good." De La Hoya beat middleweight champion Vargas in 2002 and won 4 middleweight championships. He is very strong. Morales, a boxer, was able to persist in fighting the 12 rounds when he competed with him, which is not bad. De La Hoya also asked about your situation and asked me what the probability of triggering if he competed with you. I said less than 1%. He didn't believe it and said there was at least a 30% probability. I asked him to try. Morales laughed. Link smiled lightly. 1% is indeed exaggerated. Although De La Hoya has passed his peak, he still has at least 70% of his strength. I need to be careful when competing with him. He is definitely not better than you. Morales smiled. After a short break, the two continued to practice in the boxing ring. At about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the training ended. When Link cleaned up the table and was about to leave, he suddenly saw a white and slender calf on the sofa and a little foot with strawberry nail art, less than half the size of a palm. It was Emma Roberts. She lay on the sofa sideways, covered with a towel, boxing gloves still on her hands, eyes closed, long eyelashes matched with delicate face, like a doll. "Hey, Emma, wake up. Link, are you done?" Emma rubbed her eyes and sat up. "I thought you were gone." Link helped her take off her boxing gloves and put them in her sports backpack. "I just felt sleepy watching you guys fighting, so I fell asleep here." Emma stretched and said, "Okay, remember to tell me next time, or I'll forget you here." Link pulled her up. After an afternoon of washing in the gym and changing into clean clothes, Link drove her back to the villa in Beverly Hills. A private villa covering an area of 5,000 to 6,000 square meters with a large green lawn and fir forest. He also met her aunt and carriage driver Julia Roberts. Although both of them were actors in the crew of Valentine's Day, the two plots were not related, and the sets were not in the same place. This was the first time he met Julia Roberts in person. The former Hollywood queen has also aged, wearing an ordinary t-shirt, loose casual pants, Manhattan, with a cigarette in her mouth, and no makeup. Julia Roberts was also very unusual to see him, and invited him to the villa for coffee. Link drove away from Roberts' villa on the grounds that it was late. "Goodbye, Link." Emma Roberts waved at the car. Julia Roberts frowned at her. "Emma, you told me you were going to a party with friends. Why are you with Link?" "Link is also my friend. What's the problem?" Emma shrugged her shoulders and walked into the villa with her sports bag. "What did you do with Link just now?" Julia followed her shoulder. "Practicing boxing." "Really? How come I didn't know you like boxing?" Julia followed her shoulder. Julia asked in confusion. "There are many things you don't know. Just training boxing?" "Yes." Emma walked into the villa stage, put her backpack on the shelf, took off her shoes, and walked barefoot on the floor. "You just took a nap. I can hear it." "Emma, you'd better tell the truth. What did you do just now?" Julia grabbed her wrist. "Seriously, isn't it normal to take a shower?" Emma looked at her strangely. "Is it really like this? What else do you think?" "Link and I were having sex in the training hall." "You think too much." Emma rolled her eyes, shook off her hand, and walked into the locker room to change clothes. "Tea." Julia pointed at her, closed the door, and asked the servants to cook more food. "Thanks to the book friend Yan Huyaleng Bialeng for the reward and support. Thank you." Chapter 202 Nightclub Party. Driving back to Santa Monica, it was already evening. The setting sun was shining on the beach, the pier in the distance and the huge Ferris wheel in the park. The scenery in the sunset was particularly beautiful. Maybe because of the hot weather, when it was almost dark, there were still thousands of citizens and tourists scattered around the beach, walking their dogs, playing volleyball, or playing guitar on the beach, enjoying the fun, and admiring the free sea view. There is also a bar street on the east side of Santa Monica Beach, with more than 10 bars, dance halls, restaurants, and amusement parks. When it was flood time, the sunset had already set. The neon lights on the street were the first to light up. The lights flashed green, and the flow of people on the street also stopped in front of a dance hall called Venice Coast. Walk into the bar, then take the elevator to the underground dance floor. At the moment of the elevator door, the huge sound waves and the noisy and chaotic scene seemed to hit him on the head with a heavy punch, making him a little dazed. Hundreds and thousands of people were crowded in the lively dance floor, screaming and twisting to the rhythm of the music. The dazzling lights made his eyes a little uncomfortable. Link took out his phone and made a call, but it didn't go through. He looked for the final booth area and heard someone shouting, "Link, here." Link looked at the corner and saw Carrie Underwood, a country music singer he met in Nashville last time, waving at him. There were also Taylor, Miley Cyrus, K$HA, and two men in their 30s next to him. Just now, he left the boxing training field and saw a message from Taylor on his phone, asking him to come to the bar for a drink, saying that there was a happy event, so he hurried over. Among these people, he is more familiar with Carrie Underwood and interacts with her on Twitter. Miley Cyrus said hello to her backstage at the Grammy Awards last time, and she is also friends with Selena. K$HA. Also a newcomer who debuted this year is also called K$HA by fans because there is a $sign in her stage name K$HA. K$HA debuted in March and released the single Right Round, which topped the singles chart for 6 consecutive weeks. Last week, the second single TK2K was released. The download volume in the first week reached 610,000 copies, and it landed at the second place on the singles chart, which is likely to replace See You Again as the first place. Fortunately, in the third week of its release, See You Again has been downloaded more than 2 million copies on various platforms, and its position as the champion is relatively stable for the time being. Another man, he only knows the handsome John Mayer, who debuted in 1999 and released 4 albums. The second and fourth albums reached the first week sales champion, and the third album was the runner-up. At the Grammy Awards in March, he also won the Best Male Pop Singer and Best Rock Singer for the songs Say and Gravity respectively. John Mayer has 3 relatively famous ex-girlfriends. One is Jennifer Aniston, who ate Rachel in Friends. They started dating last year, broke up at the beginning of the year, and are now single. The next hope is Taylor, and they also collaborated on a love song Half of My Heart. The next one is Katy Perry. There are rumors that Taylor and Katy Perry actually had a falling out, and this person is also the reason. Of course, with Link around, those things shouldn't happen again. Hi, Kelly, Millie, Kesha. Link walked over to hug Kelly, and then greeted Miley Cyrus and Kesha. Before Miller's transformation, she was still a very cute little girl, always with a cute smile. Seeing her smile, it is easy to remind people of the saying, girls who love to smile are lucky. After the transformation, she let herself go, taking drugs, dancing, posting pornographic photos, doing lesbians, and taking the sexy route, but she still did well in her music career, and won the eye-catching Grammy Award. Kesha's stage name is Kesha, and when she is caught, she also has to bring Miss to her. Obviously, musicians don't care about these things. Link, why are you here just now? Taylor stood up shakily and said with his arm, how much did you drink? Link saw that her cheeks were red and she still smelled of alcohol. 2 mojitos. Taylor smiled and shook her finger. Mojito is a drink made with rum as a base, sugar cane juice, lime juice, soda water and mint. It feels a bit sweet and is suitable for pregnant women. It is also one of Taylor's favorite cocktails. It smells very strong. I thought you drank a bottle of vodka. Link hugged her waist and laughed. After Taylor's introduction, he shook hands with John Mayer and his friend Richard Sheen, and then pulled Taylor to sit on the empty sofa in the middle to train. You didn't tell me why you came so late. I sent a message for almost an hour. I just came out of the boxing gym. Emma is also here. She wants to practice boxing with me. Link took the initiative to explain to Taylor, so as not to be exposed by paparazzi, which would be even more difficult to explain. She practices boxing. She's so small, I can knock her down with one hand. Link shook his head, took back her fist, looked at Kelly and the others and said, what were you talking about just now? Please continue. Don't be interrupted by me. Link, we are talking about you. Carrie Underwood smiled. You are so amazing. You released 2 albums in the first year of your debut, and the global sales are more than 5 million copies. You can be said to be the first person in the history of world pop music. Yes, Link, and that song See You Again, it's amazing. How can you write such a beautiful song? If I can write such a song in my life, I would be willing to die. Miley Cyrus smiled with her cute teeth. Millie, you are only 17 years old. You still have decades to sing songs. It's too early to say such things. Link chuckled. Not too early, I know that. No matter how old I am, I can't write that kind of song. Millie shook her head and her hair swung. Link smiled gently, looked at Kelly and said, good music does not have sales, and from the quality point of view, my album is very hype. If it is not hyped, the sales should not be so much, so don't worship me too much. Too modest. I hope everyone will release an album without publicity. Carrie Underwood held a wine glass and laughed heartily. Seeing her smile, Link found that country music singers are different from pop rock music singers. They look cleaner, have a kind of literary and artistic temperament, and are easier to take care of. The country music circle often produces literary goddesses. Dolly Parton, Shania Twain, Faith Hill, and Taylor are also half of them. Most female singers in the pop rock music scene follow Madonna's example, first pure and then sexy, taking the visual route. Carrie, don't praise him. There are news praising him everywhere now. I don't even want to read the newspaper. Taylor leaned on Link's shoulder and waved his hand and said, you two are equally good. Your album will definitely set a new record this year. Carrie, don't say it yet. Taylor interrupted Carrie Underwood, looked at Link, and raised his chin slightly deliberately and said, Link, do you think your album has sold 2 million copies in the United States? Do you know my Fearless? How many copies were sold? Link smiled lightly. He could probably guess it, but pretended not to know and asked, how many copies? Let me tell you, 3 million copies. It is the first album in the United States to exceed 3 million copies this year. Taylor raised the corners of his lips proudly. Wow, that's amazing, dear. You are 100 times better than me. Of course. Taylor covered his mouth and laughed. Hey, is it really okay for you two to flatter each other here? Carrie Underwood teased. Sorry. Link picked up a can of light beer and said, everyone, how about we toast to Taylor's album sales exceeding 3 million copies? Cheers. Millie picked up the cocktail glass and shouted. Moneybags Kesha, John Mayer, and Charlie Sheen also raised their glasses and clinked them on the sides. Just now when he was chatting with Kelly and Millie, Kai and Keisha was holding him in her arms, as if studying him. John Mayer also looked at him, and sometimes Taylor, with a faint smile on his face. He always wore a watch on his left wrist. After putting down the wine glass, he would take off the watch and rub it on his palm, like a string of beads. Keisha, when Link was not here, you were the loudest. Why don't you say anything when Link is here? Millie pulled Keisha's eyes. Keisha looked at Link and shrugged suddenly. I'm a fan of Link. I get nervous when I see my idol. Really? You and Link have different music styles. How can you like his songs? I won't like his songs. Taylor Pink. Keisha laughed. Kesha shook her head and replied, I like Link's songs too, but I'm a fan of his boxing. I think he's very strong, and I really want to be like him. Link, I'm also a fan of your boxing. I didn't watch boxing matches before, but since I knew you were a boxer, I've started watching boxing shows. Carrie Underwood smiled. Me too. Millie nodded repeatedly. Link smiled softly and said, thank you all for coming. I'll invite you to watch a boxing match next time. Kesha, I heard that you wrote the lyrics and music for TK2K. That's amazing. Let's work together once. Okay. Kai and Kesha nodded as she pointed at her mother-in-law with her wine glass. Link thought that she was not happy with the cooperation with the record company she signed with now. Her first single round was the top hit in the United States for 6 consecutive weeks, but her name was not on the record, and she didn't get a penny off. The news said that at the beginning of the year, she listened to her songs playing in the supermarket, but she couldn't even afford a potato in the supermarket. Because of this, she changed the S in her name to $. Link had plans to poach Kesha, but it was too difficult to poach her, because Kesha was currently in the rising stage of her career. Link, do you like watches? John Mayer put down his glass and played with his watch. Yes, I have two. He had 2 famous watches. One was a Patek Philippe given by Taylor on Valentine's Day, and the other was a Vacheron Constantin given by Eva Kat on New Year's Day. He was asked to get them to decorate his appearance and not be seen as too poor. The price of both watches was over 500,000 yuan. He usually had to exercise and was used to wearing sports watches. The other 2 watches were placed in a box and only worn as accessories during public events. Link, which brand of watch do you prefer? John Mayer leaned forward and posed as if he was going to have a serious chat about watches with him. Judging from the top Rolex gold watch on his hand, he was a fan of chatting about Rolex. Stop it. Millie waved her hand in the middle and shouted, don't you think it's boring to chat here? Yes, let the boys chat. We are going to dance. Taylor stood up shakily and pulled Kelly to dance. Let's go. Let's dance. Millie and Kesha stood up. Link saw that there were too many people on the dance floor, like a water tank full of fish, with all kinds of people. He was worried that Taylor would be taken advantage of, so he said hello to John Mayer and followed him to the dance floor. Taylor had drunk a few glasses of wine and was very excited. He shook his hair and twisted his tall and sexy figure and his perky buttocks to the rhythm of the DJ music. From time to time, he would get into his arms to tease him and kiss him. Link just twisted very politely, with a blank expression, like Vincent in Pulp Fiction. After the dance, several girls laughed at him, saying that he couldn't let go, as if he was performing a one-man show in a crowd. Link did not deny this. He was not a nightclub celebrity, and did not like to join in the fun. When he was on the dance floor, being able to twist to the music was already a big improvement. When several people returned to the booth, John Mayer and his friends were not in their seats. It was not known whether they went to dance or left early. Link and Taylor chatted with several people about gossip in the entertainment industry in the booth for a while, and left the bar together when it was almost 8 o'clock. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 MTV Awards. The car window was open, and the sea breeze blew in from the outside. Taylor leaned on the passenger seat, with a charming blush on her face, her golden hair scattered on her forehead. Her mouth exhaled a faint smell of alcohol, and her blue eyes in the moonlight. Are you uncomfortable? You are not yet 21 years old, and you can't drink so much in the future. Link touched her forehead and said. Taylor looked at him with a squint, slapped his hand away and said, "First of all, Mr. Link Baker, you are my son, not my father and mother. Even if you are my father and mother, you can't control me drinking. Isn't this enough?" Taylor snorted and thought for a while. Secondly, I'm only a few months away from turning 21. The police will not care about me if they know. Will you care about me? What about the last? If there is a first, there must be a last. They are 3 brothers, and it is a logical error to separate them. Link reminded. Bang. Taylor waved his fist and hit him. You are so annoying. The first and the second are enough. There is no last, and you are not allowed to ask again. Okay. Link shrugged. Taylor leaned on it, supporting his face with the back of his hands. He was quiet for a while and suddenly said, "Finally, Kelly flew from Nashville to Los Angeles and invited me to drink. It would be rude if I didn't drink. This is a social event and I can't refuse. I understand now that you put it this way. How could you exchange Millie and Kesha when you were having a party with Kelly? Haha, you want to ask John, right?" Taylor tilted his head and looked at him and smiled. "Stingy men, you think too much when you see me drinking with other boys. Can't you be more generous and confident as a world boxing champion?" Instinct. Attacking an elephant who dares to intrude into its territory is the instinct of every male lion. Link smiled indifferently. "Huh, I'm not a lioness in your territory." Taylor waved her claws and told him that she was going on a date with Kelly first, and on the way she met Millie and Kesha, and the 2 of them were going on a date too. The 4 of them made an appointment to go to the bar to dance, and then John Mayer called and said he wanted to talk to her about music, and then he joined in. Why would John Mayer talk to you about music? He's pop and rock, and your country music, not the same genre. My first album is pop, and my second album is pop and rock. If he wants to talk about music, he should come to me," Link said. Taylor rolled his eyes. He wrote a new song and needs to find a female singer with good singing skills to collaborate with him. He thinks I'm the most suitable. Impossible. You are a beautiful and talented singer, and your singing skills are not among the top 10 among female singers. Don't deny it, this is a fact. If he needs a powerful female singer to collaborate with, Catty, Joan, and PNK are very suitable. He later found you, because you are young and beautiful, your album sales are high, and your popularity is also high. Huh, I dare not speak. Taylor flexed his arms, and turned his head to look out the window. When the 2 of them didn't talk, there was some silence in the car. The sound of the delicate sea breeze whistled outside the window, making Taylor's hair a little messy. He was worried that the evening breeze was too cold and bad for Taylor's health, so he closed the car window from the main console, rolled his eyes at Taylor, and punched him in anger. Woo woo woo. A series of sirens came from the back. It was a Los Angeles PC patrol car. Taylor pointed out the window and said, "Is it weird?" "Not weird. So how about we do something exciting?" Taylor said as she came over, held his face, and took the initiative to kiss him. Her soft and wet lips had a bit of alcohol smell and felt like jelly soaked in whiskey. Link was caught off guard for a moment. The car turned a corner on the road. He kissed Taylor, looked out the window, and slowly stopped by the roadside. "Don't make trouble. It's dangerous to do this." Link pushed Taylor's shoulders away, pressed her into the passenger seat, and fastened her seatbelt. Taylor covered his mouth and laughed like a drunk. Woohoo. Before he could restart the car, a police car approached from the side, and a policeman got out of the car. Link lowered the window and heard the policeman ask, "Good evening, sir. I saw you brake suddenly. Is there anything wrong with the car?" "Good evening, policeman. There is nothing wrong. Just a small mistake in operation," Link explained. "Mr. Link Baker?" "Hello, Mr. Baker. I smell alcohol. Have you been drinking?" The policeman also recognized him. "Yes, we just came out of the Venice bar." Taylor laughed. Link shook his head and concluded, saying to the policeman, "I only drank half a can of Bud Light beer. I'm very sober, and I'm not drunk driving." "Mr. Baker, for your safety, please come down and do a test, okay?" the policeman said. Elizabeth. Link could only get out of the car and walk in a straight line on the side of the road under the instructions of the policeman. Taylor took a photo with his mobile phone and laughed while taking it. After confirming that he was not drunk driving, the policeman asked him for an autograph and drove away. Taylor was still laughing after Link got in the car. Link pinched her nose and drove back to the villa in Santa Monica Bay. Without waiting for Taylor to run, he grabbed her and carried her on his shoulders. He went back to the bedroom, closed the door, and gave her a good lesson. The next day, Los Angeles was still sunny and good weather. The temperature was above 15 in the morning and was expected to exceed 35 in the afternoon. It was Christmas Monday, and there would be more people hanging out in Santa Monica and the surrounding beaches. Link wore sportswear and carried a 10-pound weight. He ran south along the Bay Road with cool sea breeze and lush vegetation to the pier, which was more than 18 kilometers long. The pier is one of the famous shopping malls in Santa Monica Beach. A guitar-shaped pier extends westward into the Pacific Ocean. Seeing a yacht parked on the pier, he planned to transport the yacht from the pier over, but considering that he didn't have much time to go out to sea, it would be useless to transport it over, so he simply gave up. When he came back from the Mexican restaurant and Italian restaurant on the roadside, he brought a few breakfasts that Taylor liked back to the villa. Taylor still didn't get up and locked the bedroom door. She told him that she had an inspiration and wanted to write songs in the bedroom. She would not go out for a whole day and asked him not to disturb her. Link followed her and only put breakfast in front of the door. In the meantime, Olivia and Meridian went downstairs to have breakfast, asking them not to learn from their little master, who was a crowd pleaser, neurotic, and a cave dweller. While waiting for him to eat with the Ticketons and walk in line on the lawn, Mandy called and asked him if he had drunk driving last night. Link was a little surprised and asked her if she saw the news in the newspaper. Mandy said no. Taylor sent her a photo of him walking straight on the road with a policeman next to him. Mandy found it funny and talked to him about the MTV Video Music Awards. MTV is the world's largest music television network, a TV channel that specializes in playing song MVs, mainly playing pop music and hip hop music. The role of the MTV Music Channel is equivalent to a platform for promoting music products. By packaging the singer and band's image after the release, the singer's social image is expanded, thereby obtaining commercial profits and forming a music video with the nature of a TV commercial. After releasing a new album, Link and Taylor also shot several MVs and put them on MTV. Since MTV broadcasts a lot of MVs every year, starting in 1984, MTV Music Channel began to select the best music works and singers of the year, namely the MTV Music Video Awards, also known as the MTV Music Video Awards. It is one of the most famous awards in the American music scene, on par with the Grammy Awards and the American Music Awards. The MTV Music Video Awards begins the qualification review on July 1st every year, and the awards are presented between the end of August and mid-September. The nominations or awards are determined by the voting committee and the public. The awards include the Best Video of the Year, the Best Male Singer Video, the Best Female Singer Video, the Best Pop Video, the Best Hip Hop Video, the Best Rock Video, the Best Lyrics Video, the Best Newcomer, etc. This year, Link was nominated for Best Male Video and Best New Artist for Unstoppable and the remake of Despacito. Taylor was nominated for Best New Artist last year, and the singers with the most nominations for Best Female Video this year are Beyoncé and Lady Gaga, with 9 nominations each. Britney Spears received 6 nominations. Kanye West, Eminem, and Coldplay received 4 nominations each. Green Day received 3 nominations. Katy Perry, Jay-Z, Lil Wayne, Rihanna and others were nominated. Judging from the awards in previous years, the MTV Music Video Awards are more inclined to hip-hop music, and black singers are also the group of people who win the most awards every year. Because the opponent is too strong, Link's chance of winning the award is not high. Taylor doesn't know whether she will win the award, but under his influence, she still can't win the award, and Kanye's grabbing the microphone will not happen. Before the MTV Awards ceremony, to be determined, Link and Mandy chatted for a while and discussed the arrangements and clothing issues on the day of the awards ceremony. After hanging up the phone, he continued to walk the kittens. Olivia and Meridian were just over 1 year old, with short legs, and walked slowly. Olivia, in particular, paid great attention to her walking posture, stepping on her little feet, carefully paying attention to the tips of grass and stones, like a noble lady, always behind her. Beep. Her horns were heard from the main staircase of the villa. Link walked over with the 2 little ones. A black Mercedes-Benz sedan slowly stopped, and then he saw Lady Andrea coming down with a bag. How can you drive after drinking? Drunk driving is too dangerous. Be careful next time, Andrea criticized. Link was speechless. Taylor might have sent the photo of him walking in a straight line to everyone, wanting everyone to see him embarrass himself together, originally to retaliate for his behavior yesterday. Annie, you know, I can't drink much. I get drunk after 1 glass. How dare I drink? This is what happened. In order to reassure Andrea, Link told her what happened last night. He said that Taylor got drunk and messed up when he was driving, and he was furious and rushed to the villa. Annie, Taylor locked the door, and the key is on the counter, Link shouted. After 2 or 3 minutes, he squeezed 2 cats into the hall and saw Taylor frowning, rubbing her arms from the stairs, wearing a white suspender, with long hair scattered on her shoulders, and Mrs. Andrea following behind her on her slender white arms, scolding as she walked. How can you make trouble when several people are driving? What if an accident happens? You are in your 20s, you are already an adult. Can you stop being willful and foolish? I know, I was drunk at the time, and I'm not from heaven. Taylor saw him watching the fun downstairs, squinting his blue fox eyes, sending him a danger signal, snorting coldly, raising his head and chest to push him away. Link, Taylor is a little willful. If she makes trouble again in the future, you can scold her and hit her a few times. I support you, Mrs. Andrea said. I will. Link laughed. Link, you're dead if you dare to do that, I swear. Taylor shouted in the dressing room. Shut up. Hurry up and change your clothes, and put on makeup. I will design a new dress for you later. Mrs. Andrea walked into the dressing room and shouted. Where is Link? Why is he still petting the cat? I'm a boy now. You must also get a new dress, otherwise I won't walk the red carpet with you. Don't shout. Change your clothes quickly, Mrs. Andrea urged. Link smiled lightly and hugged the 2 kittens to watch TV. Chapter 204. Before the awards ceremony. Swinging in the backyard, driving your fast car, whistling my name, opening a beer. In the Link music recording studio, Link's headphones are listening to the song Video Games from Lana Del Rey's first album. This album has been revised and remade many times, and was finally recorded in mid-August. There are 12 songs in total, and the main song is Young and Beautiful. The first recording was originally completed in May, with 16 songs, including songs that Lana has accumulated over the past few years. 2 songs written by Link for Lana, and a cover of This Is Me from Link's second work. Just after the recording was completed, everyone generally did not give a high evaluation of the first version. The reason is that the styles of the songs in the playlist are too messy, including retro baroque pop, rock, pop music, country music, etc. The quality of the songs is also uneven. After the production team members held a meeting and discussed, they decided to remove several country music and rock songs in the album, and only keep 8 classical style songs such as Young and Beautiful, Video Games and This Is Me. These songs have one thing in common: classical morning music, the song Sadness. Only 8 songs were not enough for a standard album, so producer David Kahn asked someone to write 3 songs for Lana, and Lana wrote one herself, making a total of 12 songs. After more than 3 months of refinement, the style and tone of this album remained at the same level. When Lana sang the songs, her voice conditions were more mature, unlike before when she changed from one song to another, mixed with pop, rock and country music. Now when she started singing, she could quickly get into the state, and her tone became low and sad. From her singing, Link could also see her growth and transformation. Link, how is it? Lana was wearing a purple sleeveless dress, with long chestnut hair from the Great Plains brown, and stood in front of him. Greem, David Kahn, and Mars were also there. Greem was the butler, David Kahn was responsible for the production and supervision of Lana's album, and Mars and the other 2 took the initiative to participate in adjusting the mixing and instruments, among which, linking the multiple harmony of the music studio, and there was no workplace struggle. It was probably because there were fewer people, fewer things, and no need to fight for resources. Link felt that the current situation was not bad, and should be retained. Even if more singers were signed in the future, the total number of singers would not exceed 5. Seeing everyone looking at him, Link put down his headphones and said, "Great, Lana, I give you a 9 for this album." Only 9. Lana was a little dissatisfied. 9 is very good. I'm proud of you for giving it a full score. Link smiled lightly, looked at Greem and asked, "Any progress in contacting for the theme song of the movie?" I sent the demos of the 2 title songs to several production companies, and only received responses from 2 small film projects, one Remember Me, and the other The Runaways, but their movies are still in production, and will not be released until next year. They can't promote them in advance for us. Greem said with his hands spread out. Forget it, the songs in this album are all good, and Lana's singing style is also very distinctive. After the release, the results should be very good. You should follow the normal promotion and distribution procedures, and release a single to test the waters, and see the market reaction. Link said. Before the album is officially released, singers usually release 1 or 2 singles to promote, and hit the charts. For new singers, releasing promotional singles can improve the singer and the music of the album. For star singers, it can check the market trend. After the single is released, if it can rush to the Billboard singles chart, it means that the quality is good and fans are willing to buy the single. The higher the single is on the singles chart, the more popular the song is. For example, Tenor's second work Fearless was promoted by releasing 3 singles, and it rushed to the top 10 of the singles chart in the early stage. Link's second album was released 2 months before the release of the single. His first album did not release singles in advance, but the quality of the songs was high enough. After the album was released, Unstoppable was airborne to the top of the singles chart, and other songs also achieved good rankings. Lana is a newcomer, but not a newcomer. She failed to debut once before. During the release of Go Forward, she performed several times with Link, and participated in the recording of This Is Me and Rainbow. After the big sale of Go Forward, she also gained some fame, and her name appeared in music magazines many times. Link's fans and people in the circle all knew that he launched a female singer named Lana Del Rey. Lana wants to release an album, and the conditions are ripe. The only thing worth noting is that her music style is classical and musical. The market will not accept singers of her type, and it will take time to verify. Link looked at Mars again and asked about the recording of his first album. Mars said that he had completed the recording of all the songs for his album and was in the stage of refining at the same time, striving for perfection. Link supplemented his thoughts, saying that Mars was not only an excellent singer, but also a top music producer and creator, and his pursuit of music was higher, which was probably the reason why he could become a top star in the music industry in the future. Link, we should leave. Wiz Khalifa shouted at the door. He was wearing a white suit, a gold chain, a few braids, and a cigarette in his hand. Ugly and handsome. After working with Link on See You Again, his popularity in the music industry has risen sharply. He used to be a second or third tier singer, but now he is a first tier singer. In the hip hop rap world, his current popularity can also be ranked in the top 5. I heard from Wiz that when he was invited to participate in the performance, his appearance fee was less than 50,000 yuan, but now it is 500,000 yuan. He also accepted several advertisements and earned 2 to 3 million yuan. He became famous overnight. Now his trouble is that he is too popular. Every time he goes to a performance, the organizer supports him to sing See You Again. He has sung it dozens of times this month, which is a bit annoying. However, he must sing it again today. At this year's MTV Music Video Awards, an important part is to commemorate the late superstar MJ. Now, in any public event involving mourning MJ, See You Again is one of the indispensable songs, which seems to have won the recognition of MJ fans all over the world. Wiz was also invited by MTV as a guest singer and sang See You Again on stage with Link. The award ceremony was held at 8 p.m. Link looked at the time. It was already 7 o'clock, and it was time to leave. He said goodbye to V's, and everyone sat in the Rolls-Royce Phantom and went to the MTV Awards. This year's award ceremony was held at the Radio City Music Hall on Edward 6th Avenue, not far from the Rockefeller Building. Before he arrived, Taylor called to ask where he was and why he hadn't come yet. Link said he would be there soon. Taylor asked him if he had changed his clothes. If not, he should change them quickly. She was wearing beautiful clothes today and didn't want to be lowered by his clothes. Link smiled and assured her that he must be elegant and handsome. At the entrance of 6th Avenue, the Rolls-Royce Phantom met the car Taylor was riding in. It was a black Bentley state car, which was the same as the Queen's 50th anniversary of her accession to the throne. Link said goodbye to Viz this year and walked into Taylor's car. He and Taylor are the most famous styles in the current music scene, and they were also nominated for the Best Male/Female Singer at this year's MTV Awards. If they don't appear together, the media will hype that he and Taylor are not on good terms tomorrow, or even say that they have broken up. Link opened the car door and saw Taylor sitting in the back seat, wearing a silver tulle one-shoulder-long dress designed exclusively by the famous designer Kaufman Franco, revealing her fair and delicate left shoulder, with long golden hair tied on top of her head, and only a few golden curls hanging down from the pumpkin. Today she was wearing strawberry red lips and makeup on her eyebrows and eyelashes, making her face more delicate and lovely. Wow. So beautiful. How can there be such a beautiful girl in the world? You must be the reflection of the goddess of beauty Venus in the mortal world. Link praised generously. Taylor didn't look at him, but just raised the corners of her lips, smiled gently at Link, and sat opposite her. Beautiful lady, can I kiss the back of your hand? Taylor slowly raised her fingers and handed them to him. Link held it and kissed the back of her hand. There was the scent of Channel and a little bit of sweets. She must have secretly eaten dessert just now. Can I kiss your face? No, you'll ruin my makeup. Taylor rolled his eyes at him, took back his hand and said, sit down, I want to see your dress. If it's too ugly, you can change here. How is it possible? According to my image and figure, I can wear a garbage bag and lead the fashion trend. What's more, my suit is specially made for me by dire suit designers, and my hairstyle, tie, and shirt are all strictly checked by image designers. How can my dress be bad? Link crossed his legs and smiled on his abdomen. Taylor looked at him for a few times and saw that his suit style was very trendy and suitable for his temperament and figure, making his handsome face more angular. With his bright eyes, clean temperament, and the faint smile at the corner of his mouth, he was too handsome. Taylor felt that his handsome guy was not a boxing champion singer at all. Just based on his face, he also liked him. Not bad, just a little worse than me. Taylor pointed with his fingertips. Thank you for the compliment. You two stop making trouble. Get ready, we are almost there. Mrs. Andrea reminded. Link and Taylor calmed down and looked at the street outside the car window. The closer they got to the Radio City venue, the denser the crowd on the street. There were tens of thousands of fans on both sides of the street. As a star singer sang, cheers came one after another. When Lincoln Taylor's car was about to enter, a yellow fire truck drove in from outside, and the 4 members of the Green Day band got off the fire truck together, causing cheers from the fans on the scene. In addition to fire trucks, there are also cargo, buses, carriages, ambulances, etc., with a full range of varieties. This is the difference between MTV and the Grammy Awards. The Grammy Awards tend to be held in the evening, and they like classical music. The atmosphere at the awards ceremony is more solemn. People who participate in the Grammy Awards will also follow this rule, and will not do anything. The MTV Music Television Awards are relatively avant-garde, jointly leading the world music trend, inclusive, and open to outstanding musicians from all over the world. Chinese singers such as Cui Jian, Zheng Jun, and Kaylin have all relied on related awards. When attending the MTV Awards, the singers were also very creative in their dresses, all kinds of weird and funny, like an all-star masquerade. Link, that's Joanne. Taylor pointed to the people in the car next to him and said, her clothes are really cool. Lady Gaga also saw them, and pointed to the front, asking them to go first. Link waved his hand, asking her to go first. Her position was closer to the front. The traffic guide on the street also let Lady Gaga's car pass first. When Lady Gaga's car left, and the Bentley was about to start, a white extended Lincoln rushed from the side, and inserted diagonally in the front. The car door opened, and Beyonce, Lil Wayne, T, 50 Cent, Drake and others got out of the car. Lil Wayne and others turned around, and grinned at him. Link shook the table, raised his thumb upside down, and pointed downward. Chapter 205 Entrance Ceremony. Hi. Good evening, viewers of MTV Music Channel. This is the pre-stage of the MTV Awards. We just sent the Green Day band on fire. Next up is Lady Gaga. Wow, I bet she has the best outfit today. At Radio City Music Hall, outside the red carpet of the awards ceremony, Black star Quincy Jones looked at Lady Gaga walking on the red carpet, and said in an exaggerated tone, Lady Gaga was wearing a black knitted outfit, a golden Phantom of the Opera mask covering half of her face, and a black dome hat on her head. The shape was very unique. After Lady Gaga appeared, the fans at the scene shouted loudly, and the volume was higher than when the Green Day band entered yesterday. Lady Gaga is very popular this year. She released her first solo studio album The Fame in August last year, and currently has sold more than 15 million copies worldwide. After the release of the hit singles Poker and Face, they won the singles chart championship in 20 countries including the United States. The single sold more than 10 million copies in the United States, and were certified as diamond singles by the Recording Industry Association. Taylor's second album Fearless also sold more than 10 million copies worldwide. The hit singles Dream It Maybe, Love Story and You Believe With Me also won the singles chart championship in more than 10 countries including the United States. The sales of Dream It Maybe in the United States also reached 8 million copies. But in terms of influence and 3 stars, Taylor is temporarily behind Lady Gaga. Even Beyoncé, the queen who debuted for many years, is not her opponent in popularity. Lady Gaga has become a phenomenal pop star in 2 years since her debut. The only one who can compete with her in popularity is Link Baker, who relies on weekly albums, various championship halos, and the phenomenal single See You Again. After the release of See You Again, it still leads other songs by a wide margin, and has been on the Billboard singles chart for 2 consecutive years. It has also topped the singles charts in 32 countries and regions including the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Belgium, Australia, Japan, and South Korea. The total sales of this single in the United States exceeded 15 million copies this week, and the global sales are close to 40 million copies. It is one of the best-selling diamond singles in the world music scene. Although See You Again has become a phenomenal single, Link himself cannot become a phenomenal superstar for the time being. Therefore, in terms of influence, he is still inferior to Lady Gaga. Good evening, Ms. Gaga. Your outfit is incredible. I just said that you will get the best dressed of the show tonight, and now I still insist on this. The host Quincy Jones greeted Lady Gaga to prepare for a live interview. Thank you. Quincy, you are also charming tonight. Lady Gaga talked about a set of big-mouthed dolls in her hands in a weird voice. Quincy Jones laughed, Ms. Gaga, your outfit today is very classic. Can you tell us about the meaning of these designs? Okay, Quincy. Lady Gaga did not speak directly, but used the big mouth doll in her hand to explain the design concept of the shape. Because her hit single this year is Poker Face, she has to wear a mask, and the black knitted feathered dress and hat on her body are matched with several popular songs in the album The Fame. Before the interview was over, there was a warm cheer from the street. Queen Beyoncé arrived. She was wearing a bright red deep V evening dress, matched with reddish brown skin, like a sausage with braids peeled off the casing. Meaty Beyoncé is 28 years old this year. She debuted with the group Destiny's Child in 1993 and became a top girl group. In 2003, she went solo and released 3 albums in a row, becoming the queen of the music scene and a trillionaire. This year, she received 9 MTV Television Music Award nominations for single Put a Ring on It. Like Lady Gaga, she is also one of the popular figures on MTV. There are also bookmakers who have set up gambling projects to bet on who will win more awards. Quincy Jones accidentally talked to Lady Gaga did not enter the venue. It might be difficult to interview if she encountered the same gambling project. Lady Gaga saw Beyoncé coming, waved her hand puppet to the camera, and left the red carpet area. Quincy also breathed a sigh of relief and walked towards Beyoncé with a gesture. "Honey, don't bet next. Let's see who can win the prize tonight," Taylor said in the Bentley car, looking at the street. "What is the reward for winning?" Link leaned on one and smiled. "If I get it and you don't, I will make you dessert to treat you. If you get it and I don't, you have to tell me 10 jokes to make me happy. If we both get it, or both get it, how will we reward it? It's impossible to get both. MTV is not a couples show. If both get it, I will make you dessert and you tell me jokes." "Good idea." Link nodded. "Link Taylor, it's your turn to perform." Anna knocked on the car door outside and said. As the car slid forward for more than 50 meters, it stopped at the entrance of the red carpet. Link drove the car and got out first. There were bursts of enthusiastic shouts on the street immediately. Many audiences shouted "Link Link," both boys and girls, and the girls' voices were louder. Extending his hand inward, Taylor placed his white and slender fingers on his palm, and under his guidance, he lowered his head and walked out of the car door. When standing side by side on the street, the audience burst into deafening shouts, which echoed between the buildings on both sides of the street. Several fans tried to cover the isolation railings and rushed over, but were stopped by the security personnel on the scene. The audience waved to the MTV focus camera, and signed autographs for several enthusiastic fans. "Wow. Link is so handsome, Taylor is so beautiful, and they are the most popular male and female singers in the music industry. It is hard to imagine that they are a couple. They are definitely the most suitable couple in the world," the host Quincy Jones exclaimed as he looked at his peers walking on the red carpet. The couple wore a straightened slim suit, handsome and tall, and wore an exquisite evening dress, tall and beautiful. The couple walked hand in hand on the red carpet. In terms of appearance, fame and strength, there is no couple in the current entertainment industry who is stronger and more difficult than them, and the average age is about 20 years old. "Good evening Link, good evening Taylor," Quincy Jones greeted with a microphone. "Hi, Quincy." Link and Taylor came to the interview area in the middle of the red carpet to be interviewed by the MTV TV channel. The photographers around kept pressing the marathon, shooting each other from all angles, and the flashes flashed. Outside the isolation fence, quite a few songs were obsessed with the names of Link and Taylor. Judging from the volume, the number of fans was quite large. "Link Taylor, before the awards ceremony, I heard that you two would appear. At that time, I thought, wow, Link and Taylor come together, you will definitely be the most dazzling couple tonight, and I still insist on this now," Quincy Jones said. "Thank you. Quincy, I heard that every time you host a show, you always prepare a lot of beautiful words to praise the singers, so tonight, Link and I are assigned to the most dazzling." Taylor laughed. Quincy laughed. "Yes, and the most popular and the most suitable. I want to use all the flattering words to praise you without exaggeration. You are a dream couple. Dream couple. I like this adjective, Quincy. Thank you." Taylor laughed. Quincy smiled and asked about each other's clothes. Taylor pointed to the one-shoulder dress on her body and said that it was the dress of Juliet, the heroine of Love Story. Then he took Link's hand and said to the camera, "This is you belong to me. You only belong to me." Wow. So sweet. The host Quincy and the fans around were fascinated and cheered loudly. The firefighters on the scene also directed Link and Taylor to cross their hands. "They look very loving. I envy Taylor." Lana Del Rey said, while watching the live broadcast of MTV Music Channel in the high-rise apartment of TP building. Next to her, Evica sat sideways on the sofa in a silk nightgown, with her long golden brown hair spread out. She dragged one arm with both hands, watching Link and Taylor on TV, and snorted faintly in her nose. Lana really looked at her. "Eva, do you like Link? He and I are just partners in a cooperative relationship," Evica said expressionlessly. "But you must like him too. Link is very good both in appearance and in nature. For a boy like this, no girl can control her feelings and not like him. I bet you are the same." Lana smiled. Evica supported her forehead and looked at her, shaking her calves. "So you like Link too?" Lana shrugged her shoulders. "Of course, Link is so good and so charming. I have met him several times, and it is even more difficult to resist his charm. You can pursue him. Maybe there is a chance." Evica smiled. Lana looked at her peers on TV and shook her head. "Taylor is also very good. I can't snatch her away, but I know there is someone who can." "Oh, who is it?" Evica blinked her long eyelashes. Lana smiled slightly and pointed her index finger at her. "I know you like Link very much. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had a boyfriend for so long, and you wouldn't have had any scandals. You also closed other companies and put more time and energy into Link music. It's all because of Link, right?" Evica curled her lips and said this without comment. "I also know that if you make a move, you will definitely be able to snatch Link away. I just don't understand why you don't have the ability yet. Are you waiting for an opportunity?" Lana hugged her and smiled. "You are wrong. I care more about my career than men." Evica stood up from the sofa, and the silk nightgown on her body immediately fell forward along her white back, tightly clinging to the curve of the skirt. When a woman has her own career, she can control her own life, including love. Evica walked towards the bar while talking. Lana showed off her peach-shaped curves under her nightgown, like a ripe peach. When she walked, her charm was revealed. As a woman, she couldn't help drooling. She didn't think Link would not be attracted to such a woman. And even though Link was so handsome, talented, and had a super strong body, she didn't think Ivica was not interested in him. She didn't know what Ivica was going to do, but she felt that things would not continue like this. Ivica turned and entered the bar. Lana turned and looked at the TV and suddenly burst out laughing. "Eva, guess what Link will model on the red carpet? A big sandbag boxing glove." Ivica's voice floated from the bar. "You know what? Well, you are partners. He will never hide this from you." Lana shrugged and saw on TV that Link showed the audience his super invincible boxing glove, which was a red boxing glove 2 or 3 times larger than an ordinary boxing glove, worn on his left hand, and there was a cartoon smiley face on the glove. Before he walked on the red carpet, he held Taylor with his thigh and put his left hand behind his back so no one could see it. When the host asked him about his attire, he took out his left hand and shook it. He was wearing a neat suit, but with a large boxing glove, which looked very interesting. "Link, I'm curious, why do you want to attend the MTV Awards? Are you going to use the MTV channel to promote boxing?" asked the host Quincy Jones. "No, the single I was nominated for is Unstoppable, and the songs in my first album are also about a boxer's story. I think it's a good idea to appear with fashionable boxing gloves, don't you think?" Link asked, waving his fist. "Haha, yes, raw. No one dares to deny this." When interviewing Link and Taylor, there was another round of cheers on the street, and someone shouted "Kanye is coming." Link pulled Taylor to look at the entrance of the red carpet. Kanye West was seen walking on the red carpet with his Annie Apple Ross in his arms. Kanye wore a black short-sleeved shirt and a blue skirt, with the left hem of the shirt tucked into his belt. He was holding a half bottle of Chivas Regal in both hands, and his walking posture was very cool. His imitation Annie was the supermodel Amber Rose, who had a shaved head and wore a Manhattan snakeskin lace skirt, which fully exposed her bombshell figure and looked like she was wearing nothing. Judging from Amber Rose's figure and clothes, Kanai is also a dedicated person. No matter how old he is, his preferences are the same. He likes bombshell women and Anne is revealing and avant-garde clothes. Seeing Amber Rose, Link remembered another thing. This woman hoped to be Wiz Khalifa's future wife. Wiz's taste is also unique. See you on the scene, everyone. Link and Taylor waved at the camera. All of a sudden, Link, I heard that you and Kanai have reconciled. Why don't you chat here? I think this is a great idea. No, it's Mr. West's time next. We put him here. Link waved his hand and took Taylor into Radio City Music Hall. When it was time for him and Taylor to leave, they were a little disappointed. Link and Kanai, one is the new king of pop and the other is the new king of rap. They have relatively open conflicts, although they interacted publicly on Twitter some time ago to express reconciliation. But is it a real reconciliation or a fake reconciliation? This is something many people want to know. If the two were allowed to take a photo together on the red carpet or chat in person, the ratings of the MTV Awards would definitely be higher and there would be more hot topics. Hi. Kanai Apple. Wow, you two are definitely the wildest and sexiest couple tonight. Quincy Jones shouted in an exaggerated tone. Hey, man, is that Link in front? He looks like he wants to attend a high school graduation party. It's very boring. Kanai said with his arms around Annie, curling his lips. Quincy laughed and looked at the bottle of wine in his hand. Is this your idea? It looks really good. Yes, 18-year-old Chivas, do you want to try it? Kanai picked up the whiskey in his hand and asked while spitting out the alcohol. Oh, no, thank you. I would like to try it, but I still need to work. After the interview finished a few questions for Kanai, Quincy Jones sent away the relevant people and then saw Katy Perry walking over in a bright silver evening dress with a bare chest. He thought about it seriously. What adjectives were left? Could he come to praise her? Chapter 206 Singing on Stage. Radio City Music Hall is the world's largest indoor theater and one of the world's famous art halls. Since its completion in 1932, it has performed symphonies, singing, dancing, and juggling, as well as hundreds of movie premieres. There are 6,200 purple red velvet seats inside, 50 meters from the back row of the auditorium to the stage, and the ceiling is 25 meters high. The walls and ceiling are composed of rows of streamlined arches from the outside to the inside. Standing at the entrance, the interior is like a circular space with gorgeous lights. Because the venue is relatively luxurious, the performances require extremely high standards. After Link and Weiss were invited to perform, they rehearsed twice backstage to prevent stage accidents. Because he needed to play the piano on stage, Link practiced the piano for more than 3 hours every day during this period, constantly hitting the keys, and his fingers were almost numb every day. Fortunately, he had a strong recovery ability and continued to practice on the first and second days. With his intensive practice, his playing skills have improved significantly, and he will not be like that time at the Country Music Festival, where he almost messed up. Mr. Linkbeck, are you ready? Okay, start. Hearing the director's voice coming from the headset, Link took a deep breath. The performance was about to begin. Straightening his back, sitting in front of the Steinway piano, Mand placed his hands on the black and white keys and gently pressed the keys. A series of pleasant piano sounds flowed from his fingertips, which was the prelude to See You Again. Ding ding dong dong. When the piano sounded, the purple velvet curtain on the round stage slowly rose, and there was no longer any gap between the stage and the audience. After all, Link, who was sitting behind the curtain, also appeared in front of thousands of spectators at the scene. Link. Wow. The audience in the final seats burst into applause and cheers, which hit his ears from all directions. This was a scene he had not experienced during the rehearsal. The current scene was more like a boxing ring. He was competing in the boxing ring, and there were spectators on all sides. In the past, he needed to defeat his enemies, but now he only needs to overcome his fear and lack of confidence, and show his best state to complete the performance. This is the 26th MTV Music Video Awards. Since an important ceremony of this award ceremony is to commemorate MJ who passed away not long ago, See You Again is considered to be the most honest song to mourn MJ. Therefore, Link and Wiz were invited to participate in this award ceremony as the opening performers. Initially, this was the only one Link could attend. But being invited as the opening performer was the only one he did not attend. In a large-scale program, the opening and closing are the most, also known as big opening and closing, and there can be no mistakes. Hearing the important applause around him rising and falling like the tide, Link's heart became calmer, and his playing technique became more skilled and familiar. This is also the ability and psychological quality he has trained from hundreds of boxing matches. He continued to play the piano, leaning close to the flute on the piano cover, and sang softly, "It's been a long day without you, my friend and me. When I see you again, I'll tell you everything." Wow. Great singing. Link. 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 After he started singing, the fans in the audience cheered and applauded loudly. "Link, you're the best." Taylor, who was sitting in the second row, covered the speaker with her hands and shouted at him, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "Cool. He can box, swim, sing, play the piano, and he's so handsome. He should be my boyfriend. You forgot to say that he's very strong, which is the most important thing." The female singers in the audience saw Link in front of the piano, cheered loudly and whispered, "Link is the coolest boy I've ever seen in a suit. If I were his girlfriend, I would ask him to wear a suit every day, even when we have sex." Katy Perry clapped her hands and said to Lady Gaga beside her, "Keep your voice down, Taylor is behind you." Lady Gaga said, while holding hands with the puppet, "I'm praising Link, it doesn't matter if Taylor hears it." Katy Perry said indifferently. Although Taylor didn't hear what Katy said, she heard the praises of other female singers, and she couldn't help but frown. She should have let Link wear a garbage bag earlier, so that there wouldn't be so many bitches envious of him. She also suddenly realized that it was not a good thing for Link to be too handsome. Fuck. Well, let that bastard Link be the opening guest. This year MTV is held in New York, and we should let New York singers open the show. 50 Cent, an audience member in the third row in the middle, said unhappily, "You again is his work." This group of people claim to be die-hard fans of MJ and have become spiritual idols. Why can't anyone write a song of a little bit of quality after his death? Eminem clapped his hands and teased 50 Cent, Lil Wayne, T, and Drake didn't say what was in their hearts. Can I also looked at the stage with a gloomy face, secretly worrying, why can Link write it, but he can't? Okay, I understand. You are all fake fans of MJ. Eminem said with a smirk. Beyonce, who was sitting in the front row, finally said with a smile, "Eminem, you are an anti-fan of MJ. Would it be embarrassing to attend MJ's memorial ceremony?" The tears on Eminem's face rose. In 2003, he wrote a rap song Just Lost to mock MJ's handsome boy, who was burned and turned white in a Pepsi commercial and had a fake nose. Michael publicly expressed that he was very hurt and borrowed his friend's words to call Eminem a piece of shit. This incident was also a hot news in the entertainment industry in 2003. Eminem was also forced to apologize in a radio interview, saying that he was also a fan of MJ. But MJ's fans did not forgive him, and he was also considered to be the leader of MJ's anti-fans. Hey, Eminem, will you be embarrassed? Lil Wayne and others looked at Eminem and laughed. I won't. Eminem put on his hood, leaned his arms on the chair, and ignored the few people. We've come a long way. I'll tell you all about it when I get here. See you again. When I see you again. In the middle of the stage, Link played the piano and sang. When he finished the first bar, a slutty voice came from the speakers. Damn, who knows all the planes we flew over and the things we've been through. I'm standing here, and I saw Wiz Khalifa, wearing a white suit and holding a rap in his hand, walking up the aisle from the middle of the stage. He rapped as he walked, his arms kept beating the rhythm, and his braids on his head were shaking. The atmosphere of the scene was immediately driven by him. The audience shook their arms to the rhythm. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The flames around the stage also sprayed out, making the stage more dazzling, and the atmosphere of the scene was ignited. It's been a long day without you, my friend. I'll tell you everything when I see you again, Wiz Khalifa said, and Link's voice followed up again, one slutty and one serious, cooperating with each other very well. Link sat on the piano and sang, while Wiz walked along the strip of the stage, waving his arms constantly, to stir up the atmosphere. Because this song was so popular, many audience members sang along with Link when he sang the chorus for the second time. But light beams flashed by, and a full body image of MJ slowly appeared in the air above the stage. It was more than 3 meters high, and it was a scene of MJ performing on the stage, wearing a sequin suit, and his mouth was still moving, as if he was singing. This was an image created by the staff of a Hollywood special effects company invited by the organizer of the MTV Awards event using 3D holographic projection technology. In 2009, 3D holographic projection technology was still a very cutting-edge imaging technology, not as rampant as it would be 10 years later. After the MJ image appeared, there was a burst of excited shouts at the scene, and many people sang "See You Again" loudly, fascinated by the image in the sky. When I see you again, when I see you again, see you again, when I see you again. After singing twice, the curtain slowly fell amid the applause of thousands of audience members, and the opening performance ended. Link was still sitting in front of the piano, playing the accompaniment of the song. As the stage slowly sank, after several dances, he and Wiz came to the underground lift platform. This is a hydraulic lifting device that can achieve fast scene changes and special stage effects. Link, good job. When they came to the underground stage, Ms. Mandy and several staff members applauded and cheered, as well as the Queen Madonna, who was preparing to go on stage. Link and Wiz hugged each other. It was Wiz's first time to perform on such a large stage, and she was a little nervous after going up. Hey, Link, you are very cool. If I were 10 years younger, I would definitely ask you out. Madonna looked him up and down and smiled. Thank you. Miss Saccone, you are also very young now. Madonna is 51 years old this year. She is well maintained and looks a bit charming. But when she was young, she was also a flower in the entertainment industry. Oh, Link, you mean if I ask you out, you will agree to go out with me? Madonna smiled. Of course, I'm your fan. It's my honor to date you too. Link shrugged. He knew he was joking, so he naturally wouldn't be so embarrassed. That's what you said. Wait for my call. Madonna patted his shoulder and walked into the elevator with a smile. She was going to the stage to give a eulogy to MJ. As the elevator went up, the tears on her face gradually subsided, and she became more and more lonely. With her black clothes and black skirt, she looked like a widow whose husband had died. I feel that none of these people who can become superstars have a simple role. Hey, Link, Madonna asked you out. Would you really agree? Wiz Khalifa bumped his shoulder. Maybe. Link smiled softly and went to the audience seats in front of the field with Wiz from the underground passage, waiting for the award ceremony to begin. Chapter 207 Enemies on All Sides. When we arrived at the concert hall, Madonna's tribute to MJ had already ended. The host Russell Brand came on stage to tell some jokes about politics to liven up the atmosphere. Hi, Link, congratulations on your successful performance. When he arrived at the audience, Eminem greeted him. Thank you. Link smiled and sat down in the seat next to Eminem. Before coming to the award ceremony, he thought he would sit with Taylor. After all, the two were a couple. Sitting together and being photographed by the camera would make them more popular. However, the organizers were more equal than him in creating topics. The seats were arranged in the middle of the East Coast rap gang. In front were Jay-Z and Beyonce, on the right were T, Rihanna, and Kanye, and in the back were 50 Cent and Drake. Looking quickly, except for Eminem, who was a neutral party, all of them were enemies. The organizers had a certain basis for this arrangement. 5 singers were nominated for the MTV Best Male Video Award this year. They were Jay-Z's Doa, Death of Auto-Tune, Eminem's We Made You, Kanye West's Love Lockdown, T's collaboration with Rihanna's Live Your Life, and Link's Unstoppable. As soon as he sat down, Lil Wayne, 50 Cent, T, and Drake all stretched their necks and stared at him with obvious hostility and anger on their faces. I don't know that their East Coast rap gang is in the twilight of the rap world and even in the music world. Even MJ, Madonna, Mariah Carey, Whitney Houston, Justin Timberlake and other superstars have taken the initiative to seek cooperation. Even the new Queen Beyoncé married Jay-Z, of course, because their rap music is too popular. Other types of singers want to take advantage of their popularity to attract young fans and expand the music market. After working with them, MJ, Madonna, Justin and others also achieved good results in the field of hip hop and rap music. They were very proud of this. However, everything changed after they met Link, the gangster. At the Grammy Awards, Lil just accused him a few words and asked him to apologize to Kanye, which was a very reasonable request. But this bastard used the media to hype up a small matter and almost made it out of control. Even Washington was alarmed, forcing them to apologize and lose face. Later, the guy came to ask for peace again in a hypocritical manner, saying that he wanted to do rap music. This was actually Link's trick. He deliberately created a newcomer who didn't understand rap music and said he wanted to come and test the waters. As a result, as soon as he released a single, he rushed to the top 3 of the rap charts. A typical walking little white rabbit eating the big bad wolf. After launching his sneak attack, of course, no one would let him be arrogant. Kanye, T, and Jay-Z released songs on the spot to try to suppress him and regain face for the East Coast rap gang. At the beginning, it was relatively smooth. Kanye and Jay-Z's singles beat Link's I'm the One and Lighters to dominate the rap singles chart. On the Billboard singles chart, Empire State of Mind also steadily suppressed Link's Believer. Although Jay-Z's album sales were slightly worse than Link's, in the field of rap music, the songs of East Coast rappers were still at the top of the charts, and everyone did not lose face. But after the song Goodbye appeared, everything became different. That crappy song was like a piece of dog shit, destined to stick to the top of the rap singles chart, Motionless. And under the dog shit was their song. Don't mention how much appetite there was. It was more appetite than being cuckolded. They also tried to release singles to try to get back the top spot. But that song was really too popular. It was played in the streets and alleys, and even their family members were singing it at home. There was no way to grab it. Link, a rookie, was so helpless with his rap that they, a group of veterans, were not only in professional competition, but also in a spiritual insult. Now that they saw Link sitting in front of them, if they hadn't had guns in their hands, they would have shot this bastard. Hi, good evening. Link sat steadily on his seat with his legs crossed, raised his finger to greet the black faces around him, with a calm smile on his lips. Lil Wayne and the others were even more angry when they saw that he dared to laugh. It was obvious that they were not taking them seriously. If it was in the 1980s and 1990s, they could have shot Link into a sieve with guns. Link is not dead now, thanks to the times. The camera is coming. You guys should pay attention to your image. Eminem shouted. Lil Wayne and the others looked at the focus points in front of them and could only restrain their expressions and sit back. Link still had a calm expression, looking forward, and when he saw Taylor coming diagonally in front of him, he waved. Taylor's seat was in the middle second row near the aisle, and his seat was in the left third row, with 5 or 6 seats between them. Link, I'm sorry about what happened before we entered the venue. We drove too fast. After the camera passed, Beyoncé in the front row said with her face slightly tilted. The bicycle lengthened Link and cut in. Beyoncé was also in the car. At that time, Beyoncé came to apologize and asked them to go first. Link and Taylor refused. They were not in a hurry to walk the red carpet, so there was no need to compete with these people. The main reason was that there was no reward if they won. It's okay, it's just a small matter. Link said. Elizabeth smoothly leaned over. Beyoncé in front was wearing a bright red deep v-neck evening dress with a relatively upright upper body. When she turned sideways, many things were clear at a glance. He didn't want to be photographed by the camera with any black material, so he took the initiative to put his eyes in the right place. Beyoncé noticed his action, raised the corner of her mouth, and turned to the front desk. After the previous show ended, Latin Queen Shakira and 3 actors from the Twilight crew appeared. Taylor Lautner, who played Werewolf, and supporting actresses Ashley Greene and Leighton Meester were invited to present the awards. This year, Twilight is so popular, just like Lady Gaga. The first part is just a brief introduction, and the second part is about to be released, which has made several leading male and female actors, and supporting male and female actors extremely famous. Only a few supporting actors came today, but when the audience saw them, they shouted louder than when they saw idol singers. Seeing Taylor Lautner and others, Link thought of the idol Kristen again. She is the heroine of Twilight, and her current popularity is much higher than these people. If she is willing to go out to run commercials, she will probably be very busy. Shakira and Taylor Lautner presented the first award, which is also the most valuable Best Female Singer Video award. There are 5 nominees. Beyoncé's Single Ladies, Katy Perry's Hot and Cold, Lady Gaga's Poker Face, P.N.K's So What, and Taylor's You Belong With Me are all good, and none of them are weak. Who will win the award? Chapter 208 Microphone Grabbing Incident. Link had been thinking about this question before the awards ceremony. Taylor was the winner of this award. She was also the first country music singer to win this award since the MTV Video Music Awards. When she won the award and gave her speech, the "Can I grabs the keyboard" incident that shocked the music industry occurred. This incident also deeply affected Taylor and Can I's career 17 years ago. Taylor was attacked by anti-fans and had a verbal battle with Can I and the Kardashian couple, which was also related to this incident. Now that she is here, will Taylor still win the award? Will Can I run up to grab the keyboard? Link cupped his fingers and looked at Taylor Lautner curiously on the stage. This guy seemed to be Taylor's ex-boyfriend. The winner of the Best Female Video Award is Taylor Swift. Wow! Exclamation mark. There were waves of exclamations at the scene. Taylor in the front row stood up excitedly, hugged Carrie Underwood and Lady Gaga next to her, and extended her arms to Link to hug him. Link waved his fist and stood up to applaud. Taylor blew him a kiss, then walked up to the podium with her skirt lifted amidst the enthusiastic applause of the crowd. Fuck. Why did she win? Beyoncé's Single Ladies is the best. It's not fair. There's something fishy going on. This award should belong to Beyoncé. Lil Wayne, 50 Cent, Drake and others made a noise. Stop arguing. You don't count. Link glanced at a few people and looked at Can I next to T and saw Can I stand up from his seat and walk towards the podium in front. Link shook his head. Some things that were supposed to happen would still happen, and the butterfly effect was not as big a role as he imagined. After Can I left, he thought of an idea and left the audience and walked towards the podium. Hey, are you all going up? On the stage, Taylor took the astronaut sculpture trophy from Shakira, holding the thing he just mentioned in his hand. Can I came up, snatched the instrument from Taylor's hand, and said, "Hey, Taylor Swift, I'll let you finish your acceptance speech, but I want to say here that Beyoncé's Single Ladies is the best." Wow. There was a noise in the audience. The audience looked at Can I in confusion. The MTV Video Awards is one of the 3 major awards in the American music industry. It is very valuable and has attracted the attention of many viewers. The winners of the MTV Video Awards are also voted by the voting committee and fans. The whole process is relatively fair and just. Can I, a senior in the music industry who has debuted for many years and a new king of rap, rashly went on stage to grab the microphone of a new singer and expressed inappropriate jealousy. This is not only suppressing the younger generation, but also a manifestation of ignoring the rules of the game in the entertainment industry. If everyone is like him, relying on their own fame and high status, when the winners give their speeches, they question the fairness of the awards and accuse the singers of not winning the awards, then all award ceremonies and the entertainment industry will rot. But now Can I did it. When Link saw Can I going on stage, he foresaw many ways to deal with it. One is to catch him back and hold him on the seat. The second is to knock him out and drag him away to prevent him from interfering with Taylor. And the third is to let things develop. After thinking about it, he felt that the third option was more appropriate. If Can I did something wrong, he would be hit by his opponent's knee afterwards, which would be a better lesson than if he did it himself. Taylor would be better stimulated by this incident and would be able to write more songs. If he chose the first 2 options, he would be helping Can I fill the hole, fighting violence with violence in the public eye, and would also bring some negative impact to himself, and he might even be banged by the New York Athletic Commission. Hey, idiot, give the microphone back to Taylor. Link walked up to the podium and waved to Can I. Wow. The audience cheered again, and the spectators in front of the TV also widened their eyes. Tonight's award ceremony was too dramatic. First, Taylor was the unexpected winner, and then the hip-hop king Kanye West came on stage to grab the microphone. Now Taylor's boyfriend, boxing champion Link, came on stage to ask for a gun for Taylor. This is more exciting than the plot in the movie. Link, beat him. Beat him hard. Selena looked at the TV and shouted, waving her fist. You won't really go up to fight, will you? Nora Duva said in surprise in front of the TV. Impossible. Link we didn't imply that. Franco took the time to glance at his daughter while pulling her hair. TV. Dad, can brother Link beat that guy? Vera asked, staring at the TV with wide eyes. Haha, you should ask if you can knock Kanai away, and my answer can be laughing. Franco said brother Link, beat him. Vera also shouted, waving her little fist. On the podium of the MTV Awards, Link waved at Kanai, who glared at him. Link shook his head, reached out to take the microphone, pushed Kanai aside, and said to the audience, everyone, I'm sorry, I didn't expect to come up at this time, but I must say that, although Beyonce's single and ladies are great, Taylor's You Belong With Me is the best of the show, and she deserves this award. Yes. Link, we support you. Taylor is the best. Come on, Taylor. Kanai, get off. The audience shouted lively, and many people rushed to Kanai on the stage and gave him a thumbs up, booing. Kanai snorted coldly and walked down the podium with a dark face. Hey, Taylor, congratulations. How do you feel now? Link held a pistol. Taylor covered her mouth and looked at him in surprise and smiled. Still, I'm not affected. You are so brave. You said before that, if you won the award and I didn't, you would make desserts to compensate me. Will you cheat? Of course not. Taylor said indifferently. Very good. Please continue with your winning speech. Link smiled lightly, hugged Taylor, turned and left the stage. Fight. Why not fight? Oh. I thought it was going to be an action movie. Why is it a love movie? It's too sweet. I can't stand it. Why do I have to eat dog food when watching the award ceremony? Can you give us single dogs a way out? Link is so handsome. His boyfriend power is explosive. God, I really want to have a boyfriend like Link. Hey, man, wake up. You are a boy. Taylor's gather, besiege Kanai. When MTV was holding the award ceremony, Twitter was also broadcasting it live simultaneously. Twitter's technical department will determine which star is more popular, based on the number and frequency of mentions of star names in users' tweets in each period. In the opening performance, Link's name was mentioned 380,000 times by Twitter users, a well-deserved number one. When Madonna took the stage to give a eulogy, his popularity slowly declined. Just yesterday, when Taylor won the award and Kanai took the stage to grab the microphone, the online leverage exploded, and the activity of Twitter users suddenly increased. Taylor and Kanai's names were mentioned 450,000 times and 520,000 times. When Link took the stage, online public opinion exploded, and Twitter user activity quadrupled. The 26th MTV Award ceremony became a hot word on major social platforms. Link's name instantly rushed to the first place, breaking through 1.5 million times, and Taylor's name also rushed to more than 1 million times, and remained high. Link returned to his seat, and Lil Wayne and others glared at him, wishing they could eat him. The track is coming. Eminem reminded. Several people snorted in annoyance, restrained their expressions and sat down. Kanai also sat in his seat with a depressed face, looking at Link with angry eyes from time to time. Link ignored them and continued to watch the performance on the stage. After Taylor took back the instrument, he left the stage without saying anything and went to the subway station on 6th Avenue to perform. According to the MTV Award rules, each winner will perform on-site or off-site after winning the award, and everyone can watch it through the on-site screen. Taylor sang the winning single You Belong To Me. Kanai's violin snatching incident had little impact on her, and her performance off-site was very stable. After Taylor's performance, other awards continued to be presented on the spot. Lady Gaga won the Best Newcomer award for Poker Face, and Link missed the award. Beyonce won the Video of the Year award for Single Ladies. It was a relative 1:1 tie. Eminem won the Best Hip Hop Video of the Year award for the single We Made You. Next came the Best Male Singer, and Link immediately became serious. Chapter 209, Leaving an Angry. Hey, Eminem, congratulations. Link said when he saw Eminem coming back after the performance. Thank you. Link, you have a chance. Eminem bumped fists with him and said, what chance? the chance to win the best male video of the year. Eminem shook the trophy in his hand. They gave me this. They definitely won't give me the best male vocalist of the year again. The probability is relatively small. This year, Beyonce and Lady Gaga are the idol hotspots, each with 9 nominations. Link and Lady Gaga are competitive for the Best New Artist award. If Lady Gaga can win the Best Female Vocalist, he may win the Best New Artist award. However, that award was taken by Taylor, so Lady Gaga has a higher chance of winning the Best New Artist award. In addition, the registration period for the MTV Awards is before July. The song he was nominated for is a song. The performance of the first album is a little worse than that of the second album, so the probability of winning this time is extremely small. It is very likely to get a nomination this year and a Best Male Vocalist award or other awards next year, just like Taylor. Hey, Eminem, what are you kidding? He wants to win the Best Male Vocalist award with that crappy MV. MTV gave him a nomination because he took advantage of MJ's popularity. Lil Wayne said dissatisfiedly after hearing Eminem's words. Have you seen the MV of Unstoppable? It's really good. I suggest you go and watch it. I don't watch those kind of plot-based MVs. They're not cool at all. Lil Wayne said disdainfully. That's right. If the voting committee gives him the award, I swear that I will never come to the MTV Awards ceremony in the future. T said with his white teeth bared. Me too. 50 Cent, Drake, Chris Brown and others nodded. As they were talking, another Latin queen Jennifer Lopez and Australian actress Rose Byrne walked up to the podium to receive the awards. The Best Male Video award is Link Baker's Unstoppable. No. Jennifer Lopez just read out Link's name, and there were several roars from the audience. Can I? Lil Wayne, 50 Cent stood up, their faces full of anger. Even Jay-Z, who was always unshakable, turned his head to look at Link, with a knife in his eyes. Link was also very surprised. The MV of Unstoppable was a plot-based one, like a 5-minute micro movie. It was not cool enough, and the effects were few. The dance was not exciting enough. From the visual effect point of view, it was much worse than the MVs of Jay-Z and Can I. The MTV Visual Music Awards has always paid more attention to MVs with better effects. Hip-hop singing MVs have good visuals and dances, and they win more frequently. Now the organizers of the MTV Awards have given this award to him. Link was more surprised than the host. Link, I was right. You really won the award. Eminem also pushed him in surprise. Eminem, maybe it's your luck. Link laughed and bumped shoulders with Eminem and Wiz. Hey, Link, congratulations on your award. Beyonce and Rihanna said in front. Thank you. After leaving his seat, he hugged Alton Krauss, the heroine of the Unstoppable music video, and passed by Taylor, Lady Gaga, and Katy Perry, and was asked to hug 3 more people. When he left his seat, Can I, Lil Wayne, 50 Cent, and T also left their seats, causing quite a stir at the scene. The news of the 26th MTV Music Video Awards on the internet undoubtedly made the headlines of all news websites. When Link won the award, the number of tweets about this award on Twitter also exceeded 1.2 million within 10 minutes. After Can I and others left the venue in anger, the hot words directly broke through 4 million times, which was more than 3 times higher than the previous popularity of Can I grabbing the microphone. In terms of TV ratings, according to data released by the Nielsen department, the MTV Awards ceremony was halfway through, with 3 peaks in the middle, Link playing the piano and MJ holographic projection appearing in the air, with a viewership of 14 million. Can I and Link fighting for the good, with a viewership of 22 million. In the previous period, the viewership basically remained between 12 million and 15 million. After Link won the award and Can I and others left the scene, the viewership directly exceeded 28 million, reaching a peak of 28.72 million. Although it is not as good as major sports events such as the Super Bowl and the league rankings, but in entertainment programs, it is comparable to the first Academy Awards ceremony, and the highest ratings are even higher than the 2009 Academy Awards! Link won the award unexpectedly. Can I and Lil Wayne left the stage excitedly. It was so exciting. Are these plots true? Why do you feel there are scores? I feel the same. Everyone knows that the few people don't get along. If there were no scores, Link wouldn't be arranged to sit there. The organizer arranged Link to sit with Jay-Z, Can I and T2 increase the effect of the show? It's definitely a score. It's impossible to have a score. Just based on Link's relationship with the East Coast rap group, would they beat Link up to act? Absolutely impossible. Support Can I for the award. Link raised the trophy. It's definitely a score, not a script. Before Can I grabbed the keyboard, Link had already hit him. How could he not even touch Can I? This year's MTV Awards is a big show. At this time, the traffic of a large social platform on the internet increased greatly. People who didn't pay attention to MTV music channels before couldn't help but turn on the TV to watch. Everyone wanted to comment on these scenes tonight. Therefore, when Link walked up to the podium, took the silver astronaut trophy from Ms. Rosebine, and prepared to give his acceptance speech, the program ratings officially exceeded 28 million. Thank you. Thank you everyone. This is a wonderful moment. I will stand here again and receive this important award. This is the best commemoration of my work in the past year. Thank you MTV. Thank you to all the viewers, all the fans. I love you. Without your voting support, I think it would be difficult for me to stand here and say these words. Link held the heavy trophy and looked at the thousands of audiences below the stage. Although he had won several music awards before, they were much less valuable than this trophy, and the scale of the award ceremony was also much smaller. Now he stood here, looking at hundreds of star singers in Taiwan: Taylor, Lady Gaga, Katy Perry, Britney Spears, Madonna, Janet Jackson, Beyoncé, Eminem, Shakira, Ashley Green, Paris Hilton, Ambrosio Alexander, Green Day, Coldplay and so on. They were all stars he had paid attention to before, and now he was being paid attention to by these people, or even more people. This feeling is very different from holding up a gold belt or wearing an Olympic gold medal. When I picked up this trophy, I felt like I had really entered the American entertainment industry, not just a boxer performing a singer. Thank you also to director Rhetoric. You are the most important sync director I have ever worked with, and thank you to the beautiful Miss Doubts and Crows and all the staff of the Unstoppable MV crew. Thank you for your loneliness. At the same time, I would like to thank my partner Ms. Ivica and all the staff of Link Music. This award also belongs to you. Link looked at director Stephen Herrick, Doubts and Crows and others in the audience, and finally his eyes came to Taylor. Finally, I must thank my Miss Ann Taylor Swift. She taught me music and creation. She is also my eternal teacher in music. Link, I love you. Taylor Mand put on her red lips and threw him several hot kisses. Wow, a big dog food scene. I want to see Can I and others go on stage to grab the trophy and then be KO'd by Link. You show me this? Come on, Link. You are always the best. This award should have belonged to T and Rihanna. There must be something shady. Jay-Z is the king of New York. Support Jay-Z to win the award. When Link gave his acceptance speech, his personal fan website also became more active, with tens of thousands of fans leaving messages and sending photos online to celebrate Link's winning of an important music award. Catherine, Link won the MTV Best Male Singer Award. Selena shouted towards the study. Got it. I want to sing, and I want to win awards in the future. Selena watched TV and started playing the guitar. She originally planned to release a single in June, the song Let It Go, but after the Disney music department heard her singing that song, they felt that she had great potential in music and prepared to help her produce an album. The album is currently in production and is scheduled to be released in November, so she is now a semi-professional singer. Evica, how could Link get this award? Lana looked back at Evica, who was wearing fashionable glasses and flipping through a magazine in the TP high-rise apartment. I think it would be more appropriate for him to win the Best New Artist award. I'm not sure either, but I can guess that the ratings of the MTV Awards have increased year by year in recent years. MTV also wants to increase the ratings and the influence of the MTV Music Television Awards. The conflict between Link and the East Coast rappers also gave them an opportunity. Evica said, holding the magazine. Let Link win the award and create a topic. They just arranged for Link to be nominated at the same time as Jay-Z, Can I and other rap kings, and let Link win in order to provoke conflicts between the two sides in a conspiracy. Lana thought for a while and said, what? There are conflicting news. MTV is a brand launched by Viacom Media Group. It is also beneficial for Link and the East Coast rappers to continue to compete. In addition, giving the awards to several veteran singers who have won awards is not as topical as giving it to Link, a new star. Evika yawned lightly and looked at her watch. There are still many things to do tomorrow. I'm going to bed first. Don't you want to watch Link's performance? It's just dancing, nothing to see. Evika rubbed her shoulder bones, swaying her voluptuous figure, and walked into the bedroom. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210 Backstage Ambience. Back at the Radio Music Hall, Link took off his white jacket and exhaled. After winning the Best Male Vocalist award, he was arranged to perform the award-winning song Unstoppable at the Bryant Park Plaza next door. MJ. In the middle of the performance, he also took his dance partners to perform MJ's moonwalk, attracting thousands of people to watch. Hundreds of spectators joined them and danced together, and the atmosphere was very lively. After hearing from Ms. Mandy, he realized that those people were also the essence of MTV's arrangement. He also respectfully asked MJ for advice. Because he was in good physical condition, his legs and feet were strong enough, and his body coordination was also very good. It was not difficult to learn. It was just that after learning it, MJ died before he could perform on stage. Now he used it to commemorate MJ. It was not a waste at all. Backstage, looking at the busy staff in the aisle, he suddenly wanted to take a break. He had experienced 2 performances and 2 conflicts. After that, he was a little energetic and didn't want to go to a noisy place for a while. Asked her how her performance was. Evika replied, "I was too busy and didn't watch the live broadcast." Link sent a message saying, "I won the Best Male Singer award." Evika replied, "Congratulations. But don't be too early. This award is very hot and not so easy to get." Link smiled lightly. "I understand, JZ. Kanai and the others will definitely be more hostile to me, but I'm not worried." Evika said, "I'm not referring to them, but to Washington. At the Grammy Awards in March, you publicly bombarded the other side. In the eyes of many Elephant Party members, you are their person. MTV's parent company Viacom Group Chairman Redstone also thinks so. You are young, influential, and light-skinned. You are a good weapon. The better and more prominent you are, the greater the role you will play in the future. This is also the result they hope to see." Link read the message she sent several times and covered his forehead. "A small trophy can also be involved in these things," Evika said, "but you who won the trophy are not a small person." Link shrugged and asked. Evika replied, "I don't know, I'm going to sleep." Link shook his head and said, "This woman is so annoying." She dug a hole and went to sleep without filling it up. It's too useless. He picked up his phone and was about to go to the dressing room to change clothes when he saw JZ and Beyonce walking over from the opposite side. Maybe it was too dark where he was standing, so the other party didn't see him, and they were arguing as they walked. "You shouldn't let Taylor go back on stage to give his acceptance speech. This will make Kanai doubly embarrassed. It was Kanai who embarrassed me first. When Taylor won the award, he went on stage and grabbed a violin, claiming to support me. This will make many people think that I can't do it, but in fact I don't care at all. Kanai is also supporting you by doing that." "Really? I already knew how many awards I could win in advance, so there was no need for him to be a walking Robin Hood. He just wanted to use my name to suppress Taylor and embarrass Link. You guys didn't stop him from going crazy in time. Isn't that what Goo was thinking too? It's just that you thought Link dared to go on stage. Yes, you have always underestimated Link, thinking that he is a newcomer, and it is not difficult to meet him. You have been defeated by him again and again. Just now, he snatched the Best Male Singer award from you. How do you feel?" "Shut up." JZ suddenly stopped, grabbed Beyonce's shoulders and shook them, stared at her, and roared in a low voice, "Don't mention Link again. Don't mention him before me, understand?" "Why? Just because Link embarrassed you? Haha, Link is really amazing. I hope to like him more and more." Beyonce sneered. Beyonce, don't be too divided. You are my wife, and we must stand together. Link is our enemy. Sorry, I'm me, an independent individual, not your vassal. I'm not interested in your struggle, and I will not join you. You have no right to ask me to do or not do something. You. JZ raised his palm high. Do you want to hit me? Jace, don't think I don't know about you, Alicia and those bitches. I just don't want to bother with you, but you intervene in my business? Fuck it. Beyonce cursed. Good pull. I received your congratulations. I will treat you to drinks when we return to Los Angeles. You can't sing this time. You have sung too much these days. Link was talking on the phone as he walked over from the side. When he was opposite, he nodded to Elizabeth and continued walking forward. JZ and Beyonce stopped arguing when they saw him suddenly appear and looked at him in surprise. JZ stared. His face turned from black to red and then to black. Link did not stop talking on the phone and walked straight into his personal dressing room. Knock, knock. While changing clothes, there was a knock on the door outside the dressing room. He thought it was Anna who came to see him for something, so he opened the door and saw Beyonce standing in front of the door. She had loose black blonde curly hair and wore a red suspender evening dress with half of her plumpness outside. She was over 170 centimeters tall, and she looked even more slender in high heels. She had dark skin, like the bee syrup in a candy house. Link, would you like a drink? Beyonce came into the small locker room with a bottle of whiskey and a glass, without waiting for him to invite her. No, Beyonce, thank you for your invitation. I'm an athlete and I rarely drink alcoholic beverages. Link declined. Really? Beyonce smiled and continued not to persuade him. She sat on the sofa chair, picked up the bottle, and poured out a glass of golden whiskey. The air was suddenly filled with the aroma of wine, and the scent of women's perfume also came up. It was a scent of Channel Encounter, mature with a hint of temptation. Huh? Did you ask in the aisle? I was on the phone, and didn't hear your conversation. Link explained. Beyonce shook her head and smiled. I'm asking here, what did you just do? Change clothes. Link pointed to the suit on the wall, which was another champagne-colored dye suit. In order to attend this award ceremony, Ms. Mandy and Anna prepared 3 suits and 2 sets of clothes for him. These clothes are worth more than $5,000 and can usually only be worn 2 or 3 times. Please continue. Do not be disturbed by me, Beyonce said with a smile, crossing her legs and swinging her high heels. Well, I hope you won't be offended. Link shrugged and took off his artistic t-shirt and put on a white shirt with fine stripes. He took off his casual trousers he wore for dancing and saw that he was wearing shorts underneath. He was worried about being spotted by the other party. Just as he was about to change into his trousers, Beyonce stood up and walked over, tore off the strap on her shoulder, and slowly squatted in front of him in his surprised eyes. Oh, what happened? In the front music hall, host Russell Brand had just walked off the stage when the lights suddenly went out. The auditorium, the stage, and the 2 thick marble pillars at the corner were also turned off. 2 seconds later, another beam of light came on the stage. The audience was surprised to find 2 people hanging in the air, wearing very little clothes. They were the singer PNK and her dance partner. PNK is a famous pop singer who often wears strange clothes to attend public events. She has a very strong image and a unique personality. She is called the next Madonna by the media. In this year's MTV Video Awards, she was nominated for the Best Female Singer Video Award. Although she did not win the award, she was invited to perform on the stage. Her show today was quite thrilling. She performed with her dancers and accompaniment more than 10 meters in the air and sang her 5 singles Glitter in the Air. PNK was shooting while reveling with her partner, performing various high action scenes, as if performing acrobatics. The audience looked up at the sky and exclaimed. The performance lasted for 7 or 8 minutes. The lights came on and there was a burst of warm applause. Many people stood up and applauded for Pink and her partner. Papa. Chapter 211. The award ceremony ends. In the dressing room at the back, the incandescent lamp in the corner was still bright. The small fan on the coffee table was humming, but the doors and windows of the dressing room were closed, and no cool breeze came in. The fan was just stirring the stuffy air in vain. The aroma of whiskey mixed with the smell of perfume, sweat, and hormones. Although they were not gasoline, gunpowder, or incendiary bombs, they could still ignite the air and make the room even more stuffy and hot. How do you feel? Beyoncé slowly got up and removed a touch of hotness. You are such an incredible woman. Link smiled lightly and took out a silk towel and handed it to her. You are also an incredible man. Very incredible. Beyoncé pinched her throat, her voice a little hoarse. Will it affect your next performance? Is it too late for you to remember it now? Beyoncé glanced at him sideways, picked up the half glass of whiskey in the box, drank it all, then raised her head and shook the empty glass, stepped on her high heels, and staggered out of the door. Your whiskey. Link shook his head, tucked his shirt into his trousers, and wiped the hot sweat off his body. Something happened, so he took out his cell phone from his pocket, turned off the recording function, and wanted to delete the recording just now. During special times, he couldn't be careless. When he returned to the concert hall in a suit, PNK's best performance had ended, and the Special Effects Award continued to be presented. The winner was Lady Gaga's single Paparazzi. This year's MTV Music Awards, Lady Gaga has 2 singles nominated, Paparazzi and Poker Face, and her competitor Beyoncé only has 1 single Ladies. When Link returned to the audience, he was surprised to find that several people who had left the seats angrily before had returned to their seats. Can I, Lil Wayne, 50 Cent and others had gloomy faces, as if they said, I'm super angry, don't mess with me. Link thought about it and could guess why several people came back. Although several of them are big stars in the rap world, the Viacom media group behind Link's MTV is still a little short. MTV is also an important platform for rappers to promote their singles and albums. In the current music industry, no other promotional platform can be compared with MTV. This is also the reason why the awards of a TV channel can be compared with the Grammy Awards and the American Music Awards. The way they protested against MTV's practice in this way cannot threaten MTV. There are many singers in the American music industry, and there are also many singers in the rap industry. It is said that 1 out of 3 African Americans can rap. With enough resources, it is not a problem to cultivate 2 more canais. They are not able to threaten MTV, but MTV may ask them to come back. After understanding this, Link's previous joy from winning the award gradually disappeared, and he suddenly became uninterested. In the eyes of capital and media groups, he and Kanai are all valuable resources, and they are allowed to dominate and manipulate them in their sphere of influence. Even if he wins several awards in singles charts, album sales and awards, he is not the biggest winner of the maintenance game, nor the one who eats the biggest piece of cake. The biggest winner is the capital side. It felt like he was in the boxing ring, facing a strong enemy, gritting his teeth and persisting, not afraid of being beaten, and finally defeating his opponent with great difficulty. When he was about to receive the award, the Golden Award was taken away by the audience outside the venue. This kind of fight is very boring. After he sat down, Kanai and others continued to glare at him. Link didn't want to pay attention to them, and he didn't want to continue competing with them. His current goal is to make more money, acquire several large websites, TV stations, and album entertainment media groups, and become a chess player. Link, don't be complacent. We won't let you be arrogant for too long. Yes, you embarrass us, and we will embarrass you too. Lil Wayne and 50 Cent said to his brother sinisterly. Link shook his hips, raised his legs and said, it's boring to talk about this. Let's put it this way. We are all singers. If you can write a song that exceeds Goodbye in sales, I will take the initiative to admit defeat to you and admit defeat. If you can't do it, please shut up. Can you? Lil Wayne and 50 Cent were stunned for a moment. Goodbye currently has 10,000 copies in the United States and 40 million copies worldwide. According to this trend, the total sales are likely to exceed 100 million. How to beat such a song? Excluding Elvis, the Beatles, MJ, and Garth Brooks, it would be very difficult for other singers to come up with such a song. You can't do it? Link's eyes swept across the faces of several people, and he spread his hands in disappointment. So how do you want to beat me? Like Tupac and Big killing each other, physically destroying the opponent? Eminem heard his words, bit the drawstring of his hood, and laughed to urge us. Wiz Khalifa next to him also laughed. Yes. 50 Cent was irritated by the laughter of his peers and said fiercely with his fist clenched, "Yes, we can." Drake the Duck said with a serious expression, "Okay, when you beat Goodbye, I will take the initiative to admit defeat to you." Link clenched his fist and took 50 Cent. 50 Cent hit it hard, then took a breath, rubbed his fist and sat down. The other people snorted and returned to their seats with a sullen look. "Link, you are such a cunning guy. You just said they retreated with one sentence." Eminem gave him a thumbs up and smiled. Link smiled, saying that he retreated temporarily, but he did not really make the few people admit defeat. In addition, among these people, Drake the Duck is the next generation of rap king, with global album sales of 200 to 300 million copies, more than 10 champion singles, and more than MJ in terms of data. Maybe in the future he will write a song with better data than Goodbye. Pa. Amidst the warm applause, Jay-Z and his partner Alicia came on stage to sing Empire State of Mind, which was also the closing performance of the MTV Awards. When Jay-Z was singing, Kanye and others led the way in cheering loudly, which set off a small climax at the scene. Beyoncé also returned to the front row seat, wearing a golden evening dress, holding a space chariot in her hand, and looked back at him when she sat down. Link nodded and said congratulations. At 9:45 p.m., the 26th MTV Video Music Awards ceremony ended, and the winners followed the headlines of top news websites. Queen Beyoncé won 3 out of 9 nominations and won the Most Valuable Video of the Year. Lady Gaga also won 3 out of 9 nominations, winning the Best New Artist, Best Art Direction, and Best Effects. Green Day won 3 out of 3 nominations, winning the Best Rock Video, Best Photography, and Best Director, and also became the nominee with the highest target rate. Coldplay won none of the 4 nominations, becoming the most regrettable runner-up. However, the biggest dark horse of MTV is undoubtedly Link. No one can win the championship this year, and he won the Best Male Vocalist award by defeating several old rivals Jay-Z, Kanye, and T. The second dark horse is undoubtedly Taylor, a country music singer. She was able to defeat Bethany and Lady Gaga and win the Best Female Vocalist award, which is undoubtedly a big upset. She was also selected as the second country music singer to win this award since the establishment of the MTV Foundation. When the two dark horses are a couple, the relevant news becomes more interesting. The New York Post and other media joked in their comments that MTV Video Music Awards is the most romantic award in the world, and Link and Taylor became the first couple on MTV to win the Best Male and Female Vocalist at the same time. They also used a teasing tone to persuade the Grammys, American Music Awards, Oscars, etc. to learn from MTV's award style and make the best of both worlds. Obviously, the New York Post is mocking the MTV voting committee for being unprofessional in awarding. It is believed that Link cannot win this award, at least not this year, and the next Goodbye or Believer is more suitable to win the award. Some media also think that MTV's award is very reasonable. First of all, among the 5 nominated singers, Eminem won the Best Hip Hop Video, so he can be ignored. Jay-Z is young and has won this award before, so it is better to use it to encourage newcomers. Kanye West went on stage to grab the scissors and then gave the award to him, which also encouraged this behavior and passed. The rest is Link and T's corresponding competition. From the quality of the MV video, T is slightly better, but his fame is far less than Link. In the public voting, he received fewer votes than Link, which is one of the reasons why MTV gave the award to Link. Secondly, Link's 2 albums in the United States sold more than 2 million copies this year, and 3 singles were ranked first on the Billboard Singles Chart. At present, his See You Again is also firmly in the top of the charts. Knowing that he will win various music awards next year, why not give him an important award in advance? It is better to give timely help than icing on the cake. Finally, MTV is a commercial organization. When awarding awards, it also considers commercial factors such as ratings and influence. Link won the award unexpectedly, and MTV earned more revenue, which was obviously more in line with the business operation model. Based on the above conditions, Link's winning was also very reasonable. since the above article was published by the New York Today News, and this newspaper has a relatively active cooperation with MTV TV network, the public also tacitly accepted that this was the official explanation. After the more official explanation, the discussion about this matter in public opinion gradually decreased. But another incident involved the big meal, and was put in front of various media. Link and the boys of the East Coast rap group had a conflict again. Speaking of the conflict between these two people, we have to start from Link's first album release conference at the beginning of the year. From the beginning, the two sides accused each other. To the Grammy Awards, the two sides came into direct contact. The conflict intensified and caused major news. In the middle of March and April, the relationship between the two sides eased briefly. In May and June, the two sides broke out a battle for the championship. In July, the newborn became Link and Jay-Z's album chart championship battle. The battle was very fierce. In mid-August, a video was interrupted. Link turned out to be a fan of Can I? The two sides reconciled again and again, and the relationship between Link and East Coast rappers also tended to ease. In September, at the MTV Music Awards, Can I went on stage to grab Link's and Taylor's microphone, and Link went on stage to grab the microphone back, which also announced that the conflict between the two sides had broken out again. Link won the award unexpectedly. Can I, Lil Wayne and others left the stage excitedly, and it was also announced that the conflict between Link and the East Coast rap gang had broken out again. From the beginning of the year to September, the two sides experienced 3 conflicts, and 2 conflicts were settled. According to Eminem, an insider, the two sides reached a 3rd settlement at MTV, but this news has not been confirmed by both parties. The fight between Link and the East Coast singers, after 3 battles and 3 settlements, is more interesting than the plot of an ordinary movie. The media reported it with great interest, and the public also ate melons with great interest. The first big melon was naturally the good snatching incident. After the MTV Awards ceremony, mainstream media made comments and strongly criticized Kanye West's behavior at the awards ceremony. He is a hip-hop king, a black star, and has debuted many singers. He went on stage to grab the violin of a new singer. This behavior is not only disrespectful to Taylor, but also disrespectful to the audience, the organizer, the fans, and MTV. Fans also felt that Kanye and Weeze's MTV Video Music Awards were clearly a cake-crushing game. Beyoncé won 3, Lady Gaga won 3, and it was appropriate to give the Best Female Singer award to Taylor, who had the best album sales this year. Kanye suddenly went on stage to grab a cigarette and interrupted Taylor's acceptance speech. This behavior was too stupid. Even Washington once publicly criticized Kanye at a press conference, calling him a stupid ass. Faced with public accusations, Kanye had to apologize to Taylor twice on Twitter and the media on the 2nd day and the 5th day. Compensation, asking Taylor for forgiveness. Taylor also quickly replied, saying that he didn't care, and forwarded the link to Selena's first single Let It Go. After Taylor's reply, the heat of this matter dropped. The second melon was naturally when Link won the award. Kanye and others left the seat and slowly protested. Leaving the stage when the opponent wins is also disrespectful to the opponent, the audience, the fans and the organizers of the MTV Music Awards. If everyone in the circle is like them, who gets the award and who doesn't, it all suits their wishes, how can the fairness of the 2 major awards be talked about? After the relevant news reports, the behavior of Kanye, Lil and others was once again criticized by the mainstream media. The public began to think that some of Link's words in March made sense. It seems that since this year, Kanye and his group have become more and more arrogant, staring at everything, and no longer taking others seriously. The third melon is the speculation and debate among netizens about whether the 26th MTV Awards will be rated. The main reason is that this year's MTV Awards was too exciting. In addition, the music and dance programs were exciting, and the performances in the audience were also exciting. From Link and Taylor starting to sit separately again, to Kanye grabbing the microphone, to Link winning the award, the East Coast singers left the stage angrily, and then came back on their own initiative more than 10 minutes later. It is rumored that they have reconciled again. 46% of netizens thought that when Eminem went on stage to receive the award, he was attacked by the host Russell on his buttocks and Eminem cursed. Afterwards, Eminem admitted on the show that this was a plot that Russell had discussed with him before the party, so the scene between Link and East Coast rap group might also be a script. 43% of netizens thought that there was no plot, whether it was grabbing bananas or leaving the table. It was all negative news, and East Coast rap group would not joke about their own reputation. They were not that stupid. The rest of the netizens said that it was good to have melons to eat, no matter if there was a script or not. At the end of the MTV Awards, the 8th week release data of Go Forward was released. This week's sales volume was 231,000 copies, once again winning the first place on the Billboard album chart, and also becoming the first album to win 5 consecutive championships in 2009. At present, the sales volume of Go Forward in the United States is 2.752 million copies, becoming the third album in the United States in 2009 to sell more than 2.7 million copies. The second place was the release of Christmas Special by Andrea Bocelli, a famous Italian blind tenor singer. The sales volume in the first week was 225,000 copies, which was close to Go Forward. The media predicted that Christmas Special might rush to the top of the list next week. Influenced by the keyboard snatching incident, the sales volume of Taylor's second work Fearless soared this week, with 125,000 copies sold, 3.2 times higher than last week, ranking 5th. The total sales volume of Fearless also successfully broke through 3.2 million copies, becoming the first album in the United States in 2009 to exceed 3.2 million copies. In the 8th week, the sales data of the second month overseas were also fed back one after another. In the second month, a total of 2.338 million copies were sold, which was more than 400,000 copies less than the first month, but the total overseas sales volume also exceeded 5 million copies. According to the data sent by Universal Music and Atlantic Records, Link's songs are still hot selling overseas. If the world tour is launched immediately, the total sales volume within the year is expected to exceed 10 million copies, which can also drive the sales volume of the first album. Link thought about it. After he agreed to start the tour, Link Music, Universal Records and Atlantic Records began to arrange his concert tour in a hurry and invited Dynasty Promotion Company to participate and jointly allocate his time for the next year. When he got the first version of the tour schedule, his eyes couldn't help but jump. 236 shows. Not too many? Link looked at Ms. Mandy and asked. Not much. Taylor opened 107 shows last year and this year, and Lady Gaga plans to have more than 200 concerts overseas in the new round. Can't you, a boy, compare with them? Ms. Mandy smiled. Yes, Link, if you want to be a singer, be more diligent, and don't be too lazy. Taylor said while doing yoga on the balcony in white yoga clothes. Just do your yoga and don't talk. Link waved his hand, touched his chin and thought for a while. More than 200 shows are too many. I have not only boxing matches today and tomorrow, but also filming a movie. Can you find a way to lose weight? A little bit. Compress it to about 150 shows, and leave me some time for boxing training. Ms. Mandy smiled slightly, put away the folder and said, okay, I'll go back and discuss it with them. Chapter 212 Daily Life of the Young Couple. The bright sunshine of Los Angeles shone on the clear water, and the water in the swimming pool was slightly warmed by the sun. Link swam to laps in the water in shorts and returned to the balcony. Taylor was still lying on the yoga mat, but she was not practicing yoga, but writing songs. The second album HUOUNGA was released nearly a year ago, and it was already at the end of the promotion period. The next step was to consider the third album. Taylor started writing songs and poems at the age of 10, and also won awards in the National Poetry Competition. In recent years, she has accumulated more than 300 songs in the playlist, which is definitely a millionaire. I don't know if the songs in the 3 songs can be selected in the playlist, but she doesn't want to rely on her past achievements. She thinks that the songs she writes now must be better than the past, and she wants to write better songs. For her professionalism, Link admires her a little. Link, what should I do if I can't write? Taylor lay in the sun, wearing yoga pants and a white sling, showing off her tall and sexy figure. Seeing him coming up, Taylor looked up, frowned her thin eyebrows, and her face was a little irritated. Don't worry, take your time. You are a creative master. This little trouble is hard to compare to yours. Link smiled softly, wiped his hair with a towel, picked up a sweatshirt, and put it on, took off his swimming trunks, and changed into a pair of sweat pants. Hey, you are exposing yourself. We are still here. How can you just take off all your clothes? Taylor covered Olivia's eyes with his hands and glared at him in reproach. Olivia meowed and yawned. Link smiled softly. Sorry, I forgot that Olivia and Meridian are also here. Humph. Taylor sat up cross-legged, stroked Olivia and Meridian and said, I can't write in the past few days, and I haven't been able to write a song that satisfies me this month. Really? It sounds like a serious problem. Very serious. Except for this month, since we moved in together, I think my inspiration has suddenly dried up, and the quality of the songs I write has become worse and worse. Link scratched his ears with his fingers, and looked at her speechlessly. So you can't write songs, and the problem is with me? Taylor blinked her blue eyes, and looked at him, nodding her head seriously. I used to live alone, and I would feel lonely, and sad. I would feel sad when it rained, and I would be moved to tears when I watched any romantic movie or novel. Since we started living together, those feelings have disappeared. My perception has become dull, and my ability to empathize with the characters in the story is on the table. If this continues, I'm worried that I will not be able to write a good song in the future. What should I do? Link was also stunned by this question. The reason why Taylor can become a queen of the music world is because she has a strong ability to compose and perform songs and can write high quality songs. The reason she can write these songs is that she sacrificed many ex-boyfriends and many relationships. But now the situation has changed. She doesn't have so many stories and materials to donate to her creation, and she will encounter difficulties in creation. Link thought about it. Why don't I write it? I have a few songs suitable for you here. No. I'm a singer-songwriter, and I must compose by myself. Singers who rely on others to write songs can only become tools for singing in the future. I don't want to be that kind of person. Taylor said seriously. Link shrugged and didn't force her anymore. Well, why don't you talk to those seniors who are good at creating music and ask them if they have encountered such problems and how to solve them? There are so many creative masters in the music industry. I believe there will always be a solution. Taylor stared at his lips, glanced at him, and hesitated. Link took out a basket of freshly picked strawberries from the refrigerator, sat cross-legged opposite Taylor, ate strawberries and said, a few days ago, you went on stage to receive the award, and the microphone was snatched away. Were you very happy? Do you want to write about this? Taylor thought for a while with his chin supported by a pen. I was a little surprised at the time. I saw that he dared to do this. When I was about to get angry, you came up. When you grabbed the microphone, I was so scared that he didn't dare to move. I thought it was very funny. Afterwards, all the fans supported me and criticized I hope there is no need to be angry. Link smiled lightly. In the original piano snatching incident, Taylor was standing on the podium alone. When I finished saying that Beyonce's single and led it with a coolest, there were waves of boos from the audience, and many audiences stood up and gave thumbs up. Taylor thought that those audiences were there for her and thought that she didn't deserve the award and was greatly frightened. But this time, because she went on stage with her fans to support her, Taylor was not affected, which also led to her failure to find inspiration from this incident. Link grabbed a piece of strawberry cream and handed it to her mouth. Imagine, if I didn't go up, you would be standing there alone, facing the ridicule of and East Coast rappers. Would you be panicked? Or angry? Think about these. Maybe you will get some inspiration. Taylor ate strawberries, tilted her head and thought for a while, and scratched her hair in frustration. Still no inspiration. What should I do? Link didn't have a good solution either. As Taylor's boyfriend, he couldn't just ignore her when she got into trouble. At his suggestion, the two went to the aerospace on 14th Street in Santa Monica to watch a newly released love movie 500 Days of Summer. It tells the story of a devoted man who, after being abandoned by his girlfriend, begins to recall and look forward to the past 500 days. This movie is the best received love movie in recent times, and its box office performance is also very impressive. It was released in early August, and the North American box office in the first month accumulated 52.37 million images, while the film cost only 7.5 million users. The attendance rate was higher than that of Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince released in the same period. Taylor watched the movie expressionlessly, saying that the male protagonist was like a child and was not suitable to be a boyfriend. Link and Taylor went to the Los Angeles Music Center to listen to a solo concert by the blind singer Andrea Bocelli. Don't worry, inspiration is not something you can expect, and it's useless to worry. On the way back in the car, Link persuaded Taylor leaned back in the seat, ate cherry ice cream and said, "I wasn't in such a hurry. Do you think I was in a hurry? You drag me to the movies and concerts. You can go to those places as long as you want to find inspiration." Link smiled lightly, "So I was worrying about nothing? It's good that you know." Taylor took a spoon, grabbed a spoonful of ice cream, and handed it to his mouth. Link opened his mouth and ate it. The cool and sweet mouth made the heat of his gums significantly reduced. Ding-ling-ling. The phone in the bag rang a few times. Taylor took it out and saw that it was Selena's call. "Selena, Link is driving. Is there anything wrong?" Taylor turned on the external voice command of the phone. "Taylor, the new Billboard singles chart is out. Are you paying attention to it?" Selena's voice in the microphone was enthusiastic, with some joy and excitement. "Not today. Tell us where Let It Go ranks on the singles chart." "Haha, you guys guess first. Guess quickly." Link guesses too. "I guess 99th. Link laughed. "Huh. No. Too far off, Taylor. Link is too stupid. You guess." Selena said angrily. Taylor smiled slightly. "Then you sang it very well, and the lyrics are also very good. I guess it should be in the top 20. Haha, it's 18th. My first single debuted at 18th on the singles chart in the first week of its release. I'm really amazing," Selena said excitedly. Link and Taylor couldn't help laughing. "Selena, congratulations. You are not even 18 years old yet, and your first single has entered the Billboard singles chart at 18th. It's really 1 in 4. Taylor commented. "Haha, it's not that great. Millie is great. She has many singles in the top 20 of the singles chart. And that Canadian kid Justin Bieber, who is only 15 years old, released a single last month that also entered the top 30. Lena said modestly. "Not bad. You know how to be modest, which means you still have room for improvement. Humph, if you have a brother whose albums have been #1 for several weeks in a row, and whose singles have been on the charts for several weeks in a row, you still have room for improvement." Selena muttered softly. "So it's my fault again." Link laughed. "Again?" Selena asked in confusion. Taylor interrupted. "Selena, we'll see you again continue to top the singles chart this week. Yes, See You Again has a weekly sales of 817,000 copies, which is twice as much as the second place Kesha's TikTok and more than 10 times more than the singles behind us. It's too much. This song will probably dominate the chart for a year. No, See You Again has a clear trend. According to this week's traffic, it can probably last for 2 or 3 weeks. Come on, you all have a chance." The main reason is that there were too many top stars in the European and American music scene in 2009. Lady Gaga, Katy Perry, Adele, Rihanna, Miley Cyrus, and the older generation of Beyoncé, Britney Spears, Justin Timberlake, Avril, Amy Winehouse, etc. It was a battle of gods. No matter who sang this song, it would take a lot of points to dominate the chart for 2 consecutive years. Link asked again that the release date of Selena's first album had not been determined yet, so as to prevent her from colliding with Lana. Selena said that it will be officially released worldwide at the end of October after the second promotional single is released. Selena's album contains 2 songs written by Link for her. After her album is released, Link can also get help from some writers. By the way, how are your test scores this year? We said on Christmas Day that you have to get all B+ or above in the exams before I write songs for you. The songs have been given to you in advance. Why haven't I seen the individual scores yet? Huh? What did you say? Speak louder. The signal here is not good. Let's talk another day. Debate. Selena hung up the phone in a hurry. Haha, you are such a spoiler. You mentioned the test scores at this time. Taylor patted his shoulder. Link shook his head and was about to pick up the phone when it rang again. It showed Evoca. Taylor blinked, swiped the phone with his fingers, and put the phone to his ear. Link felt a little numb. Chapter 213 Boxing Match Preparation. Hi, Evoca, what's up? After the call was connected, Link had a quick chat with Evoca in front of Taylor. Fortunately, Evoca was talking about serious matters. Lana's first single Young and Beautiful was released last week. The first week sales were 12,000 copies, ranking 42nd on the Billboard singles chart. It was lower than Let It Go. However, professional magazines such as Rolling Stone, Billboard and Pocket Music gave high praise to this song. They said that this song uses the patina of retro aesthetics to sing heartbreak, sadness and other similar dark themes in a desolate way. Amy Winehouse and Adele are somewhat similar, but Lana's singing style adds a classical flavor. Rolling Stone magazine praised Lana as the most anticipated newcomer in the field of neo-baroque pop music, without a doubt. Although neo-baroque pop music is not mainstream music, there are still some hardcore fans who like this kind of songs very much. As long as Lana Del Rey can persist in this field, the future is promising. After the release of Young and Beautiful, Link Music will continue to release the second single Video Games. The first album is scheduled to be released in early November. Evoca talked to him about the world tour again. Mandy sent the tour schedule before. In all the cities where the concerts were planned, the sales of his two albums in the local area were more than 50,000 copies. It shows that he has a market there and can sell tickets in those places. After hearing that he refused, Universal took the initiative to increase the price, raising the basic appearance fee of each concert from $800,000 to $1 million per concert. 30% of the concert tickets were suspended, and the tour cycle was shortened by 18 months. 1 million. 200 concerts is $200 million in appearance fees, which sounds like a lot, but the initial money is not for the singer alone. Singers usually hold concerts in a team mode, including dancers, makeup, costumes, lighting, directors, art directors, cameras, etc., with hundreds or thousands of people. The wages and expenses of these people also account for more than 30%. If there is a company, the company must be given a summer vacation. If the copyright of the song is not in the name of the singer, the creator must also be given a summer vacation. Generally, singers can get 30% minus 60% of these incomes. Link's song copyrights are in his hands, and Link Music also belongs to his own label. He earns more than 60% from each concert. If he can persist in doing more than 200 concerts, he can reach more than 200 million yuan just from appearance fees and tickets. Including album sales and other peripheral income, the income of a tour is not less than 300 million yuan. At the same time, the tour can also expand its own fame and influence. Generally speaking, it is very cost effective for popular singers to go on tour. This income is stable and sustainable, and you can make money continuously. In this regard, it is stronger than boxing. Boxing matches are not about making money by fighting, but also need publicity, choosing the right opponent, and creating selling points. After defeating an opponent, or being defeated by an opponent, the audience will lose interest in his game. For example, De La Hoya, the top boxer in the boxing world, competed with Pacquiao in December last year, with a prize of up to $100 million. But after the game, De La Hoya had to think about the past. Because he has competed with several other top stars including Bernard Hopkins, Mayweather, and Pacquiao. The audience knows who is better, and they have lost their curiosity about their matches, and will no longer pay for their matches. If no one pays, the boxer will not make money, and there is no way to do it before. In the music industry, the music market is larger. Although it is not like the top boxers who can make tens of millions or hundreds of millions from a match, it is very common to make hundreds of millions or even billions from a tour. Taylor held a small-scale tour in 2008/09 and earned more than $30 million. Counting the income from musicals, she is almost a billionaire. In the future, her tour income will be more than hundreds of millions. After hearing Wacker's explanation, Linky decided to agree. He needs money now. He needs billions for some big things. In addition, starting a world tour can also increase his influence. In the future, if he holds boxing matches, the PPV and ticket revenue will be higher. The two complement each other and are not contradictory. That sounds good, but I need time to train in boxing and to accompany Taylor. Last year, she cut more than 10 concerts for me, and I can't go on tour and leave her at home. Link looked at the eyes next to Miss Taylor. Taylor raised the corners of her lips and turned her eyes away from him. Okay, we'll have another meeting to cut some, and please say hello to Taylor for me. Evika hung up the phone. Okay, bye. Link breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Look, we are really just talking about work. You don't have to think too much. I'm not thinking too much. You're too nervous. Taylor took a tissue to wipe his forehead and said with a smile, look, you're sweating from nervousness. It's too hot, not nervous. Link pushed her hand away and concentrated on driving. Taylor Song held his chin, thought for a while and said, actually, it's a good thing for you to go out and hold a concert. On the one hand, it can expand your influence and sell more albums. On the other hand, when you go out to hold a concert, I'm alone at home. Maybe I can find inspiration when I think of you and write a few good songs. I can hear that you want to kick me out of the house, right? No, I'm a country singer. Rural small cities are the soil for our survival. After all, I plan to go out for a while to find creative inspiration. I just don't know how to tell you that now you are going on tour. I don't have to take care of you at all, and I can arrange my time freely in the future. Taylor waved her hand and said excitedly, okay, be careful and don't go to some strange places. Link also saw that Taylor was a wild horse. In the beginning, she needed a larger grassland to grow rapidly. The terrain around her was too small to meet her needs. Don't worry, I'm not a child. Taylor kissed the gap on his face excitedly, almost making him drive the car into the gutter again. After returning home, Taylor continued to read books, play the piano and pet cats, while Link went to the boxing gym for training. The training for the WBA/WBC super middleweight champion is about to begin, and he needs to use all his time to train during this period. When he was there, De La Hoya would sometimes come to watch and chase him to practice with Morales. When he invited De La Hoya to come up and fight, De La Hoya refused and said that he would fight after he got on the boxing ring in the future, leaving some suspense for the game between the two sides. Morales laughed at him for being afraid of losing. De La Hoya certainly would not admit it, saying that he had found a way to defeat Link, and when the real game came, he had a 60% chance of winning. Sometimes Emma Roberts came and practiced boxing with Link when no one was around. When there were people around, she just stood by and watched for a while and left early. In mid-September, 2 days before the opening of the WBA/WBC Champion Showdown, Link came to London with the logistics team and medical staff to prepare the competition clothing. Chapter 214 Paparazzi in Action. After becoming a top star in the music industry, Link's every move will attract the attention of many people. While his plane was still flying over the Atlantic Ocean, a senior entertainment reporter from London's The Sun was planning a big event. September, London, the Sheaf, East Thames Pier. The weather was a little cool, and the plane tree leaves on the street began to turn yellow and curled up to the middle bank. The double fruit bowls hanging between the branches were also exposed, like bells. Bernard Gary looked up and glanced at his mobile phone. It was already past 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and Officer James Ryder, who had agreed to meet him here, had not arrived yet. He sent a message to him, and Ryder replied that he was on his way. Officer Ryder also told him that the world boxing champion Link Baker would come to London to participate in the competition in the next few days. The police officers of the Greenwich District Police Station had to work overtime, go to the airport and the surrounding streets to maintain law and order to ensure that there would be no accidents during the competition. He patrolled the streets for 2 hours at noon and had time to come out in the afternoon. Officer Ryder asked him what was going on and why he couldn't say it on the phone. Gary said he would talk about it when he got there, and it was guaranteed to be a good thing. More than 10 minutes later, Officer Ryder finally rushed into the bar. He was wearing a grey tweed windbreaker, a blue police shirt, and police pants. He was slender and agile. Although he was a young man in his early 30s, he had a resolute face and a stable and heavy aura. "Hey, Bernard, things can't be discussed on the phone. I have to come over," Officer Ryder shouted as soon as he saw him. Gary smiled and held his glasses and said, "I'll treat you to a drink, but you won't come? Just drinking? Then you should change the time, such as the afternoon or evening of the weekend. You can't finish drinking today on Wednesday." Officer Ryder took off his windbreaker and sat down opposite him, crossed his fingers, looked at Gary opposite him, and said seriously, "You just said on the phone that you had something to say. Have you said it now?" Gary was about to speak, but his eyes suddenly glanced at the door and stretched out his hand to wave. A young man with small eyes and golden curly hair walked in at the door of the bar. "Jack Charlotte?" Officer Reed glanced at the other party and said in surprise, "Bernard, did you find him? Do you want to investigate the body fragment case in the northern suburbs? I told you that the case is under investigation, and I have no clues here. You can find Jack Charlotte. Although his last name is also Charlotte, and he is a detective, his level is not that good. Hey, James, it's not good to say this in front of me. Although I'm not a detective, my 55% crime solving rate is far higher than the 15% of your Greenwich Police Department." Detective Charlotte with small eyes sneered. "The case you said also includes helping neighbors find cats and dogs hidden by you, and helping a lady find evidence of her husband's affair? If so, our police station is indeed not as good as your detective agency." Officer Reed sneered sarcastically. "Hey, that's right. The last time Jenny saw me, she said she suspected you had a woman outside and wanted me to help find evidence. James, you said I shouldn't take this order?" Charlotte with small eyes smiled, as if she was not serious. "Jack Charlotte, you dare to threaten me? Threaten a policeman?" Officer Ryder slammed the table and pointed at Charlotte's nose and shouted, "Stop, don't stop." Gary quickly got up and grabbed the angry Ryder, looking at him and said, "James, Jack, everyone, we are all friends. I invited you here today to discuss something with you. Can you not pack up first?" Officer Ryder and Detective Charlotte looked at each other, sighed lightly, and put his arms on the sofa opposite. Gary picked up the bottle in the box and poured a glass of whiskey for the other party. "Here's the thing. Yesterday, Editor-in-Chief Joseph found a reporter from the entertainment section. We immigrants have completed an important task. Whoever can complete this task can get a bonus of £50,000. £50,000? What kind of task has so much bonus?" Officer Ryder asked in surprise. Gary is a senior reporter at The Sun and a good friend and partner of Ryder. Ryder once worked with Gary and exchanged clues to a case in the bureau for a large pound. Gary glanced at Kay and said in a low voice, "I think you all know who Link Baker is. You are no stranger to Emma Watson. According to our understanding, Emma Watson had repaired with Link Baker for a period of time when she was filming in Florida. However, they were in the United States at that time and the repair time was relatively short, so it was not convenient to seek help from their repair evidence. Now Link is coming to the UK to compete. According to our reliable information, Emma Watson stopped promoting the movie Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince 3 days ago and arrived in London first. We guess that her purpose of coming to London must be to date Link." At this point, Gary paused, looked at their partner who had worked together for many years and said, "Our mission is to take photos of Link Baker and Emma Watson dating at all costs. As long as we can do it, we can get the £50,000 bonus before others. Are the photos of Link and Emma dating so valuable?" Officer Ryder frowned and asked in confusion. Sneer. Detective Charlotte laughed disdainfully. "You, a guy who only knows football, probably don't know who Link is, right?" "Of course I know." Officer Reed glared and said angrily, "Link is the WBA super middleweight world champion, right? Last year, he was clamoring in the media to challenge Mr. Calzaghe. Later, Mr. Calzaghe defeated the legendary American boxer Roy Jones Jr. and won the ring lightweight champion gold belt. He never dared to mention challenging Mr. Calzaghe again. Humph, do you think I only pay attention to football? Don't forget that I'm still a fan of Mr. Calzaghe. No, Link is not afraid of Mr. Calzaghe. Don't forget that he defeated Mikkel Kessler in just 100 seconds in the WBA boxing championship last September. And in the first group battle of the 4 major organizations in November 2007, Mr. Calzaghe took 12 rounds to defeat Mikkel Kessler. Isn't it obvious who is more powerful between the two of them?" Lot retorted. "Nonsense. Link was able to defeat Michael Kessler in a shorter interval, but that doesn't mean he's better than Mr. Calzaghe. Boxing matches are all about performance. Just like Tyson defeated Frank Bruno in 3 rounds in 1996, Bruno defeated McCall in 12 rounds, McCall defeated Lennox Lewis in 3 rounds, and Lewis defeated Tyson in 8 rounds. Can you say McCall is better than Tyson? In addition, Mr. Calzaghe is a light heavyweight, and Link is a super middleweight. People who know boxing know that the bigger the weight, the bigger the fist, and the stronger the strength, so Link is definitely not Mr. Calzaghe's opponent. To protect the reputation of his idol, Officer Ryder blushed, and his voice became violent. But Link defeated Tyson. 43-year-old Tyson? I wouldn't necessarily lose if I met Tyson. The match between Link and Tyson was just a fake match deliberately arranged by the Americans to support Link. It's not convincing at all. Detective Ryder Charlotte didn't know much about boxing, so she waved her hand. I don't want to argue here about who is better, Mr. Link or Mr. Calzaghe. What I want to say is that in addition to being a world boxing champion, Link is also a famous swimmer, with 8 University Games gold medals, 7 World Championships gold medals, and 4 swimming world records. Currently, only Phelps can keep up with him in the swimming world. Officer Ryder shrugged. He is a really good swimmer. In addition to being a world boxing champion and a famous swimmer, he is also a singer. The 2 albums he released this year have sold more than 500,000 copies in the UK and more than 5 million copies worldwide. The Guardian said that his second album, which was released in July, has sold more than 7 million copies worldwide. More than a dozen songs, including Give Me Reason, Unstoppable, This Is Me, and Believer, have been on the UK singles chart Hot 40 for the first time. The song See You Again topped the UK singles chart for 2 consecutive weeks last month. I think you should have heard of them all. Detective Charlotte knew Link's songs by heart, and it was obvious that she had paid close attention to Link's news. Of course I've heard them. I prefer Give Me Reason and Believer. I've heard See You Again too much recently, and I'm a little tired of it. Now you should understand why their photos are so valuable, right? Link is not only a world boxing champion and a famous swimmer, but also a popular singer with a very high reputation in the European and American entertainment circles. The Guardian commented that he is the new king of European and American pop music and the next George Michael, and Emma Watson is the most popular actress in the UK at this stage. At this point, Detective Charlotte paused, squinted her eyes, and looked at Gary. Are you sure the photos of their date are only worth £50,000? Bernard Gary held up his glasses and said, yes, the price on newspaper offers is £50,000, but if we can take a video, the price should double. It sounds good. Are you interested? Detective Charlotte looked at Officer Ryder who was drinking a drink. Officer Ryder frowned and thought for a moment, then slammed his fist on the table. Damn. Ever since his son Harry started primary school, the family's expenses have been increasing. The monthly food expenses, laundry expenses, gas, water, and electricity bills, etc. cost more than £1,500. Perming hair and buying luxury goods cost more than £3,000 per month. His monthly salary is only £5,000 or £6,000 plus other gold income, sometimes even less. To bear the expenses of the backpack and maintain a decent life, he is under great pressure and often leans on money. Now that there is finally a money-making project, Officer Ryder doesn't want to miss it. Okay, let's discuss how to divide the money. 3 decent gentlemen, I'm also very interested in your project. Can I be included? While the 3 were discussing how to distribute the bonus, a hoarse voice came from the booth next to them. He turned around in surprise. He looked next to him just now and didn't see anyone. Where did this man come from? He was in his 30s, with thin cheeks, a few sparse yellow hairs on his shiny head and below his shoulders. He was wearing a grey sports suit, short and thin, with large tattoos on his arms and pinholes from drug use. He grinned and took out a few rotten teeth. Crawbigs. Officer Ryder looked at him with disgust. I remember that you were sentenced to 3 years in prison last year for failing to steal the safe from Lord Campbell's house. How come you are here? Because I behaved well in prison, I got a chance for parole. The thief Biggs sat in his seat, poured a glass of whiskey, looked at the 3 people and smiled. Gentlemen, don't look at me like that. Listen to me, I'm very useful. All three of you are decent people. You probably won't do anything like breaking into houses or picking locks, nor will you squat in the sewers to take secret photos. But I can. I think your plan needs someone like me who is hardworking and can endure hardships. Reporter Gary and Detective Charlotte looked at Officer Ryder and asked about the man. Officer Ryder looked at the thief Biggs and said, he used to be a very good thief. He was involved in many thefts. The police stations in various districts of London worked together to catch him but failed. Later, he became addicted to drugs and his body function declined. We were able to catch him, but he has very good lockpicking skills. Hehe. The thief Biggs grinned with a smug smile. Him? Reporter Gary looked at him. Officer Ryder snorted coldly. Craw Biggs, how about I give you £500 and ask you to help us pick locks and gather information when necessary? Hey, give me £1,000 and I can agree to it, or I will go find other paparazzi to cooperate. I believe that at this time, more than just the Sun is interested in the gossip about Link and Miss Emma Watson. Biggs shook his finger. Gary and the other two looked at each other and nodded. Deal. Ding ling ling. Reporter Gary's cell phone suddenly rang. He asked to watch it and said to the three people, Link's flight will be in London in half an hour. I need to go to the scene for an interview now. Officer Ryder's cell phone also rang. He looked at it carefully. I also need to go to the block control. It is said that there are fans of Link who will pick him up at the last airport. Well, let's make arrangements. Ryder, we will go to the same group and be responsible for tracking Link. Charlotte, please investigate Emma Watson's whereabouts. It would be best if you can know when she will appear around Link. Mr. Biggs, as far as I know, Link will stay at the Tower of London International Hotel after London. You find a way to sneak into the hotel and find the room number where Link is staying. The expenses will be reimbursed later. Reporter Gary said. Okay, it's settled. Hey, leave the matter to me. You can rest assured. Come on, guys, let's have a drink for the bonus. Dang. The four raised their glasses of whiskey, drank them all, and laughed. The team broke off into three groups and began to carry out their respective tasks. Their goal was to try to trap popular stars such as Link Baker and Emma Watson in bed. Chapter 215 Press Conference. Good afternoon, fellow passengers. I'm NI, the head of customer service for United Airlines Flight UA 714. The plane has safely arrived nearby and is descending smoothly. For your personal safety, please do not stand up or move around before the seatbelt light. Mr. Baker, the plane is about to land, and it may be bumpy. Please pay attention. In the business class of a Boeing plane, a uniformed blonde stewardess squatted in front of Link, leaning down to give him preparations and reminders. Thank you. Link nodded and picked up the travel magazine in his hand. The Boeing plane began to descend. Link turned sideways and looked out the window. He didn't know that there were thick clouds in the blue sky. The clouds changed from pure white to grayish white. When they descended to an altitude of more than 1,000 meters, it was visible to the naked eye. There was a thick layer of smog floating in the sky of London. In this process, Link often had a feeling of going from heaven to hell. After a bumpy ride, it fell to London Heathrow International Airport. Franco and Simon, Anna, Bob and Wallace, Coach Brooks and members of the logistics and medical team established by Dynasty Promotions stood up. Link, due to publicity needs, after getting off the plane, the organizer of the boxing match will hold a press conference at the Sofitel Hotel. After the press conference, we will rest in the hotel for a while, and then check in at the Tower of London International Hotel in the city centre in the afternoon. Franco came over. I'll listen to your arrangements. Link nodded. The WBA-WBC World Boxing Championship duel was held at the O2 Boxing Arena in Greenwich, London. This arena was built by the British side to welcome the millennium in 2000. It is also known as the Millennium Boxing Arena. It is built on the Greenwich Peninsula on the south bank of the Thames in London. It is a circular dome-shaped building. From the plane, it looks like a pearl inlaid on the banks of the Thames, and is also known as the Pearl of London. The O2 Arena has a large internal capacity of more than 23,000 seats. After its completion, it gradually replaced Wembley and CTC Arena and became the most famous stadium in the centre of London. The stadium mainly hosts various sports events, entertainment activities, and large-scale concerts. It is also one of the venues for the future London Olympics. This competition is jointly organised by the British Competition Room Promotion Company, the WBA British Boxing Association and the WBC British Boxing Association. Link's appearance fee is 6 million regular, and he can get it regardless of winning or losing, because he is famous enough. The prize money for the match is 10 million, with a 37% break. Whoever wins between him and Carl France will get the biggest share. In terms of ownership, Link can get 15%. The PPV viewing fee is divided into 3 parts, 20% for the UK and 50% for North America, and 15% for other countries and regions. PPV income is the biggest share. If millions of households choose to pay to watch similar matches, he and Dynasty Promotions will earn more than 40 million from this match. If he gets this money, his total income from boxing and music this year will exceed 100 million. For the sake of US dollars, he maintains the same expectations for the epidemic prevention match. Link. Welcome to London. Link, I love you. When Link arrived at the airport with his work team, thousands of fans gathered in the square in front of the airport. They were so crowded that they held various cheering signs and posters and shouted his name. Before becoming a celebrity, Link didn't quite understand the psychology of fans. We are all human beings, so what is the meaning of chasing stars? After becoming famous, he carefully read research papers on this subject. Relevant articles say that chasing stars is a kind of admiration for the strong psychology, which exists in all stages of development, and is a kind of human instinct. Chasing stars is also a kind of popular culture, a way of socializing, forming a group of people with similar interests, to party together and eliminate loneliness. In addition, chasing stars is also a kind of spiritual sustenance. For example, watching the artists you support become more successful, there is also a sense of accomplishment, which is called the halo effect in psychology. Link concluded that chasing stars is a social activity that humans engage in to meet their personal spiritual needs after their material civilization has developed to a certain stage. And Pearl has become a qualified idol and an enduring star, which is also a very interesting thing. Because idols will grow old, fans will grow old, and everyone's tastes and interests will continue to change with the times. No one can be famous forever. MJ is a good example. Before 2003, wherever he appeared, there would be tens of thousands of fans looking forward to running to meet him. After his death, at his memorial service, only more than 30,000 fans came to see him off, instead of the millions expected by the media. It is said that the vendors who painted MJ wallpapers outside the Staples Center that day lost money. After becoming a star, Link naturally opposed being famous for 100 years, but he also knew that it was impossible. So he will fulfill the responsibilities of an idol in his hospitalization, such as releasing more good works, winning more gold medals, and making himself more successful. At the same time, he also pays attention to getting close to fans and leaving a good impression on them. Seeing that there were many fans at the scene, everyone was very excited. Link took the initiative to walk to the guardrail, waved to the fans, signed autographs for the fans, and took photos with the fans. More than half an hour later than originally planned, he arrived at the Sofitel Hotel east of the airport to hold a press conference. There were quite a lot of people attending the press conference, mainly from the local British media, as well as from Europe, the United States, and even many Asian countries. There were 200 or 300 network engineers and reporters. When he walked onto the front stage, the reporters all kept a half-squatting posture, holding the microphone in their hands. Link sat on the sofa, drank a sip of water, and said a sentence to the host on the scene. "Sir, welcome to London, England. As far as we know, this is your first time in London. What is your impression of this city?" A BBC TV reporter asked. BBC is the largest TV station and the largest news organization in the UK, and it also has many priorities in interviews. Link smiled and said, "Yes, this is my first time in London. For the time being, I have only seen the sky of London and the quiet Heathrow Airport. My impression of this city is very one-sided, and I can't answer your question for the time being. I have come into contact with many British people and Londoners in my work, and they have left a deep impression on me. British gentlemen are all elegant and knowledgeable, and they are well mannered, giving people a very educated feeling. British ladies are also dignified and elegant, and have good taste in dressing. They are real ladies. In the eyes of us Americans, they are all dating targets, but few can succeed. The reason is of course, that British gentlemen are too excellent, and it is difficult for foreign men to win their hearts. Hearing his words, the British men in the audience laughed kindly. Mr. Baker, do you have any British actors and singers that you admire? Who are they? The reporter of Daily Mail asked. Link smiled and said, there are many British actors and singers I like. Because I was born in 1989, I'm not very interested in old movies. I prefer movies released in the past 10 years, so the movie actors I like are also relatively young. For example, Miss Kate Winslet, she was my goddess in my youth, and Miss Keira Knightley, she is really a very elegant lady. I have watched almost all of her movies. There are also Emma Watson, Daniel Radcliffe, and Robert Grint. The three of them are my good friends. By the way, Mr. Christian Bale, his performance is very good, and he works very hard. When we were filming in the crew of The Fighter, he almost became my acting teacher. I respect him very much. There are many British singers I like. I think everyone should like John Lennon. There are many singers of the old generation, and the new generation singer is undoubtedly Adele. Link talked about the news that he and Adele sat together at the Grammy Awards. He praised Adele for being cool and having great singing skills. He said that Adele would become a great singer in the future. The reason why he only mentioned young actors and singers in the interview was not only because he liked these people, but also because his fan base was relatively young and overlapped with the fans of these stars. When he praised these stars, the fans were very happy and strengthened their sense of identity with him. Hello, Mr. Baker, I'm Bernard Gary, a reporter from The Sun. Gary, a reporter from The Sun, adjusted his glasses frame, stood in the third row with a microphone in his hand and asked, the Miss Emma Watson you just mentioned, is your good friend. Will you meet her during the London competition? Yes, I have this plan. There are also Daniel and Robert. It's just that Half-Blood Prince is so popular recently. I don't know if they have time. If it's convenient, I will consider it. I like them. Link looked at the other reporter Gary and asked again. The host pointed to the reporter from The Guardian. Most of the reporters on the scene came from several major British media. Some of them have a reporting style that tends to be sports and entertainment, such as The Sun, The Daily Mail, and The Daily Mirror. There are also a few serious and formal media, such as The Guardian, The Times, and The Financial Times. During the interview, the questions asked by the media reporters who mainly sell entertainment news also tend to be entertainment gossip news, and they like to ask about the privacy of celebrities. At the same time, when asking questions, the serious media, such as The Guardian reporters, will ask him about the game. What are the chances of winning against Carl Franch? And what is his next goal after becoming a popular pop culture idol? And what is his career plan? The Financial Times reporter will ask about his prize money for the game and his business dynamics, and he is not opposed to making business investments in the UK. When answering questions from entertainment reporters, Link would improvise according to his own ideas. For serious media such as The Guardian, he would give some more professional answers, based on the interview scripts prepared by Simon and Anna in advance. If the answers are not professional or contradictory, they will be regarded as unlearned after the report, thus affecting his label of inspirational college student. Therefore, being a public figure is also a very easy thing to accomplish. Not only do you need professional strength, but you also need additional social skills, cultural cultivation, and a professional agent team. The reason why many entertainment stars die young is that in addition to their own lack of strength, the interactive team around them did not play their due role at the critical moment. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for coming to my press conference. Due to the schedule, I cannot answer the host's questions, but I will have many public activities in the next 2 days. If you have other questions, you can. In the next interview, you can also interview my agent. We will be alone. Goodbye. The press conference lasted for more than 40 minutes. Link answered more than 20 questions before he stood up and said goodbye to the reporters. The lightning sound at the scene came again. "James, where are you?" After leaving the Sofitel hotel, Bernard Gary got into the car and called James Ryder. "I'm maintaining order outside the terminal." "Damn, I don't know what these guys are thinking. They don't want to leave even after Link and the others left." Officer Ryder was angry. "James, think of a way to see if there is a chance to sneak into Link's security team. We took photos of him dating Emma Watson, so we have to get closer to them." Bernard Gary looked at the door of the Fayette Hotel and said, "It's difficult. I just inquired that Link's security work is handled by Kingston Security Company. Our police are only responsible for maintaining public order and evacuating traffic outside, creating opportunities for them. James, it's okay to go outside. No matter what the photos are, as long as we take them, we must care about him. If we can take photos of their dating evidence, we will make a fortune." Bernard Gary said excitedly. At that time, he will not only get a reward of £100,000, but also a chance to be promoted and get a raise. This is a good opportunity that he doesn't want to miss. "Okay, I'll try." Officer Ryder hung up the phone. Bernard Gary called Charlotte again and asked him if he had found out Emma Watson's whereabouts. Charlotte replied that after Emma Watson came back from Paris, she had been in her apartment on Cambridge Street in North London for the past 2 days, and she hoped that she had not left the house. Gary asked him to keep an eye on that place and report it in time if he saw Emma go out. In addition, he was reminded to pay attention to the movements of Emma's aunt, Ms. Irene, and maybe he could find out Emma's exact whereabouts from her. After hanging up the phone, Gary contacted Kuro Biggs again. Biggs smiled strangely and said that he had sneaked into the Tower International Hotel in London and booked a business suite, spending £668 per night, and asked him not to forget to report it. Gary frowned when he heard what he said and asked, "Why not book a cheaper room?" Biggs told him that Link and his work team had almost booked all the rooms in the Tower Hotel in London, and the remaining 20 or so rooms were also booked by others. In addition to the Tower Hotel in London, the big hotels near the O2 Arena are almost full recently. He spent £668 to get a suite, which was also the cheapest room in the Tower of London Hotel. He got it by throwing a mouse to scare away the original tenant. Otherwise, he would not have gotten it, even if he had paid £2,000. Biggs thought that Gary should not blame him, but should praise him. Gary thought about it, and it was true. The boxing championship showdown between Link and Carl French attracted events in the British Isles, and rich people came to watch. In recent days, not only have hotel prices risen, but car rental companies and flights have also become busy. £668 got a suite in the hotel where Link stayed, which was indeed quite capable. Gary changed his words and praised him, asking him to stick to the hotel, and Link's motorcade would probably be on the avenue. Biggs's task was to find out the room number where Link lived, the elevator or other upstairs and downstairs. After the call, Gary called several paparazzi under his command and asked them to search for Link. If they could take photos of Link interacting with Emma Watson or other actresses, they would be paid £100 per photo. After making several calls in a row, Gary picked up his tie and took a few deep breaths. The mineral water heated by the sun on the seat made him breathe cleanly. While drinking water, he noticed that there were many people outside the Sofitel hotel. He couldn't help but sighed. There were too many people chasing Link. It was not an easy thing to make the money he had today. Chapter 216 Emma's Plan. The main simple meals in the hotel were toast, milk, and barbecue brought from the United States. In order to prevent the phenomenon of acclimatization, before the game, he ate 3 levels of milk, did not eat irritating food, and did not eat food and drinks with British characteristics. After returning to the hotel room, he received a call from Emma, asking him when to visit her home. Link was a little helpless. After Emma Miami left last year, he still consciously reduced contact with her. I thought that after more than a year, the two sides could be ordinary friends again, chatting together. But Emma didn't want these. In early August, after the news of his coming to London to participate in the boxing match was announced, Emma kept sending messages asking him when he would arrive in London and wanted to date him. Link was not good at refusing and reluctantly agreed. But after careful consideration, he found it unrealistic. Both of them are popular stars and under the spotlight of the media. A risk-free date is no less than winning a difficult boxing champion challenge. Especially if the other party wanted the same group of entertainment reporters who had forced Princess Diana to have a car accident. The influence would be even greater. For his own safety and career prospects, he thought it would be better to cancel or postpone it. It was just that Emma was a little willful and insisted on going on a date, which was a bit troublesome. Link thought for a while and said, "Emma, many media knew about our initial scandal. Just now at the press conference, a reporter asked about it. They should track our whereabouts. It would be troublesome to be photographed. See you next year. I will come to the UK for a concert next year. I look forward to more time. Next year. It's too long." Link, I just read your interview news. You said you wanted to meet up with Daniel and Robert. We can date at Daniel or Robert's house. They are in London these few days. I will contact them in a while. Emma said excitedly on the phone. Going to their place for a date? Is it appropriate? Link hesitated. He had met Harry Potter and Golden Retriever Robert several times, but they were just ordinary friends. If he went to their underground date, it would be embarrassing, unless it was a serious date. It's okay. I know them so well that they dare not refuse. Wait for my good news. Emma hung up the phone quickly. Link shrugged his shoulders, turned off the shower, and went back to the bedroom to rest. At about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, he took the motorcade, provided by the organizer, and arrived at the Tower of London Hotel on the banks of the Thames in the central area of London. Although this hotel is not the most luxurious, the surrounding environment is great. Outside the window is the Thames and London Bridge. There are also crowded historical museums, theatres, and bars around. It is also close to the O2 Arena on the Greenwich Peninsula. Afterwards, Eddie Hearn, general manager of the Arena Promotions Company, and the chairman of the WBA/WBC Boxing Association also came to the hotel to discuss the itinerary arrangements for the next few days with him and Franco. In addition to the competition, there are also many press conferences, BBC interviews, boxing audience gatherings, charity galas, etc. Doing so can increase his exposure during his stay in London and attract more viewers to watch the boxing matches of the day. The more the PPV is back. When it comes to making money, Link will not be lazy. In addition, Eddie Hearn also told him that a member of the royal family would come to watch the match. With the participation of the royal family, the match would become more advanced. Royal family? If I only need a few tens of seconds to defeat Carl French, will the royal family member lose face? Link looked at Eddie Hearn and smiled. Eddie Hearn is 30 years old this year and is the son of Barry Hearn, the president of the Arena Promotions. Barry Hearn is also a famous boxing promoter. He has successfully promoted more than a dozen top boxers such as boxing champion Frank Bruno, Chris Eubank, Nigel Benn, and Prince Hamd. He entered the arena in 2003 to be responsible for the promotion of boxing matches. He has first-class boxers such as Carl French and Mickey Garsha. In the future, he will become the world champion boxing promoter. The future British boxing champion Tyson Fury, Anthony Joshua and others have signed him. He is also the most successful one among the second generation of boxing champions. The other party is doing boxing promotion, which is good. Link also intends to cooperate with the other party for a long time. Haha, Link, you are such a joker. The royal family members are just watching the game. Why would they care about this? You just need to win the game. Don't worry about anything else. Eddie Hearn waved his hand and smiled. This is better. Link nodded. Eddie Hearn looked at him quickly and smiled. Link, you are really sure to beat Carl in a few seconds? Not sure, but I will finish the game early. You are such a cruel guy. Eddie Hearn didn't talk to him anymore, and instead pulled Franco to discuss long-term cooperation. He also expressed his envy of Franco in his words. Yes, now it's not just him in the circle. All promoters are envious of Franco's good luck. Link is not only good at fighting, but also a top streamer and a famous athlete. With the triple halo bonus, Link's future appearance fee will be higher and higher, and it is very likely that he will surpass De La Hoya and Pacquiao in the future, and become a money-making beast in the boxing world. In June, after Link successfully defended the WBA World Boxing Champion, Ring Magazine mentioned last year's Golden Glove series again. Link quickly became famous in the Golden Glove series and recruited a large-scale promotion company. He quoted 100 million contractors for 70% interruption, which was imitated by hackers. From the current situation, even if it costs $300 million and gives him 90% interruption, the promotion company still has a lot of profit space. Franco and Dynasty Promotion have indeed dug up a gold mine. After seeing off Eddie Hearn and others, Link went to the fitness center of the hotel next door to do some simple boxing training. When he left the hotel, he found that there were many suspicious people on the street, about dozens of people. He walked to the fitness center, and those people followed him from a distance, and some people took pictures with cameras. Bodyguard Wallace told him that, based on his many years of experience as a bodyguard for celebrities, there are many elite paparazzi among these people. They are well equipped and often fight in gangs. They are a group of headache guys. Link nodded and said he understood. During the training, Harry Potter Daniel Radcliffe and Golden Retriever Robert Grint called and asked him if he had time tomorrow and enthusiastically invited him to a party to talk about home. Ke thought about it and agreed since he had time tomorrow afternoon. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217 The Thief's Trick. At the training center, Link did half an hour of rope skipping training, 1 hour of weight training, and 2 hours of boxing confrontation practice. He sweated a lot and became fat. Because of the jet lag and the long flight, the physical and mental differences caused by the training were enough, and the whole person became relaxed. When I came out of the training center, the night was about to fall on the banks of the Thames in London. During the day, the streets were crowded with cars and billboards on both sides. London was not much different from New York and Los Angeles. But at night, everything became different. There were almost no traces of cars near London Bridge, but pedestrians and tourists were sparse and bustling. On the Tower Bridge, on the Thames Embankment, and outside the Wheel on the river, there were traces of tourists everywhere. Those ancient buildings that have been preserved in the deep history, the Shard, the Walkie-Talkie Building, the Tower of London, the London Eye, Big Ben, and the Little London, also showed their majestic and beautiful figures under the reflection of neon lights. The night in London is 500 or 600 years older than the day. Link took out his phone and stood by the Thames, taking a few photos of the Tower Bridge in front of him. The phone had average pixels, so the photos were blurry, but the delicate shape of the Tower Bridge could be vaguely seen. He sent them to Taylor, Selena, and Eva Cab. London is 5 hours outside New York and 8 hours outside Los Angeles, and it was still daytime in the United States at this time. After seeing the photos, Selena said that she was so beautiful that he wanted to take a few more. In the end, she became more and more excited and said that she also wanted to come to London to play. He also asked Catherine and Mandy to ask for favors, saying that he was their boss, but they didn't dare to listen. Of course, this wouldn't work, as she was busy promoting her new album and had no time to come for the time being. Link promised to bring her over when she held a concert next time. Ivaka also replied to the message, but replied lightly, "The scenery is nice, but the shooting skills need to be improved," which was equivalent to a photography teacher correcting his homework. Then he added, "British paparazzi are crazy, don't mess around next to them," which seriously doubted his character. Taylor replied slowly and asked him who he was playing with. Link replied that many people, including Anna, Wallace, Bob, and members of the training team, decided to cruise the Thames at night. Taylor replied that she had spent 2 days in London last year and suggested that he visit Waterloo Bridge, where the old movie Waterloo Bridge was filmed. The scenery at night was great, but the wind in the river was a bit cold in September, so he asked him to wear a skirt. Link said he knew, and he also selected 4 photos that he thought were the most beautiful from a group of photos and posted them on Twitter. He currently has 11.2 million Twitter followers, making him one of the users with the most followers on Twitter. After the photo was posted, fans responded enthusiastically. In less than 3 minutes, the number of likes exceeded 30,000, and the number of comments skyrocketed. Most of them praised London at night and said they wanted to travel to London. Some people also asked him if he would hold a concert in London. Link replied that he would come to participate in the London boxing match soon. Fans cheered him online, hoping that he could win all the gold belts for everyone to draw. Some people commented that his photography skills were average and his phone's pixels were average, and advised him to switch to a digital camera. Some people also wanted him to appear in the photo and wanted to see a photo of him standing by the Thames. Link felt that these people were asking too much. Boss, the police called to ask if you are in Prague. If you are, please go back early. Many fans are rushing to Prague. It is easy to be unsafe at night when there are too many people. Anna put away the phone and said. Link smiled helplessly. He was so busy posting photos that he forgot that he was a big star. He noticed that there were indeed many young people swimming in this direction on the Tower Bridge, so he had to change his night plan and get on the car to go back to the hotel in advance. In a small cafe not far from the Tower Bridge, reporter Bernard Gary saw through the lens that Link walked up to the shape of the business car, picked up the phone in his backpack and said, Biggs saw it. Pay attention. Link is about to return to the hotel. If you want to follow him, find out which floor and room he is staying in. Point his damn it. You are here? Nothing. I took a puff. Gary gritted his teeth and cursed. Biggs, Link is a big fish. If you want to get the money, you'd better be serious. I get it. I get it all. I'm taking drugs at this time to be able to work better, not to be lazy. Okay, Link will go back to the hotel right away. You should find a way to catch up with him or ask the waiter for his room number. We must keep an eye on him to avoid missing this big fish. Don't worry. The thief Biggs, am here. Not only can I find out the room number, but I can also find out what color underwear Link is wearing and what type of condom he is wearing. Notify me if there is any news. Gary didn't waste time talking to him. He hung up the phone and called James Ryder to ask if he had mixed into Link's team. Officer Ryder replied that he hadn't, but he took the initiative to apply for overtime and was currently assigned to patrol outside the Tower of London Hotel. Gary said that it was great and asked him to keep an eye on the hotel entrance in the afternoon and notify him in time if he saw any suspicious vehicles or women wearing fashionable sunglasses. Gary called Detective Charlotte to ask. Charlotte said that Emma went out for a while, went around the shopping mall, bought more than 10 sets of fashion, and returned to the apartment. There was no unusual movement for the time being. Great. Gary hung up the phone and immediately drove to the Tower of London Hotel. Hey, good evening, Mr. Baker. Link just returned to the hotel lobby. A man in a suit took off his hat and greeted him. The man was thin and had a few yellow teeth on his mouth. In the movie The Fighter, Christian Bale's dick was a drug addict and had rotten teeth. His teeth slowly became white after he quit drugs. Seeing this mouth of teeth, Link knew that the other party was probably not a serious person. Hello, sir. Link responded. Elizabeth. Sir, my daughter Alice is your fan. She likes your songs very much. When I went out today, she specifically told me that if I saw you, please bring her an autograph. Mr. Baker, is that okay? Biggs took out a record of Link and said eagerly. Link looked at him unexpectedly and was surprised that this drug addict was still a good father. He did not refuse. He stopped and picked up a pen to write on it. To Alice, grow up healthily and be a brave girl, Link. At this time, the hotel waiter came over with a food cart. Link took a step back and Biggs also gave way. Suddenly, he stumbled and bumped into Link. Wallace didn't see it and quickly blocked the other side, reaching out to grab Biggs's. Hey, boy, be careful. Wallace lifted Biggs to stand firm. Hey, sorry sir, the ground is too slippery. I didn't stand firm, thank you. Biggs smiled strangely. Link shook his head and returned the information to the man. After the other party left, he said to Wallace, he wants to put something in your trouser pocket. Wallace touched it with his hand and found a small eavesdropping sound. Fuck, damn paparazzi. The Labour police will handle it. Link waved his hand and walked into the elevator. In the internet age, communications are developed and there are many sophisticated sneak shots and eavesdropping devices, like small insects, pervasive Because of these things, Link rarely lives outdoors. Every time before checking into a hotel, he would use professional equipment to check to prevent anyone from taking photos of anything and using it for blackmail. Squeak. After returning to the hotel, the thief Big turned on his computer and prepared to eavesdrop, but heard a series of harsh buzzing sounds from the monitor. He cursed and threw down his headphones in anger. Fuck. A few years ago, in order to rob a bank, he took the initiative to learn some internet technology. Relying on superb theft skills and computer technology, he really made some money in those years. But he should never have become addicted to drugs. After taking drugs, his physical and mental conditions were much worse than before. Because of this, he went from a big thief who robbed banks to a thief who broke into houses and picked locks. Although he became a thief, his theft skills and experience were still there. His previous plan was to use the opportunity of signing to sneak up on Link, and then take the opportunity to put the monitor in Link's pocket. The strength of the sound coming from the monitor would indicate the location of his room, and if he was lucky, he could also hear some important conversations. It's just that many things are easier said than done. He didn't expect Link to back down so quickly. Yes, before he realized that Link was a singer, he had forgotten that he was also a very fast boxing expert. Unable to put the monitoring device on Link, he suddenly put it on Link's bodyguard. According to the habit of celebrities, bodyguards are usually next door or opposite, and Link can be found through them. But the plan failed. Link, the game has just begun. I will definitely catch you. Biggs was unwilling to give up. He changed his clothes and hat, went out for a walk, and was lucky enough to find out Link's room number from a drug-addicted waiter. Room B25 on the 6th floor. Chapter 218. Keira Knightley. London, Tower Hotel. Room B25. The sunlight shines in through the French windows, making the room brighter. The sound of the Thames River and the whistle of the boats also pour into the room with the sunlight. While eating breakfast, Link sat in front of the window and read today's newspapers. British newspapers such as The Times, The Sun, and the Daily Mail all reported on his coming to London to participate in the competition, as well as his answers to reporters yesterday. The Guardian and other newspapers basically followed his original words when reporting, and conducted in-depth analysis and comments. For example, when interviewed yesterday, the Guardian reporter mentioned his words in September last year, that he would defeat all boxers of the same level within 100 seconds, and asked him if he would still stick to this time limit when competing with Carl Franch. Link's answer was the same as his reply to reporters before participating in the WBA boxing champion defense. He focused on the game itself, and wanted to lead everyone to a wonderful game, without forcing a quick decisive battle. The Guardian reporter said in the report that he was ready to change the formation and use blitzkrieg to stop being Manhattan Franch, but also reminded Franch that Link was a master of formation. This sentence may also be a smokescreen. Entertainment newspapers such as The Sun used ambiguous headlines when reporting. There is a headline saying Link claims to admire Miss Keira Knightley and publicly expressed his desire to date a British lady. This is obviously the answer to his first answer and the second answer. Although it is not made up, it will arouse people's reverie. After reading it, readers will think that he wants to pursue Keira Knightley. There is also a news headline saying Emma and Link reversed and flew to London, and the old love rekindled. The news is enough to aggregate the news about Link's London yesterday with the news that Emma returned to London 3 days ago. In addition, he spoke at the press conference and would consider meeting Emma, Daniel, and Robert. When the media reported it, they deliberately replaced Daniel and Robert with etc., turning it into a date between him and Emma. These half-true and half-false news are gossips fabricated by the entertainment media. If the media continues to follow up and takes evidence of his contact with Keira Knightley and Emma Watson, these rumors will become big melons. Some media also reported that he claimed to be a fan of Adele, praising Adele for becoming a great singer, and that he claimed to learn acting from Christian Bale. These news are using him to praise British stars, and the British people also like to see such news. Of course, this is also his purpose, using these stars to win the favor of the British people, and enhance his idols and market in the British Isles, also known as riding on the heat. However, for Keira Knightley, Bale, and Adele, being rubbed by him as a top star, and increasing a lot of exposure at the same time, is a mutually beneficial thing. Boss, it's time to go. While reading the newspaper, Anna knocked on the door. Let's go. Link was dressed in casual clothes, and Anna followed him to visit the British Boxing Museum and exchange experiences with a group of teenage boxing apprentices. The members went to Kensington Park in the West End to attend the Dyer fashion show. He is the global image spokesperson for Dyer Fashion. When the brand heard that he was in London, they invited him to watch the event. Link did not refuse. When he arrived at the scene, it was embarrassing that Keira Knightley was there. She was wearing a blue Dyer, standing on the grass, holding a glass of champagne, and looking at him with a smile. Keira Knightley is not young, she is 24 years old this year. She became famous in the Pirates of the Caribbean series of movies in 2003, and also starred in Pride and Prejudice, Atonement, The Duchess, Modify the Game and Anaka. She is not very beautiful, and her figure is not hot, but her acting skills are good. She has the temperament of a British woman, exquisite and elegant, with a touch of sexiness, which looks very different from American girls. Hi, Miss Knightley, it's great to see you here. Link took the initiative to greet him. Hi, Mr. Baker, I'm glad to see you too, and thank you for your compliments in the media yesterday. It's Milner. Keira Knightley smiled, while holding a champagne glass. I'm telling the truth. I'm a fan of yours. I've seen Atonement and Pride and Prejudice. They're really great. Your performance makes the characters in the movies more charming. Link praised. Keira Knightley smiled delicately with her upper lip, and said as she walked with her hair tied up, I'm also a fan of your songs. Goodbye, Give Me Reasons, and Believe are all songs. Link smiled gently. He didn't know if the other party was praising each other commercially, but it felt good to be praised by a star in person. Hey, Link, Keira. As soon as he walked into Manhattan, Adele, wearing a black lace dress, waved at him intuitively and smiled. I didn't disturb your date, did I? No. Link smiled gently and walked up to hug Adele. Adele is 1 year older than him. She is plump and has long false eyelashes on her eyes. Her makeup is exquisite. After she lost weight, she is also a very beautiful girl, somewhat similar to Lana. Link, it's a pity that you are too slim. If you gain some weight, I must go on a date with you. Adele pulled his arm and compared with him whose arm was thicker. Link's arms were all dissected, so naturally they were thicker than hers. Stronger. Really? I can gain a few dozen pounds. It's not a problem at all. Okay, when you grow to 300 pounds, we will go on a date. Adele patted him on the shoulder and laughed. Kaylin Elink is an Olympic champion, a boxing champion, and a popular singer. Each of them is a very famous name, and they are more famous than her in the entertainment industry. I don't know what the connection is, but after getting up in the morning, I saw a couple scandal on the internet. It feels amazing. The three met and chatted for a while, and then came to the lawn area together to watch an outdoor fashion show. After the event, Link went to BBC TV station Non-Stop to participate in a program interview. In order to thoroughly dig out more materials from him, the top stream in the boxing and music circles, BBC TV planned a boxing interview program, and specially invited former British boxing champion Lennox Lewis to the program recording site. The two talked about the current situation of American and British boxing circles. Under the leadership of the host, they also commented on several top boxers in the current boxing world. Lewis is a former boxer, and he speaks without scruples. The boxers are much weaker than before. More people rely on height, weight, and arm length advantages, while the boxers of the 70s and 80s now rely more on boxing techniques and postures, so the current boxing matches are not as exciting as before. Link also agrees with his point of view, but he will not say it clearly. He is still fighting in the boxing ring. He said that the current boxing matches are not as good looking as before, which is to dismantle himself. He said that in the current internet era, the development of entertainment forms of dance, WWE, UFC and other events has a very serious impact on the boxing industry. This affected the Black Giant to the audience's aesthetics. In the past, before watching boxing matches, the audience would study boxing postures and rules. Even many audiences knew more about boxing than boxers, which was a good way for insiders. When they saw the techniques and specifications required by boxers, they would be excited and shout. It's different now. There are too many fun things to entertain. The audience does not have the time and thinking to deeply understand a sport, especially niche sports. They watch boxing matches more for fun. So those boxers who are tall, strong, fierce, and handsome will get more attention, such as Valuv, Pacquiao, and De La Hoya. But this does not mean that the three have no strength. According to the level of these three people, leading 80 is equivalent to being a top boxer. When Lewis heard his words, he looked at him unexpectedly. He did not expect that his knowledge and understanding of the boxing industry would be so deep. Link, you are going to play against Carl French tomorrow. What do you think of him? Lennox Lewis asked. Lewis was not as good as before. He had a full head of braids, a tall and strong figure, and looked very inconspicuous. Now he has a short haircut and wears a suit. He used to be a British gentleman. He is also the owner of a large brand underwear company with a net worth of hundreds of millions of pounds. I doubt it. Carl is a deadly opponent. Link said affirmatively. I watched his match with Speed Pascal last year. His fists are fierce and flexible. What I admire most is his willpower. He fights to the death and never retreats. He is equivalent to an iron-blooded warrior. In December last year, the WBC Boxing Championship battle, Carl French vs Jane Pascal. The game was very bloody. Cole was beaten by his opponent and his eardrums were perforated and his ribs were broken, but he was unwilling to give up. He played with injuries and finally won the WBC Gold Championship. Pascal was also beaten by his heavy punches and his eyebrows were broken. Mr. Baker, you seem to admire Carl very much. Do you have the confidence to defeat him? Asked the host Alan Campbell. Yes, Carl is very good, but I'm more powerful. Link shook his fist. What if you lose? Will you lose if you resist? Lewis said with a smile on his face. Resistance. So in the game, I will play more actively and try not to let such bad things happen, Link said with a smile. Well, I hope tomorrow will be a wonderful game. Lewis stretched out his fist and said, it will be. Link clenched his fist and bumped it with him. Clap. The audience applauded and cheered. After the interview, Link returned to the business car. Harry Potter Daniel and Golden Retriever Robert called backstage and asked him when he would arrive. Link said immediately and asked Bob to drive to Hampton where Daniel lived. When he drove to Hampton Avenue, reporter Gary also hurriedly drove to catch up. On the way, he received a call from Charlotte, who told him that Emma is out and the destination is temporarily unknown. After hearing the news, Gary was overjoyed. After waiting for a day, he was finally going to catch a big fish. He quickly notified Officer Ryder and Biggs and asked them to come and meet up. There were more people. Chapter 219 Party. Hampton Street is located in the Islington district in northern London. Hampton Street is the cultural and arts centre of London. There are crowd theatres around, including the Garden Theatre, the Almeida Theatre, the King's Theatre, the Sadler's Wells Theatre, and the place where the famous Daniel Radcliffe lives is less than 800 meters away from the King's Theatre. It is a 10-story townhouse. The outer layer of the building is mainly grid-shaped marble panels, matched with Gothic double-pointed windows, stained glass, full of classical charm. Haha, Link, welcome. When I came to Daniel's apartment, the door was open. There were more than a dozen young men drinking and chatting on the scene, most of whom were actors from the Harry Potter crew. Appearing at the door, Golden Retriever Robert turned his head, stretched out his hands, and greeted him warmly. Daniel also walked over from the crowd and welcomed him. Hi, Daniel, Robert, long time no see. Link was related to each other and gave Daniel a souvenir, which was a bottle of Bordeaux Indian, and Daniel expressed his gratitude. Robert took Link to the party and shouted, "Hey, everyone, please allow me to introduce you to the distinguished guest next to me, Mr. Link Baker, the WBA World Boxing Champion, the Olympic Boxing Champion, the World Championship Swimming Champion, the world famous singer, and the famous actor." Papa. Everyone in the living room looked at Robert Link and applauded enthusiastically. Thank you for your introduction. I don't have so many parties. Just call me Link. Link chuckled. Link, I'm your fan. Can you give me an autograph? The Golden Retriever who consumed Master Malfoy took out a Tom record and said, "Hey, Tom, this is a party, not a book signing event. Don't treat this as a star chasing scene, okay? Come back later if you want an autograph. Robert invited Link to sit on the sofa in the middle. Link's hand speed was relatively fast. In just a few seconds, he wrote autographs for several fans who wanted autographs. Among them were several familiar actors, and Link also politely said that he had watched their performances and thought their performances were wonderful. Except for Master Malfoy, the others were not very famous. They were all very excited when they heard that he had seen their play. Link, you are such an amazing guy. Robert handed over a glass of sparkling wine and said on his shoulder, when I saw you in Orlando last year, you were still a boxer. In just over a year, you have become a big star. This is amazing. How did you do it? During the conversation, the others stood on the sofas around them, listening to each other's conversation. Link shrugged his shoulders and smiled. Maybe I'm lucky. After becoming a boxing champion, I gained some fame, and it is easy to grow up in other things. You are too weak. People with good luck can't win the World Boxing Championship, break the world record for swimming, and sell tens of millions of albums. Link, you are really amazing. It's hard to imagine that I would know a guy as amazing as you. Robert patted his shoulder excitedly. Yes, Link, every time we see your news in the newspaper, you have achieved those amazing results. It feels incredible. Daniel stood in front and smiled with a glass of wine. He was wearing a V-neck sweater, not tall, and smiling shyly. Although he didn't wear Harry Potter's round frame glasses, he looked like Harry Potter. Okay, please stop flattering me, or I'll tell you that I grew up watching your movies. Link looked at him and joked. Haha, that's not wrong. Robert laughed and suddenly put away his smile like lightning. He looked outside the crowd and his face became solemn. Everyone followed his gaze and saw a woman wearing a blue round neck sweater and a white channel skirt walking in. She was wearing black leather shoes, her medium-length blonde hair was tied into a ponytail, and she had a delicate oval face and fair collarbones. Because the sweater was loose, it only showed a little bit of her chest, but the hips that were thought to be outlined were curved. She stared at her thin lips, her fair face without any expression, and looked at the cold and slender black eyes that swept through the crowd, highlighting Link. Emma, you're here. Daniel greeted her warmly. Daniel, congratulations. Emma Watson picked up the small paper bag in her hand and handed it to Daniel. Daniel was stunned and puzzled. What are you congratulating me for? Your new movie has more than 800 million copies sold worldwide. Isn't it worth congratulating me? Emma Watson said. Daniel understood. She was talking about Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince. The current global sales have exceeded 800 million. She is just the leading actress of this movie. Is there any need to congratulate her? He suddenly remembered that Emma called yesterday and said that the assets of the movie had exceeded 800 million. She would hold a party to celebrate and invited Link to participate. The theme of today's party seems to be this. Okay, Emma, congratulations to you too, Daniel said with a smile. Others also greeted Emma. Hi, Emma, long time no see. Link stood up and greeted. Emma looked up at him, snorted lightly with her straight nose, stretched out her hand to pull Robert next to her to the side, and said in a low voice, yesterday I said that the four of us would get together. Why are there so many people? Ah, did you say that? Robert blinked innocently. Emma's face was cold, and her fingers twisted hard on his arm. Robert hissed, and his expression suddenly became distorted. He covered his mouth with his hand. Daniel called me, not me. Impossible. Daniel is not as bad as you. Emma snorted, patted her skirt and posed, walked to the sofa next to Link and sat down, with her back straight and knees together, looking very ladylike. What were you talking about just now? Talking about your new movie being very popular and winning the championship. Congratulations. Link said, holding a light beer. Beside him, Robert rubbed his arm and took a breath of cold air. Since he met Emma on the Harry Potter crew at the age of 12, he didn't know how many times he had been pinched in the past 7 or 8 years. This time, both of them were hurt. Seeing Link and Emma chatting, Daniel stood beside them and joined in the fun with a smile, looking redundant but unaware. Robert couldn't help but sigh, walked over and pulled Daniel to the balcony, rolled up his sleeves, and pointed to the red place that was pinched. Dude, I did this for you. How did this come about? Daniel took a look. It was Emma, that little wild girl, who pinched me. Her fingers are definitely poisonous. Robert glanced at Emma and said in a low voice, yesterday Emma meant to only invite Link to come. The four of us will gather here. I planned to call Tom and the others as well. Do you know why? You are worried about neglecting Link, and the party will be more lively with more people. Daniel thought for a while. Wrong. Robert put his arm around his shoulders and said softly, buddy, I'll think about it for you. Emma just suggested inviting Link here because she wanted to have a tryst with Link at your place and let us two serve as a cover up to prevent rumors from spreading. Now I've called Tom and the others over too. With so many people, she can't have a tryst with Link here. Do you understand? Robert raised his eyebrows proudly. Daniel shook his head and said, Robert, you shouldn't do this. Emma is our friend. She wants to date Link here, so we should help her. You shouldn't deliberately make trouble. Robert was stunned for a moment. Don't you like Emma? Do you mind if she and Link have a tryst at your place? Daniel glanced at Emma and whispered, a little bit, but I know she likes Link very much, and I don't want to see her disappointed. You. Robert gritted his teeth and glared at him with a look of disappointment. Okay. You are a great lover. I'm a clown, and I'm the one who is. But I still have to thank you. Daniel said, holding his shoulders. No, I don't deserve your thanks. Robert pushed his hand away, his face still depressed. Hey, what are you two whispering about? Emma asked when she saw him. Robert said he likes to watch the sunset on my balcony. Daniel walked over and said with a smile. Robert glanced at the sun in the west, which was like a red tangerine hidden in the thick haze. What was there to see? He noticed that there were many unfamiliar cars parked on both sides of Hampton Avenue downstairs, and some suspicious people, hanging cameras, wandering around the street. As a star who has been famous for a long time, he can tell at a glance that these guys are paparazzi. Chapter 220 Fame and Fortune. Bernard, I hope this is Daniel Radcliffe's home. On Hampton Avenue, Detective Charlotte sat in a black Lotus car, looking through the car window at several townhouses. Yes, a reporter has photographed Daniel in Strawberry. The reporter Gary leaned against the car window, holding a telephoto lens, carrying the surveillance camera upstairs to observe the patrol. He suddenly saw the figure of the golden retriever Robert, flashing by the balcony. That should be Daniel's home. Link and Emma Watson are also there. What should we do now? I just inquired. Not only Link and Emma are here, but also several actors from the Harry Potter crew are here. They are holding a party here. Can this prove that they are dating? Charlotte looked at him. Gary sighed and shook his head. Celebrities in the circle like to hold parties and call a group of people to play together. Entertainment reporters hate this kind of party the most. If two celebrities date, it will be a scandal if they are photographed and spread. If a group of people date at a party, as long as there is no actual evidence, it will not have much impact if it is spread. Now they knew that Link and Emma Watson might have dated under the pretext of the party, but they couldn't find any evidence. It was like knowing that there was a pile of money upstairs, but they couldn't get it. He was very unwilling. Jack, how do you take photos when you help people catch cheating? Gary adjusted his glasses and looked at them. It's different. The people we catch cheating are mostly ordinary people. They are not very awakened and don't have bodyguards. The places or hotels they live in are relatively ordinary. The security measures are average. It usually takes a few days to track them. Celebrities are often followed by paparazzi, so it's difficult to catch them. Gary also knew this. He looked at the nearby apartment floors. Jack, go to the outside floor and see if there is any way to see Daniel's house with a telescope. I'll go downstairs and see if I can find a way to get in. Okay. Charlotte carried a work backpack equipped with a telescope and a camera and walked to an older apartment building next to the King's Theatre. It was built before the war and the Gothic roof looked very distinctive. There were vacant rooms for rent in the apartment. Charlotte used the excuse of wanting to see the house, paid a deposit of £100, got the key from the apartment manager, and went to the apartment building. He was secretly happy in his heart, thinking that his method was very clever and might have unexpected gains. When he arrived, He found that 3 paparazzi had already turned into people, holding telescopes and constantly looking at the opposite side. Charlotte sighed in frustration. The paparazzi business was too competitive. If you want to make money, you should run faster. He called Gary and told him about the dessert situation. Gary said he knew and asked him to pay attention to it. When Gary called, he was also unsuccessful. The door of the apartment building was locked with a password. You need to verify your identity before entering the building. There are 2 elevators, so you can't get in, even if you want to. Just when he was struggling, he suddenly saw a pizza clerk coming over. He turned his eyes and thought of a good idea. Link, you are too popular recently. Look downstairs. There are paparazzi everywhere. Robert walked into the stage and said, "Wow, there are at least 100 of them." The blonde Malfoy leaned over the window and took a look, saying in an exaggerated voice. Link shrugged, indicating that there was nothing he could do. Fame and fortune usually go hand in hand. After a person becomes famous, he will be involved in things, and every move will affect the interests of many people. Just like now, if the photo of him and Emma sitting and chatting was taken by the paparazzi and posted on the internet, he may have some bad reputation, and Link Music and Dynasty Promotion will need to spend more money on image public relations, and it may even affect his record sales. But the paparazzi will make a lot of money, and the media behind the paparazzi can also take the opportunity to sell more news products. Link's competitors, such as the East Coast rap groups, may be happy to show their big white teeth. I told you a long time ago that everyone should proceed quietly. Robert, you are too high profile. Emma chased Robert and said. Robert lay on the sofa, shook his head and said, "This is definitely not my problem. After Link was in London yesterday, there were a lot of news about your rekindled relationship on the internet. I believe there are a lot of paparazzi who want to take pictures of your date, so when you left home, there must be a lot of paparazzi following the car. When I came out, there were some paparazzi following the car." Link nodded. Emma snorted, walked to the back, quietly reached out to him, and gently pinched his waist. "Hey, Emma, Link, the internet said that you had an estimate last year, isn't it true?" The girl named Bonnie asked with a smile. She was dressed as Ginny Weasley, the sister of Golden Ron in Harry Potter. "Bonnie, do you still need to ask this? Look at how they look now. They are almost stuck together, and you can tell at a glance that they are not in a good relationship." Robert squinted and smiled. Emma had a cold face and picked up the fruit knife on the table. Robert was startled. His body stiffened and fell to the ground. His brother got up and hugged Daniel as a shield. Emma glanced at him, peeled an apple quickly and said, "Yes, Link and I thought about it. When we were serious last year, nothing happened to Taylor. Later, I had to go back to England after filming. Considering various inconveniences, we broke up." Link nodded. What Emma said was right. When he was with Emmeline last year, he and Taylor were just ordinary friends. After the news of his and Emmeline's temporary relationship was exposed by the media, Taylor suddenly called and said she would be his girlfriend. In a way, Emma is still the media person for him and Taylor. "Emma, you dumped Link. How could you bear to dump such a great boyfriend like Link?" Another person asked in surprise. "We broke up peacefully." Emma wrinkled her nose and said, "Yes." Link spread his hands and said, "I'm a boxer and my home is in Miami. Emma is an actress and her home is in London. We have been caring for each other for a long time. We will face many problems that we cannot solve for the time being, so we broke up. It's a pity. It would be great if you were still together. Yes, you look very compatible." People at the party were talking at once. "Hey, Emma, let me ask you a personal question." Bonnie leaned close to Emma's ear and whispered, "The news said that Link is very good in that aspect. Is that true?" But her voice was a little loud and everyone around heard it. Robert, Master Malfoy and several other boys immediately objected, saying that this topic was boring, and asked them not to discuss it anymore. The girls laughed at them for their low self-esteem, and did not want to talk about such pornographic topics. Hearing several people joking, Link did not interrupt. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket turned off a few times, and he got up and went to the window to answer the phone. The caller was Wallace. He said that several paparazzi pretended to be delivery men and sneaked into the apartment, perhaps to take secret photos. In addition, there were paparazzi with binoculars on the opposite apartment buildings. While Ace asked him to be careful, Link looked through the window and saw that there were indeed many figures on the roof of the building diagonally opposite. He also had to sigh that the British paparazzi were really crazy. Chapter 221 Monitoring. Damn it. On the street, Gary watched Link's car go away, kicked the metal trash can on the street, and several mineral water bottles jumped out of the trash can. £200 bought a set of food delivery clothes, but not long after, Link walked in with his bodyguards. It was really a waste of work. Damn, I ran up and down 20 flights of stairs. I'm so tired. Bernard, do you still want to follow? Charlotte came over with a tool bag on her back, sweat on her face, and her expression was also unhappy. Gary adjusted his glasses and sighed softly, not knowing what to do. Entertainment reporters are a bit like miners panning for gold. Whether they can make a fortune often depends on luck. Just like his superior Joseph, he was just a small reporter more than 10 years ago. Once after get off work, he was bored and took a walk along the Thames. He happened to see Princess Diana dating her lover at Waterloo Bridge. He raised his camera and pressed it lightly. The bonus was £50,000, and now he has become the editor-in-chief of the entertainment section. Gary was unwilling to be a small reporter. He wanted to get a promotion and a raise, and become a superior person. Link and Emma's scandal was a good opportunity. Take a rest first. There is still one day tomorrow. Let's see what happens first. Gary waved his hand, said goodbye to Charlotte, and sat in the car lazily. Ding-ling-ling. The phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a call from the thief Biggs. What's the matter? Your voice sounds really depressed. Did you make a wasted trip? Biggs asked with a strange smile. Don't talk nonsense. Say it quickly if you have something to say. Don't be so irritable. I'll tell you a good moment, and I promise that you will feel better. Okay, I'm not talking nonsense. Do you know where I was half an hour ago? I was in Link's bedroom. Oh, you got into Link's room? Gary said in surprise. Of course, don't forget who I am. But Biggs, the thief, there is no door that I can't open. Guess what I put in his room? Hey, it's a device that can hear him on the phone. From now on, whenever he makes a phone call, I can hear his voice and know all his secrets. How about it? Biggs said excitedly. Gary frowned. It's a crime to secretly install a listening device in someone else's room. In fact, he just pretended to be a delivery man and broke into the building, which was also a crime, but Lynn installed a bug, so the crime was much more serious. Crime? Biggs' voice suddenly became sharp. I've robbed banks several times and spent 7 or 8 years in jail. You tell me this is a crime? I know what a crime is better than you. Hey, do you want to do it? If not, I'll find someone else. I believe there are a lot of people interested in my initiative now. Gary sighed. It was true. Lynn robbed a bank and installed eavesdropping devices, which were just trivial matters. He thought about it seriously and decided to continue to cooperate with Biggs. Now many colleagues are studying Link carefully. The giant has dug out some useful things from Link. It may not be possible to focus on him alone. Some unconventional methods, even methods that are not allowed by law, are needed. Gus, Link will probably return to the Tower of London Hotel in half an hour. Please look for him there. If there is any situation, please contact me in time. Don't worry. From now on, I will listen carefully to what Link says, but you need to give me some money first. I need money to buy equipment, clothes, food, and drink. I think £2,000 is appropriate. 2,000? No, 1,000 at most. Okay, 1,000 is also fine. When will you send it over? Wait. Gary hung up the phone anxiously. Now he didn't get any news, but posted this money. He suddenly felt that following Link might not be a good thing. Back in the hotel, Link finished taking a shower in the bathroom at noon and changed into a deliberately sportswear. Just as he was about to go to the training center for some exercise, he received a message on his phone. Taylor asked him what he was doing. Link said he had just come back from a party and was going to exercise. Taylor asked him what party. Link told the truth. Harry Potter crew party? Didn't Emma Watson go? Yes. Have you turned into a pig? You are the pig. Emma Watson is your old lover. Didn't you rekindle your old love after you met? Tell me, I will forgive you. Taylor Swift, your life is not too idle. You didn't expect that when I was not with you, you were fooling around with another woman, right? I said, this is what you said, and you admitted it yourself. Taylor sent a message. Link looked helpless. Sorry to disappoint you. This is just a very ordinary friend party. More than 10 people. Oh, by the way, there are hundreds of paparazzi outside. I see. If there were no paparazzi around, you would definitely fool around, right? Taylor asked. Link slapped her several times. You can slander me as much as you want. I will teach you a lesson when I get back. You dare. Taylor sent 3 fists. To be honest, sometimes I really want to see your gossip on the news. I will be very sad to see you messing around with another woman behind my back. Maybe I will write a few songs when I'm sad. Why don't you try? Link was a little speechless at her suggestion. She treated herself as a bug. Okay, I will try. JPG, are you threatening me? JPG. Link shook his head and asked her how about writing songs? Taylor said she had no inspiration. Link teased her. At first, she said that after he left, she might have some inspiration when she missed him, but now she had no inspiration, which meant that she didn't miss him much, and she should do a deep self-examination. After chatting for a few words, he picked up his phone and drove to the training center next door to exercise. Damn. Why can't I hear it? In the desk suite on the 3rd floor of the hotel, Biggs heard a meeting. Except for the sound of the door closing before, he could not hear anything else. He thought, picked up the equipment box again, secretly went to Link's room, and installed 2 more monitors in the living room of the suite. He didn't believe that he couldn't hear it this time. After more than 3 hours of training, Link came back. Biggs heard Link's voice in the headset and laughed excitedly. But the next second, he heard the voice of the hotel manager, who told Link that he had just seen a stranger sneaking to the 6th floor from the surveillance. For security reasons, the hotel would recheck his room. After a few seconds, a sharp buzzing sound came from the headset again, and the 2 monitors were pulled out. Biggs was so angry that he cursed. The hotel manager was really too troublesome. Fortunately, the bug at the door was not found, and no one would have thought that he put the bug at the corner of the room door. Link, wait, I will catch your handle and punish you severely. Biggs put on the headset again. Bang, the sound of the door closing must have come from the headset, and Biggs pulled out his ears to press early. Chapter 222. Before the game begins. I'm going to work. In the morning, in an apartment in the East District, Officer Ryder ate a few bites of bread, picked up the cap on the desk and stood up. Dad, do I want 4 roller skates? Tom downstairs will do. Yes. His son Harry raised his head and said crisply, you are only 5 years old. It is too dangerous to play roller skating. I will buy it for you next year. Officer Ryder said with a headache. Okay. Harry pouted his little mouth, lowered his head with some disappointment, and crushed the biscuits with a fork. Officer Ryder rubbed his soft hair. Make a wish. Maybe it will come true on Christmas. Little Harry blinked and looked at him. Seeing him nod, he closed his eyes excitedly and whispered to Cruz that he wanted a pair of roller skates, preferably blue, like the color of his father's Manhattan. Ryder, this is a sandwich prepared for you. Take it with you for lunch. His wife Jenny came out of the kitchen in an adult apron, holding a yellow paper bag in her hand. No. Usually, lunch boxes are distributed at noon. Take it. There are too few lunch boxes. I'm worried that you won't have enough. With Jenny's force, Officer Ryder left the apartment with a paper bag and got into a police car parked on the street. He picked up his colleagues on the street in Milan and drove to the O2 Arena on Greenwich Peninsula. Today is the day of the WBA/WBC boxing championship match, which will be held at 2:30 p.m. At around 9 a.m., many people came around the man. There were employees of the man who needed to clean the scene before the match. The security personnel also used professional equipment to clear the dangers at the scene to ensure the normal progress of the match. The staff also sat in front of the window and made some preparations. Employees of several TV stations also brought broadcasting equipment and entered the scene in advance to set up the exhibition. In addition to many of these people, there were also small vendors selling fruits, drinks, food, and wallpaper on the street. Officer Ryder saw the news yesterday that the celebration of the victory would create no less than £100 million in revenue for the surrounding areas. At first, he thought the number was a bit exaggerated. He saw these small vendors, as well as the crowded hotels, restaurants, and supermarkets around them, and the frequent taxis and buses that came. He thought that this number was a bit too much to monitor. "Charlie, you watch here, I'm going to the bathroom." Officer Ryder knocked on the car window and said to his colleague who was reading a newspaper in the co-pilot seat, "Okay." Their work content today was not much, mainly guarding the streets of the North Gate, maintaining the order of imports and exports, preventing people from making trouble, and at the same time intimidating the thieves around. Officer Ryder came to the public restroom on the street, picked up the phone and said, "Louise, I'm on duty on the street. It's not convenient to answer the phone. What's the matter with you calling?" "Damn Ryder, you haven't come to me for 5 days. Do you have another woman outside?" "Not Lucina." Lover Louise shouted dissatisfiedly. Her voice was a little rough, her appearance was average, and her sturdy body was like a peasant woman, but Ryder liked her type. "Louise, don't let your imagination run wild. The Ota gym is hosting a boxing championship these days, so we need to get off work overtime on patrol. I'll be busy until midnight these days, and I'll come to your place after I'm done." Officer Ryder explained. "It's best if you don't have other women. If you dare to mess around outside, I won't let you go. Also, I saw a beautiful dress in Prada, the same style as Anne Hathaway's. I want to buy it, but it costs £600. You should bring the money with you next time." £600? Officer Ryder couldn't help rubbing his forehead. "Louise, we are just ordinary people. Don't learn from those rich ladies to wear Prada. I think those niche brands are also very good. There is a clothing supermarket opened by Chinese people on York Street. The quality of the clothes there is better than that of luxury brands." "Ryder, I only want £600 and you don't have it? Didn't you give the money to another woman?" "Damn Ryder, when you first seduced me, you said you would love me forever and spend all the money you earned on me. Now I only want £600 and you are not willing? Well, if you don't give it to me, forget it. I'll find Edward, the damn bastard staring at my ass. I think he must be willing to buy me Prada." "No, dear Louise, please don't be like this. Edward is a pighead. He doesn't deserve you." "Well, I recently took on an accessory. I will send it to you when I make money." After finally appeasing his lover, Officer Ryder breathed a sigh of relief, hung up the phone, and called reporter Bernard Gari to ask him if he had any gains yesterday. He was busy at the bureau yesterday and did not participate in the operation of tracking Link. Hearing that Gari and Charlotte had left, he wanted to know if anyone had taken photos of Link and Emma dating. Gary told him disappointedly that no, Link was a coward. Seeing too many paparazzi downstairs, he didn't dare to stay and left early. They had worked for nothing all day. Ryder could hear that Gary's tone was a little disappointed, so he encouraged him to keep going. As long as Link was still in London, he could date Emma at any time. They were all men, and the more they couldn't get it, the more they would miss it. Gary thought what he said made sense, so he asked him to catch more outside, and he would come later. After hanging up the phone, Officer Ryder returned to the police car and saw his colleague Charlie counting money. It was a thick stack of £40 to £50. "Where did you get the money?" "Hey, someone gave it to me as a gift." Charlie took out £200 and handed it to him, saying that everyone who saw it would get a share. Then Charlie explained that this was a benefit from the ticket scalper Raymond. 3 days ago, when the general sale of tickets began, the scalper Raymond grabbed more than 500 tickets through his channels. These tickets are divided into 5 levels according to the distance from the boxing ring. £100, £200, £500, £1,000, and £2,000. The news said that the mall issued more than 18,000 tickets in the first batch, and they were sold out in just 21 minutes. Many people planned to watch the boxing match live, but did not have tickets, so they could only buy tickets. Now the black market dealers have increased the price by at least 50% on the original basis. The highest priced VIP seats have tickets that are more than £5,000, and they are still not available. So much increase? Raymond can make tens of thousands of pounds this time, right? Officer Ryder said in surprise. At least £30,000 is equivalent to. Charlie shook his finger. Officer Ryder was a little envious. That's £13,000. It's equivalent to half a year's salary for him. The sun gradually rose, and the pearl-shaped O2 dome shone with a dazzling halo in the sun, like a pearl sprinkled on the Rhine. The number of pedestrians and vehicles on the surrounding streets gradually increased. Officer Ryder and his companions did not have time to chat. They put on sunglasses, stood in crowded places, and looked around. Although their sight was aimless and even a little astigmatic, in the eyes of ordinary people, they seemed to be carrying out a sudden mission, and felt very safe. Most of the people who entered the venue first were tourists and citizens in the ordinary seating area. They came by bus and subway, and walked to the train station. This group of people was the largest, 1 or 2 people. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon, there were more and more luxury cars on the street, such as Ferrari, Maserati, Rolls-Royce Silver Spur, etc. Many of Officer Ryder had seen celebrities, including Prince Andrew and Harry, who came in McLaren, members of the House of Commons, the director of the City Police Department, and officials from the sports department. There were also some stars such as Keira Knightley, Adele, several actors in the Harry Potter movies, Daniel, Robert, and Emma Watson. There were also several sports stars, including the Beckhams, boxing champion Lennox Lewis, Joe Calzaghe, and Chris Eubank Blue. There were also some celebrities wearing peaked caps and big sunglasses, which covered their sides tightly. Officer Ryder couldn't tell who they were. There are so many celebrities. Are all these people here to watch the boxing match between Carl and Link? Charlie, a colleague, looked at the content in front. Officer Ryder shook his head and concluded, last December, Carl fought with Jane Pascal here. There was less than 1 spectator. Now these people are probably here for Link. Link is really famous. I still have his records in my country. How can a singer like him become a boxing champion? Is it easy to get the title of boxing champion? Charlie thought. You are wrong. Link became a boxing champion first, and then a singer. Officer Ryder told Charlie about the news and deeds about Link that he knew and heard from Charlotte a few days ago. What Olympic champion, 7 champions of the World Swimming Championships, became a world champion boxing champion in 10 minutes, and his album sold more than 10 million copies worldwide. While talking, Gary came from the opposite street, holding a camera, and took pictures of the crowd in front of the adults as he walked. In addition to him, there were some media reporters who randomly interviewed the audience at the scene, asking them where they came from, who they were boxing fans of, and who they hoped to crack. Hey, James. Gary shouted from the opposite side, and took 2 photos of Ryder and Charlie. Did anything unexpected happen here today, or something interesting? Reporter Gary shouted. Everything is fine, man. Oh, what a pity. Gary said regretfully. The Pistons police like world peace, and reporters like world chaos more. The more chaotic, the more news there is. They can complete their monthly interview tasks, and get the maximum salary. But I saw Emma Watson coming, and Keira Knightley, Adele, and Link are really popular assholes. Gary shook his head. There are too many people here. If you want to succeed in staring at them here, forget it. Everything depends on luck. If you can't catch evidence of their dating, just think we are not destined to get rich. Diddy. There was a horn sound from the street, and 2 Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicles drove over from the north, and stopped at the north gate entrance. A sturdy man in a black suit and fashionable sunglasses got out of the car, looked to the left, and saw 2 tall and strong black-haired guys in sports were getting out. They were young men in their early 20s, handsome, gentle, with clear and bright blue eyes and a smile on their lips. They looked in a good mood. Officer Ryder and Gary looked at each other. Link Baker had arrived. Gary quickly raised his camera and took a picture of Link. Link heard the noise and said to Prague, "Good afternoon, Mr. Policeman." "Good afternoon, Mr. Baker." Officer Ryder responded, holding up the brim of his hat, but thinking in his heart, if you allow us to take pictures of you and Emma Watson dating, we can make a lot of money and I will feel better. Chapter 223. Link was beaten back. Link came to the entrance of the O2 arena and answered several reporters' questions. When he was about to enter the arena, he saw his opponent Carl France's motorcade also arrived. He looked at him suddenly and recalled his information. 32 years old, 185 centimeters tall, arm length 186 centimeters, debuted in 2002, currently has a record of 26 fights, 1 loss, 24 KO finals, and the only defeat was when he competed for the WBA European Boxing Championship last year, losing to Mikkel Kessler. Then he successfully avenged himself in the WBC World Boxing Championship and defeated boxing champions such as Pascal and Jermaine Taylor. Nicknamed Cobra, his jab is extremely fast and tricky. His fighting style is fat and fierce, and he fights harder and harder, and he fights bloody battles skillfully. When he looked over, Carl France also looked at him a few times and nodded at him. Link also nodded and then led the logistics team into the women's interior of the pearl-shaped dome. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the game was about to begin. Reporter Gary and Detective Charlotte also entered the venue on time. When they came to the back row of audience seats, the middle inner side was full, with the blue boxing ring in the middle as a center. From the VIP seats under the boxing ring to the last few steps, there were people everywhere. There were about 2.8 people. This is the maximum capacity of 02 men when hosting boxing matches. In the audience, many people held Link's posters, including boxing posters, singer posters, and Link's fitness posters. The fitness posters were released with the deluxe version of the record, and there were not many of them. At this time, all his fans shouted loudly, shouting "Come on Link, Link the boxing champion," and some wanted Link to fight hard and win more gold belts for everyone to draw. This is only the UK. When Carl French appeared in London, the cheers on the scene were even louder and the applause was even more enthusiastic. More than 20,000 people were shouting for Carl French, hoping that he could beat Come On Link and keep the WBA and WBC super middleweight gold collars in the country. Emma Watson is there, Charlotte said, holding her backpack and pointing to the front row of the audience. Gary looked up and saw Emma Watson wearing a blue shirt and a golden ponytail. Harry Potter, Golden Retriever Wayne, and Master Malfoy were sitting beside her. They were facing Link on the stage and whispering to each other from time to time. Keira Knightley is there. Charlotte pointed to another person and said, "Don't worry about Keira for now. The scandal between her and Link was made up by our media. Keira has a boyfriend now." Gary said, "In order to shoot valuable material, they must eliminate several interferences before taking action, and Keira Knightley is one of them." Charlotte raised her arm and the telescope, focusing her sight on the boxing ring. On the boxing ring, Link was wearing red shorts, with his name Link embroidered with white silk thread on his waist pants, and professional red boxing gloves. He was being interviewed by the host of the BBC TV and the European TV Sports channel. Opposite him was the British boxer Carl France, who was wearing black shorts and gorgeous black gloves. His coach was saying something beside him, and he nodded from time to time. In terms of height, Link was taller, but his cut was relatively symmetrical, which made his body look not as strong as his opponent Carl France. "Bernard, who do you think will win between the two of them?" Charlotte raised the telescope. "It should be Link. This guy knocked out Mikkel Kessler in 101 seconds, defeated Jane Taylor in 98 seconds, and defeated Pascal in 42 seconds. Although Carl also defeated them, he didn't do it so easily. How great it would be if Carl could win. I bet £100 on him." Charlotte said, "What are the odds?" "If Link wins, it's 1.05 to 1, and if Carl wins, it's 51.5 to 1, so high." Gary was surprised at Douglas. He had only heard that the odds of the match between Tyson and James Douglas were over 150. Tyson lost unexpectedly, and many people who bet on Douglas made a lot of money. It is said that Tyson also bet, if Link bets 1 million on himself and loses the match again, can he make 50 million? Gary guessed. People in bookmakers are so stupid that they will investigate the identity of the bettors in detail for large bets. In addition, with Link's current status and worth, he will not do such a thing that damages his reputation. Charlotte said, "Ding ding." The bell of the match rang, and the host and staff on the ring all left the ring, leaving only Link, Carl Flange, and the referee on the ring. Charlotte immediately raised the telescope and focused on the ring. The referee gave an order and the match began. Link and Carl Flange bumped their gloves, then moved their feet, and kept changing positions. Come on. Come on Link. Come on Flange. Flange will win. The audience also shouted loudly. Amid the cheers of the audience, Cal Flange attacked for the first time. His fists also flew, constantly hitting Link's bottom, each punch heavier and more powerful than the last, not giving Link any chance to attack. Link raised his fists, moved his feet flexibly, and kept dodging. In less than 50 seconds, Cal Flange punched 87 times. At the 52nd second, Cal Flange used the rope tactics to force Link to the edge of the ring, and before Link could change his position, he broke Link's defense with several consecutive punches. One of the punches hit Link, and Link was knocked back a step. Wow. The audience at the scene let out a huge exclamation with that punch. Legend has it that Link's boxing skills are very high. It only takes a few tens of seconds and a few rounds to beat others in the ring, and he is rarely hit in the face. This time, he was hit in the side of the face by Cal Flange, and he staggered. The British audience at the scene shouted excitedly, "Come on, Carl. Cole will win. Carl, you are the best." The shouts at the scene became louder and louder. Amid the cheers of tens of thousands of spectators, Cal Flange fought even harder, his fists faster than a shuttle, often throwing 4 or 5 punches in 1 second. Even the voice of the on-site commentator began to beat. BBC TV host Mr. Edward Campbell stood in front of Manhattan and said in a vibrating voice that Cal Flange was now possessed by Pacquiao, showing off the speed and ferocity of boxing. The on-site commentator also claimed that before the game, people thought Link would win, but now the game seems to have taken a turn. The balance of victory is in Carl Frange's direction. Undefeated boxing champion Link Back is very likely to repeat his failed performance in '02. Charlotte glanced at the host who was broadcasting live and said to Gary in surprise, "Is Link going to lose?" Gary looked at the game on the boxing ring, and some people also noticed the dance situation. Lion, but the American newspaper said that Link has been busy selling records in the past few months and has no time to train. I heard that his strength showed obvious improvement when he was competing with Andre Riel, so he might lose the game. It would be great if Link loses. I bet £100 on Carl, with 51 times odds, which is £5,000. Charlotte became more and more excited as she spoke, and punched the air. "Come on, Carl. Cole will win." At this time, there were no less than 10,000 British spectators roaring with him. When their voices merged together, even the dome of the O2 Arena was buzzing. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224. What a terrible opponent. Is Link going to lose? No, come on, Link. Emma Watson shouted loudly in the audience seats on the east side of the ring. Emma, don't forget that you are British. You should cheer for Carl. Robert teased. Don't talk nonsense. Shout quickly. It's useless. Now everyone is cheering for Carl. It's useless for us to cheer for Link. But I think it's reasonable for Link to lose. This guy is a singer now and has no time to practice boxing. I heard that he has several rumored girlfriends, so it's inevitable that his strength will decline. Robert shrugged and smiled. Nonsense. Link won't lose. Emma patted him. Yes. Come on, Link. Daniel Sterling shouted to the stage. Robert looked helplessly and felt that he was a little stupid. Wow, this is my first time to watch a match live. I didn't expect the atmosphere of a boxing match to be so intense, Adele said to Keira Knightley next to her, still wearing a beautiful dress with delicate makeup, big brown wavy hair, and eyelashes on her shoulders. It's my first time watching a boxing match live. It's really exciting to watch people fight live. Keira Knightley smiled while holding her chin. Oh no, Link got it again. He won't really lose, will he? Adele clapped her hands and said. In order to protect the fainted, she restrained her emotions and didn't scream with the audience. Keira Knightley stared at her upper lip and smiled. Isn't it good to lose? He's an American. Haha, you're right. If he loses, our national boxer can get an extra gold medal. If he wins, well, we also congratulate him. So no matter who loses, it's a good thing for us. Adele laughed. Bang. At 105 seconds in the first round, Link was hit again by Carl Franch's strong attack, and his back hit the ropes. Exclamation mark. Seeing him being repelled by Carl Franch again, the British audience at the scene became even more excited, and the voices of "Come on, Carl" and "Cole will win" shook the eardrums of the audience in the front row. What happened? Why did Link perform so weakly today? Frank Bruno, the former WBA heavyweight champion known as the British Boxing King, covered his ears and spoke loudly. Knox Lewis concentrated his arms, looked at the match on the boxing ring and said, "Maybe this is his tactic." "I don't think so." Chris Eubank, a famous British boxer, said, "This may be Link's true strength. He only played in the United States before, I mean professional matches. Under the hype of the media, his strength was infinitely exaggerated, becoming an invincible boxing champion, a Superman boxing champion, and an undefeated boxing champion, like a big bubble. Last year, I heard news that he crossed the level 3 and defeated Tyson, which felt a bit fake. Now it seems that the match must have been a fake match created by the promotion company to make Link famous. It's unlikely. Even if there is some water in his match against Tyson, it is impossible to fake the matches of defeating Mikkel Kessler in 101 seconds, defeating Jermaine Taylor in 98 seconds, and Pascal. Lennox Lewis spread his arms and answered, "I think it may be because of the scene." Boxing champion Frank Bruno said, "I heard that Link likes to play at home. Every time he plays at home, he will have a wonderful record, such as the Golden Gloves finals. Now he comes to London to play against Carl away. It is understandable that he performed a little worse. Another point is that this guy is obviously lackluster in training after winning the WBA boxing championship. Look at him in London for the past 2 days. He has been participating in programs, press conferences, and friends gatherings. I heard that he also attended a fashion show." Chris Eubank shook his head. "The most important thing for a boxer is concentration. In the game, when a boxer is no longer focused on the punches, the power will come first." Lennox Lewis did not refute, looking at Joe Calzaghe, who was watching the game intently next to him. "Joe, what do you think?" Former WBA, WBC, WBO, IBF super middleweight world champion Joe Calzaghe said, "I'm not sure. I watched every game of Link, including amateur games. His defense is better than his offense, but today his defense seems to have obvious loopholes. I don't know if this is his tactics, or Carl's offense is too sharp, so he can't deal with it." Wow. At 135 seconds, Carl Franch broke Link's defense with both fists and punched Link's face, just a little slower, and the fist just brushed past his face. The audience sighed in disappointment. If the punch just now was not noticed, Link would definitely be knocked down. 130 seconds. 50 seconds left before the end of the first round. This is a number that Link has never seen in super middleweight matches. Carl is creating a miracle, BBC host Edward Campbell said to the camera in an excited tone. "Link, you are hitting shit. Can you not block your fists on your head? Just hit it out." In a boxing club in Las Vegas, Tyson shouted angrily while watching the live broadcast on TV. Chris Bird, the quick-fire boxing champion next to him, had a beer and said, "Now many media are saying that your match with Link last year was a fake fight. Is it true?" Tyson said with his gold teeth bared, "Nonsense. The prize money for that match was 10 million, 70% of it. If I can beat him, why don't I take the big head? Is Link really that fierce? This guy started to provoke us in amateur matches. I feel that he is finally a mouth cannon." Lights out. James Toney lay on the sofa like a Maitreya Buddha, touching the big belly mask. Tyson grinned and looked at the other party. "You haven't come yet. You can definitely fight him. Now this guy's reputation is ranked in the top 3 in the boxing world, and his appearance fee is also very high. Fighting with him, you can still make money even if you lose. I have this plan. If he is just like this, I will let him know the dangers of boxing." Chris Bad waved his fist and grinned. "How Lixie. I don't know how Link became like this now. When he fought with me, his fists were very fierce. When he hit me, I felt like vomiting blood. Now it has become like this." Tyson saw Link was beaten back again and cursed angrily. I heard that he has a lot of gossip girlfriends. Maybe he learned from you, and his legs were weakened by women. James Toney grinned. Nonsense. My legs are not weak. Tyson glared at him, heard a wow from the TV, and hurried to the bottom again, and saw Link staggering, and almost falling down after being beaten. Shit. This guy has definitely regressed. No one can beat him back. Tyson cursed. Link is going to fail, Bob Arum said, while watching TV in the lounge of Top Promotions in Las Vegas. Cohen shook his head and sighed. Why has this guy become like this? When I saw him before, he was full of confidence in boxing. He also told me that his goal was to surpass Mayweather and De La Hoya and become a practicing boxing champion. It's a pity that he has become like this now, Bob Arum said, holding a cigar. This is Duval's fault. The more qualified the boxer is, the more he needs to be managed well and trapped in a contract to make him obedient so that no accidents will happen. But Duval didn't do that. He took a laissez-faire attitude towards Link and allowed Link to talk nonsense in the music industry and Hollywood, which took up a lot of training time. Now Link has become like this, which is also due to his own fault. Arum smoked a cigar and slowly blew out a smoke ring. Yes, Duval is not a good agent. If Link joined our Top promotion, he would never be like this. And Link himself is too conceited. He is only 20 years old, and he has put on an arrogant posture of being the world's #1. Obviously, he lacks training. I hope today's Christmas can make him understand this truth. Greg Cohen sighed. He was relieved in his heart. Since Link became the top boxer in the boxing world, people in the circle have praised Frank Duval for his vision and found a treasure like Link. He dug it, and he began to dare not agree. Link showed 70% decadence and became a negative example. This also made him one of the stains in his career. If Link loses today and never recovers from it, he will have a chance to wash away this stain. Ahem Nora. When Frank comes back from London, talk to him and ask him to do more ideological work on Link. Let Link spend more time on training and don't mess around in the entertainment industry. In New York, in the Duva family villa, Lau Duva said to his daughter-in-law Nora Duva. Nora nodded while watching the TV and then said, "This may be difficult. It is also difficult for Link to be a successful singer. Don't worry, I can see that Link still likes boxing the most. For boxing, I think he should agree," Lau Duva said. Hey. Dino Duva, who was squatting in front of the TV, turned around and rolled his eyes and said, "The first round hasn't even ended yet, and you have concluded that Link will lose. Isn't it too hasty? What if this is Link's tactic? Don't forget that he is a master of tactics. Whether it is a tactic or not, his regression is obvious," Lau Duva said breathlessly. Dino shrugged. Since even old Duva said that Link had regressed, he had no way to refute it. Maybe Link really regressed. After all, he has to make movies, release records, and pick up girls. It is normal to regress. But I heard that Link's odds of losing are 151. Isn't this guy faking a fight? Dino said, touching his chin. If it's true, this guy is too mean. He should have asked me to join him. Seeing Link's weak performance on the stage, it was not only Dino who suspected that he was faking a fight. Many people at the O2 finals also had the same suspicion. Bernard, if Link is really faking a fight, that would be great. I can make £5,000 from this fight. In the audience, Charlotte rushed to the reporter Gary beside her and said, "Congratulations." Gary stood on the road with a cameraman and shouted, "Come on, Carl," and the audience rushed to cheer. It was a contest between WBA champion Link and WBC champion Carl, and it was also a collision between the top British and American super middleweight boxers. If Carl could defeat the invincible champion Link in this fight, it would be a great joy for all British boxing fans. And the audience who cheered for Carl loudly at the scene also deserved to be reported by the media. Wow! Exclamation mark. Suddenly, there was a wave of exclamations, with great shock and surprise in the voice. Gary turned his head and looked at the ring and saw that Carl French, who was still attacking fiercely the moment before, was now lying on the ring. Gary did not dare to open his eyes confidently and hurriedly looked at Charlotte. "What happened? Tell me, what happened just now?" Charlotte pointed at the boxing ring. Her mouth moved a few times, and then she spoke. "Just now, Carl continued to attack Link in front, and suddenly avoided Link without dodging, and a punch flew from a third party, hitting Carl's face firmly. The punch was very fast and very fierce. Cole was not prepared at all, and it hit the ring with a bang. A punch flew from a third party? Backflip? Yes, backflip. It was Link's backflip! Exclamation mark. At the same time, not only Gary remembered Link's killer move, the infamous back throw, many spectators also remembered this move. According to the news, last year, Link used this move to fight from the Golden Gloves preliminary round to the Olympics. In the Olympic Americas qualifying tournament, he was injured because he used this move too much. But this move is very fierce. All opponents knocked to the ground by him will fall to the ground. After entering the professional boxing world, Link rarely used this move to beat people. Today, he suddenly used it and knocked down Carl France with one punch. This is something no one expected. This is also the reason why several people in the field cried out in surprise at the same time. Everyone knew that Link had this move, but they didn't expect him to use it here suddenly. It was too surprising. Secondly, everyone only knew how lethal Link's backflip was before, but they had never seen it with their own eyes. Just now, I saw that Link's fist was like a hammer, knocking down Carl French with one hammer. The violent impact was also very shocking. On the boxing ring, Link raised his fists and looked quietly at Carl French lying on the boxing ring. Carl did not faint after being punched. He supported himself on the boxing ring and gritted his teeth. Come on, Carl. Carl, stand up. Carl, you are the best. In the audience, tens of thousands of people stood up and shouted in unison, making Link's eardrums buzz. Come on, Carl. Hang on. At the corner of the ring, Carl France's boxing sparring partners cheered loudly. With everyone's encouragement, Carl fought hard for 6 or 7 seconds. When the referee counted down to 2, he roared and stood firmly on the ring. Carl. The audience also raised their arms and shouted loudly. Link nodded in approval. Carl France's ability to withstand blows and willpower are indeed extremely strong. Among the boxers he has fought, he can at least rank in the top 3. The referee stood next to Carl and asked him if he could continue the game. Boxing. Hearing the referee's order, Carl France roared, waved his fists, and launched a strong attack on Link again. Come on, Carl. Carl, you are great. Carl, be careful of his back throw. The British audience at the scene shouted loudly. Come on, Carl. Carl, you are the best boxer. BBC host Edward Campbell held the microphone and said to the focus camera in a hoarse voice, please listen, everyone. At this moment in my brother's place, there are tens of thousands of spectators cheering for Carl France. Because of Carl, all British boxing fans are united. Carl is great. Come on, Carl. Charlotte also forgot that she was a detective and shouted hoarsely. But Carl's situation on the boxing ring was not optimistic. When he stood up, he swung his fists again and launched a strong attack on Link. This time Link did not dodge and swung his fists quickly to fight with Carl. It was equivalent to you punching me and I punching, and the punches hit the flesh. In less than 20 seconds, Link hit 57 punches in a row, and Carl hit 42 punches. The audience was also fascinated by it, and even forgot to shout for cheers. It's too addictive. This is boxing. Charlotte said excitedly. Bang. 171 seconds. Link launched a strong attack, hitting Carl with 6 consecutive heavy punches. Carl couldn't dodge in time and his back hit the ropes. Link approached Carl and broke Carl's defense with a swing punch, hitting him steadily on the side of the face. Carl was hit in the head, his body was clamped half a circle, and he fell heavily to the ground. Wow. Carl fell to the ground, and the audience came to their senses and exclaimed, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This time there was no miracle. The referee poured out a factual number. Carl got stuck for a few times and couldn't stand up. Link won the game. Yeah. Link won. Link's boxing fans at the scene cheered loudly, but those who cheered for Carl by Link were much quieter. Alas. Carl lost. Link, this bastard Carl is not bad either. No one has ever been able to last 170 seconds in Link's hands before, but Carl did it. An audience member in front said. Charlotte Square nodded. Carl fell down. Link won the game, and the presidents of the WBC and WBA boxing organizations came on stage at the same time to award him the gold medal. What do you think of the coronavirus match? Lennox Lewis looked at several colleagues around him truthfully. The coronavirus match looked a bit strange. At the beginning, Carl attacked hard and took advantage of the advantage. There seemed to be terrible hope. Just when everyone saw hope, Link threw a fierce back punch and shattered everyone's hopes. Lewis was thinking, what would happen if there was no punch, or if Carl defended the punch? I think Carl lost a little unfairly. If he was more careful and defended Link's back punch, he would have a great chance of dragging the game into the second round, and the probability of another round would increase. Chris Lewis looked at Frank Bruno again. Bruno frowned and looked at the ring. I also play the lion game. I feel that this is Link's tactic. After the game started, when he saw Carl attacking, he chose to be on the defensive end, guarding tightly and letting Carl attack. When Carl's attack was exhausted, he suddenly threw a back punch and moved the punch downward. Joe Calzaghe next to him sighed. I think so too. I have watched all of Link's games. His game style has two types of opponents. When he attacks, he defends tightly, and when his opponent defends, he attacks strongly. He also likes to lure his opponent to attack, and when the opponent attacks, he suddenly makes a ruthless move to solve the battle in one fell swoop. You mean that those weak and yielding postures he put on the ring were all pretended, deliberately luring Carl to attack? Chris Eubank asked in surprise. Calzaghe nodded, looked at Link who was accepting it on the ring and said, I suspect that not only was the weakness pretended, but the few punches hit by Carl were also his attempts to be beaten. The purpose was to give Carl real hope, lure him to continue attacking, and consume his physical strength. How is it possible? I don't believe it. No one will fight in the ring. Chris Eubank said extremely. Really? When I fought with Holyfield, I also used this trick. The purpose was to lure him to attack and consume his physical strength to the maximum. In the end, I won. Lennox Lewis said with his hands spread out. Although the fist is fierce, it has a long distance and a slow punching speed, which is easy to be dodged. It is relatively easy to succeed in amateur competitions, but in professional competitions, the rocket target peak is extremely large, which is why Link rarely uses it after his job change. Today, Link first used tactics to attract Carl's attack, consuming Carl's strength and speed, and when the time was right, he suddenly threw a back punch, and then he succeeded in one blow. Calzaghe said, this guy's really difficult. Boxing champion Frank Bruno, Chris Eubank, Calzaghe, Lewis and others all looked at Link on the boxing ring with complicated expressions. If all this is true, Link is too cunning. This guy's already very fierce, and he is so cunning. How can his opponent beat him? And this guy who is so powerful is only 21 years old this year. How can such a person appear in the boxing world? Several boxers before Bruno were very glad that they did not encounter such an opponent in the past, otherwise it would be difficult to become a boxing champion. At the same time, it is a pity that they did not encounter such a strong opponent. Exchanging postures with masters is the pursuit of strict boxers. You won't fight him? Lewis looked at Calzaghe and asked. Calzaghe looked at Link with the assumed gold belt on the boxing ring and shook his head again. I'm not sure, but I'd love to fight him. He's a really great opponent. Chapter 225 Post-match interview. After the match, Link walked down the ring with the twisting gold belt in his hand, surrounded by the crowd. Link, well done. Coach Brooks came over and patted his shoulder. You are just too good, so I didn't have the opportunity to show my work. Link smiled lightly and said that he might need his advice in the next match. He took the clothes handed by Anna and put them on. Although it was sweaty and uncomfortable to wear, it was a bit cold in London in September. Wearing a skirt can keep warm and prevent swimming too fast and causing injuries. If you play like this, remember to remind me. I almost had a heart attack when I was watching the match just now. Franco patted his chest and laughed. Link laughed and bumped fists with him. When you watch my matches in the future, you don't have to think so much. Just know that I will win. Haha, Link, congratulations on your victory. You are indeed a very powerful guy. Eddie Hearn walked over from the crowd, wearing a suit and a slightly fat figure. Link shrugged. How is Carl? Is he injured? I just saw it. It's not a big problem, but you are really insecure, and you didn't give Carl any chance. Eddie Hearn said helplessly. Carl is his boxer. Before the game, in order to break Link's violent offensive rhythm, he called all his subordinates to a meeting to discuss how to block Link's heavy punches and strong attacks, and try to drag the game into the second round. After several rounds of consultation and discussion, the plan everyone came up with was to fight fast with fast. At the beginning of the game, they launched an attack on Link. The longer the attack lasts, the greater the hope of the winner. Before the game, the coaching team conducted special training for Carl France. It took about 2 months. I thought this style of play would allow Carl to persist in some circles, but unfortunately he was still attacked by Link. Link smiled when he heard what he said. If it weren't for getting more PPV rescues and bringing a better viewing experience to the audience, Cole would lose faster. Link, you are the best. Link, I love you. In the audience, many fans still did not leave and shouted at Link. Link waved and walked to the sidelines to sign autographs for fans and take photos with them. Seeing Keira Knightley and Adele were still there, he went over to chat for a few more words and thanked them for coming to support him. Adele joked that he had snatched the golden hat that originally belonged to the British, and now they are enemies. Link, BBC host Edward Campbell said he wants to interview you on the spot. Do you want to accept it? Simon pointed to the middle-aged man in a blue suit and holding a microphone under the ring and said. Link nodded, followed Keira and Adele, and, under Simon's guidance, went to the BBC TV station. This match is jointly broadcast by the BBC and HBO TV stations, and accepting live interviews from the TV station is also part of the promotion of the match. Good afternoon, Mr. Link Baker. The host Edward Campbell introduced to the camera, and then took the ammunition. Mr. Baker, the game is over. Congratulations on becoming the WBA WBC Idol Organization Super Middleweight Double Champion. Thank you. Link asked the host Edward. Mr. Baker, are you satisfied with your performance in this game? If the full score is 10, how many points do you give yourself? Of course it's a full score. Edward looked at him in surprise. Before, you only needed about 100 seconds to play against Michael Kessler and Jermaine Taylor, but today, it took nearly a round to play against Carl. Don't you think you are aggressing? Can such a performance be rated 10 points? Link shook his head and said, no. Before the game, I told the media that I would cause everyone to have a wonderful game instead of rushing for success. So during the game, I will try my best to do my best and reach the best state, not caring about the length of time. At the end of the game, I noticed that many people cried, which means that everyone was too excited to shout, and the game was also very exciting, wasn't it? Edward thought about it. During the game, the audience's emotions were indeed very high, and the shouting was continuous. But everyone was cheering for Carl, hoping that Carl could defeat him and get the gold medal. If Carl succeeded and infected the game, it would be truly exciting. It's a pity that Link didn't play. Edward shrugged and continued to leave a message. Many netizens said that in yesterday's game, Carl performed better than you. If you hadn't successfully performed the back throw punch sneak attack, Cole would not necessarily lose. Do you agree with this? Link smiled and said, Carl has a chance to win, but the chance is very small. If you watch the game carefully, you will understand Carl's tactics, and thus the weak enemy is strong, and the desperate tactics. After the game started, he launched a desperate attack on me, with the purpose of knocking me down in the first cycle, or dragging the game into the next cycle. If I was knocked down by him in the first cycle, he would be triggered. If he couldn't win in the first round, after the strong attack, his physical strength would decrease, and he would be weak, and my attack would be less timely. My back throw punch was used when he was weak, and it happened to knock him down. This was not a rescue, but I saw the right time, and seized the opportunity. Even without this punch, I would still be the winner. Link explained the problem seriously. As an idol boxer, he didn't want to leave a bad impression of relying on luck to his fans, so he explained a few more necessary sentences. The host Edward nodded. Some netizens asked, after the game started, you kept retreating, pretending to be defeated, and then suddenly threw a punch. Wasn't this a tactic you planned in advance? Link smiled. It is impossible to design tactics in advance. I have never had the habit of designing tactics before the game starts. I usually adopt appropriate tactics according to the opponent's reaction after the game starts. Today, Carl rushed to attack, and after launching his attack, I switched to defense and guarded tightly. In the last 10 seconds, he switched from offense to defense, and I switched from defense to offense. This was improvisation, not a tactic planned in advance. Edward nodded. Netizens said that this game was exciting, but the time was too short, and they didn't get to see enough. It was a pity. I hope you can have a second fight with Carl to see if Carl has a chance to defeat you. Have you considered fighting with Carl? Link smiled and said, maybe. I'm now the WBA/WBC boxing champion. If Cole wants to get the Golden Lord, he needs to challenge me. You can see it then. Well, Mr. Baker, thank you for your interview and congratulations again on your victory. Thank you. Thank you again for your support. Link shook hands with the other party, waved at the camera, turned around and left the competition scene. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.